Well, hello and welcome to the MegaCast by Actual Tech Media. Our topic today is enhancing your public, private, and hybrid cloud security posture. Now, there are probably some of you out there today who are all public, some of you who are all private, and then there are you hybrid folks. I'm sure there's a crew in the audience who are just cloud curious and others who are fully cloud native. Wherever you are in your cloud journey, you are here today because you recognize both the opportunities and the potential risks of living way up here in the clouds. So on today's MegaCast, we get to chat with top cloud experts from Gigamon, SimSpace, Crowdstrike, Axis, Sonri Security, Rubrik and Cloudian, Metallic, a Commvault venture, Cisco Secure, Census, Palo Alto Networks, ReliaQuest, Zerto, and Sneak. So if you are counting along with me at home, that is 13 awesome sessions, 14 innovative companies, and even more expert speakers. And they are all here today to talk to us about the current trends, tools, and technologies that you need to know as you consider the evolution, the security, and compliance of your organization's cloud environment. So we're in for an awesome and long day. Kick back in your most comfortable chair, grab your coffee or tea, settle in, get comfy, and get ready for just an info-packed MegaCast full of exciting discussions, new ideas, cool resources, and seriously innovative solutions. Now, if you have not joined us for a MegaCast in the past, a very special welcome to all the first-timers out there. Actual Tech Media created the MegaCast and EcoCast series to help educate technology professionals like yourself on the latest innovations and trends in enterprise technology. These webinars are designed to get you the hottest insight and up-to-date information to help you solve your most pressing technology challenges. Now, before we get into our exciting sessions today, there's a few things that you should know that are going to help you get the most out of the MegaCast. Of course, we do have some of those awesome prizes lined up for you, and I'm going to come back to those in just a moment. But first, I want to draw your attention to the questions box in your webinar control panel. Now, if you haven't already said hi, we love seeing all you awesome folks connecting from around the world, so give us a virtual wave. Give a shout out to your friends out there in the Actual Tech Media community. The questions console is also a great place to let us know about any technical issues that might come up today, knock on wood, of course. Keep in mind that a browser refresh is going to clear out any of the usual tech gremlins, but if they're being particularly persistent today, don't worry. Just shoot us a message over that live chat in that questions box, and the Actual Tech Media team is there to help. But most importantly, we want this to be an informative webinar for you, which means that we want to see all of your technical questions. So throughout today's MegaCast, we hope you'll get engaged and ask all the questions you may have about cloud security and compliance. And I know there will be a lot. If we do not get to your question during the live webinar today, don't worry. The awesome humans from Gigamon, SimSpace, Crowdstrike, Axis, Sonri Security, Rubrik and Cloudian, Metallic, Commvault Ventures, Cisco Secure, Census, Palo Alto Networks, ReliaQuest, Zerto, and Sneak will be following up with you afterwards. So get those questions in. Now up next, you see that little Twitter icon on your console? So when you have one of those really cool aha moments during the MegaCast today, just click on that button there and you can share it with your friends. The hashtag for today's MegaCast is going to be automatically added to your post. And hey, while you're exploring that audience console, make sure to check out the Handouts tab. It's right next to that Questions tab. You're going to find some fantastic resources and takeaways from our speakers here today. We have an info-packed collection, data sheets, white papers, ebooks, upcoming events, and more. So click into that Handouts tab and download some of those awesome resources for after the webinar today. Now, as I mentioned at the top, if I haven't met you already, my name is Jeff Steinbach with Actual Tech Media. I'm so happy to be one of your moderators for this webinar today. Now, since we have this all-star lineup of presenters, we're also bringing on the whole dream team from Actual Tech Media. So my wonderful friends and fellow moderators, Scott Becker and David Davis, will both be here with us today to help guide us through these informative discussions. But before we get into our sessions, I promised you I would come back to those prizes, and I meant it, so let's talk about those a little bit more. In today's MegaCast, you have a chance to win one of 5 DJI Mini 3 Pro drones, one of 5, and that is not even including the $500 Amazon gift cards that we will be giving away every 30 minutes. Of course, you must be in attendance during the live webinar to qualify for the prizes, and all winners must meet the Actual Tech Media prize terms and conditions. Now, if you're saying to yourself, sounds great, Jess, but what are the T's and C's? No problem. We've got you covered. Head on over to that Handouts tab that I mentioned right next to the Questions tab. Click in, scroll down to the bottom. You're going to find the full T's and C's waiting for you there. Now, I mentioned it earlier, but we really love getting all of your insightful questions during these webinars. In fact, we love it so very much that we've added a special additional prize for all of you. So on today's MegaCast, we will be giving away a $50 Amazon gift card to the best question asked in each of our live sessions. So if you were counting earlier, if you remember, I said there were 13 live sessions. That is 13 bonus chances to win a $50 Amazon gift card. And all you have to do is ask a great question, which I know you're all already doing. So post that in the chat, and we are going to review all the questions asked after the webinar wraps, which means that even if your question does not get read out during a live Q&A session, there is still a chance to win after we wrap. Now, I'm going to put up a few reminders for you on the screen here, including the fact that all grand prize winners are required to submit an IRS Form W-9 to Actual Tech Media. And again, if you have any questions about whether or not you're eligible to win the prizes today, go ahead and find the full T's and C's in that handout section. Now, if you are a winner today, you always have the option to donate the value of the prize to one of our selected charities. Thanks to generous prize winners on previous Actual Tech Media webinars, thousands of dollars have been donated to these charities. So if you're a winner today and you would like to get involved with one of these amazing organizations, please do let us know, because we would absolutely love to help make that happen. Now, we're pretty happy you're here with us live today. We want to make sure that we keep that good feeling going, so be sure to connect with us. Find us on Twitter, on Facebook. If you're looking for more awesome content, you can also connect with us. Make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel. We have tons of on-demand webinars just waiting for you there. So if you hear something that you're kind of interested in, you want to dig in a bit more, that is a great place to start. So go subscribe and start exploring there. You can also check us out on LinkedIn. Oh, boy. Good morning, all. Check us out on LinkedIn. Lots of great content for you there as well. Now, speaking of exciting content, if you haven't spent some time exploring the Guerrilla Guide Book Club, I highly, highly recommend that you do that. So head on over there today. The Guerrilla Guide Book Club gives you access to free enterprise IT books authored by top industry experts. So you get to stay up to date on trending enterprise technology. And yes, these books will work on your Kindle or your mobile device, and they are completely free. Easy peasy. You can download these awesome resources at guerrilla.guide. There's a link in that Handouts tab for you as well, so make sure to head on over there. Now, we think that you're all pretty great humans, and we want to keep growing this incredible community that we have around us. So another fun way to win a prize today is to refer an industry friend or coworker to the Actual Tech Media webinar series. You're going to find a link to do that right in your Handouts tab, and you get automatically redirected at the end of the webinar as well. Now, I want to promise you all that we are not going to spam your friends or coworkers. I know that's always a concern. In fact, we're just going to send them one invite to a list of upcoming webinars. If they don't respond, they get one little reminder, a little nudge hello from us, and that's it. Then both you and your coworker could win a $300 Amazon gift card, and we hold those drawings every month. So be sure to refer a friend, because, hey, it could quite literally be a win-win situation. Okay, well, that was it for our webinar housekeeping. Hopefully you all enjoyed it. Let's get into our sessions. So to kick us off today, we have an absolutely fascinating expert speaker I'm sure many of you already know. He's here with us, and he's going to walk us through some of the impact, the challenges, and possibilities of life in the cloud. So Evgeny Karam, co-founder, Security Architect Podcast. Evgeny, thank you so much for being here with us today to start out this exciting, supercharged MegaCast. I know that you have some great info for us today that's going to help everyone get their heads in the game, or, you know, the cloud, as the case may be. So I'm going to go ahead and hand things over to you.
Hello everyone, welcome to a keynote about how to enhance public, private, and hybrid cloud security and posture as well. It's a very, very important topic that's very dear to my heart, and let's begin. First of all, I'm Evgeny. I've been around for quite a long time, worked with multiple enterprise and vendors as well. Around 2.5 years ago, I started a podcast with Dmitry called Security Architecture Podcast. Around 3 weeks ago, I started another podcast called Cyber Inspiration, when I interview founders of cybersecurity companies about their motivation to start the product. But let's jump into cloud. First of all, let's level set. What is the difference between public cloud and private cloud? There's, of course, differences. Some people say cloud in general is somebody else's compute. Maybe it's right, depending on who you talk to, but there's a definition. Each of them provides their own strength. You can see here on a slide. With the private cloud, of course, we can dictate more security and we can dictate more policies the way we want it. In the public cloud, we have a much more availability from a price perspective and availability perspective on the amount of compute. Also, the SLA is different. If it's a private cloud, we still determine the SLA because it's our compute. In a public cloud, the compute belongs to a public vendor, so it's their compute, and the SLA and the health of the devices is there as well. Is one better? Is one worse? No, that really depends what you're trying to do. So this is the approach of have hybrid cloud. I can run certain applications on public cloud, and I can run certain applications on private cloud and achieve best of both. And this is what we see with majority of the companies right now. If I put some fun facts, think about this. 10 years ago, we were thinking they're going to be around $24 billion in public cloud. 12 years after, we're talking about 150, 6 times more. And I think the progression is even higher. And we certainly know with COVID, the amount of companies that went to digital transformation even higher. A lot of companies realize they need to go to the cloud to have better SLA, better support, especially if they cannot have somebody come on-prem and reboot the server. Some more statistics. If you're thinking if company actually using cloud, they are. 81% of the companies already using the cloud. 67% of them are enterprise and big companies. And here's very interesting information. 40 zettabyte of data is in the cloud. Think about how much PII and other personal information, or maybe not personal information, is in the cloud. Do we need to secure it? I think yes, we need to secure it. We need to come up with a good framework. We need to come up with a good tools that will make sure what we do in the cloud is secure, that we have a framework that we can achieve, that we can make sure we don't have surprises when we, by mistake, open AWS S3 buckets or Borg in Azure or any other storage we have, or we assign too much permission to a cloud. But cloud is a bit different. Cloud is different because, think about this, cloud moves very, very fast. The scalability of the cloud is one of the determining factors of being a good cloud provider. I want to be able to spin servers very fast. I want to be able to remove servers when needed as well. And I want to make sure everything is working. So if I have servers or other applications that are spinning up and down in a matter of seconds, I cannot really do it manually. I have to have automation. And when I have automation, it means I need to run it continuously. So my security need to be continuously, my vulnerability management, my application security, my endpoint security need to spin together with the server or together with a serverless application, even so there's a different way to check it. Or maybe have a container. How do I do security there? Now, do you know that there is more than 20,000 different functions just on the permission between Azure, GCP, Google, and AWS? Is human being able to remember all this? No, we'll definitely make mistakes. This is why we need machines, not terminators, I hope, to help us and do the work for us. We always say if we can do it one or twice, we should create a script for it. This is why we have amazing vendors that we'll talk later on today that will describe how they can help and what they do as well. Now, think about it as well. Roles and responsibilities. How do I define the role and responsibilities? Who is in charge? Do I give Evgeny permission to create the account in AWS? And I also giving him the account to do backups? What if the Evgeny account get hacked? Is it means that the bad guys can delete my AWS or Azure account and also delete the backups? So we need a very straight and a very strict role-based access control. We want to make sure we are really following a framework and we're not giving too much permission to a person. Having said this, in cloud, a lot of people that making the changes are actually not the admins, are the people that potentially are DevOps or application people. They basically need to spin something in the cloud, they take a credit card, they go into AWS, they start an account, and 5 minutes after, they're running EC2 or serverless Lambda or something else. So the control of who can do what is much harder. On-prem, for example, if I have an account to your router, even if I have the root account to the router, I need physically to get to the router to do something with it. In cloud, I don't need to go anywhere. I can be sitting in Starbucks if I have your credentials and doing whatever I want with the account. Now, don't forget multi-cloud and consistency. We want to repeat what we're doing all the time. We want to have good templates. We don't want one day to put application in this way and different day push it in another way. And one day we'll check for open source vulnerabilities and different day we'll not check for open source vulnerabilities. One day we allow this URL and one day we'll not allow this URL. We need to have framework. We need to be consistent. And the other challenge we bring here, okay, if I even nailed one cloud, what I do with multi-cloud? What if my company running in GCP, in cloud, sorry, in Azure, and also in AWS, and maybe also have some private clouds on-prem as well. So I may have a very distributed environment that will all have a bit different permission set. I strongly suggest to review frameworks, review the tools, understand how do you work right now, understand who making the changes, who allowed to make changes, and if they all have tickets and under change control. Thank you very much, and talk to you soon.
Well, thank you, Evgeny, for that wonderful keynote presentation. What a great way to kick off the MegaCast. And I was just reading through some of the highs and hellos coming in from our audience. I love the energy out there today. Rolando's really bringing it from Milwaukee. So hello to the Wisco crew out there. Now, before we jump into our first session, we do have a poll up for you on the screen. So if you can give us a little bit more information. When somebody asks you, what do you do? How do you answer? Do you say that you work in IT or do you work in tech? Or something else entirely? Feel free to write that into the questions box. And we want to keep this kind of high level, so let us know. I work in IT, I work in tech, I work in something totally different, and then feel free to let us know. And I'll just leave this up for a minute longer. This is your first test of the day. I'm checking to see how awake you all are out there. Lots of awake people there. Okay. And I have to say that we're leaning a lot towards IT department out there. Some cybersecurity shout outs in the comments. Awesome. Okay, I'm going to move this along because we have one more poll question for you. And what we're looking to get a little more information on is your time frame for adding new or updating existing IT solutions at your company. So what we're really talking about today, obviously, are cloud security solutions. So what is your time frame for taking action on those? And this really gives us an idea of kind of where you're at in your journey. Are you just sort of scoping things out and you're thinking pretty far down the line? Are you looking to make changes right away? Or is this sort of maybe a dream for the future? And just kind of gives us an idea of where you're at in that discussion point so we can help make sure that we're getting you the right information at the right time. So do take a second and fill that out. All right. Well, thank you to everyone who answered the polls. It looks like we're at a lot of not sures for this one, which is pretty exciting. That means that we have a lot of great opportunity to, step in and offer some solutions and tools and suggestions that I think are really going to help you out in this discussion in your own organizations. So with that, hey, let's get started. I am so excited to introduce you all to our first two presenters in today's MegaCast. We have two awesome humans here to kick us off. Stephen Goudreau, Senior Technical Marketing Manager, and Irvin Guerra, Solutions Marketing Manager at Gigamot. Now, Stephen and Irvin, thank you both so much for being here to get us started today. I know you have a ton of exciting information to cover. So, Irvin, I'm going to hand the mic on over to you.
So hi, everyone. Good morning. It's extremely nice to meet everyone. Welcome to Gigamon's segment in today's webinar series. Hope everyone has their coffee ready because it looks like an action-packed day today. And, my name is Irvin Guerra, and alongside my colleague, Stephen, we'll be leading today's conversation of how you can enhance your cloud security posture. At the end of today's conversation, I will display both of our emails to make it extremely easy to contact either of us. For today's agenda, I'll start off by giving a quick Gigamon overview before talking about establishing an effective cloud security posture. Then I'll pass on the baton to Stephen for a deep dive into how deep observability can be used to enhance cloud security. For those of you that do not know about Gigamon, our story began around 20 years ago, helping organizations gain visibility into their on-premise infrastructures through a combination of test access points, or TAPs, aggregators, and network packet brokers. Since then, we have helped some of the biggest organizations you can think of. And because of our customer base, we have experience dealing with some of the most complex infrastructures you can think of and have provided them with complete visibility for their monitoring and security needs on premise. A few years ago, we began to notice how our customers were rolling out cloud strategies as interest in public and private cloud technologies began to rise. And upon noticing this, we began to refactor our solution to provide customers with visibility into their private and public cloud environments as well. And today we offer a solution that provides customers with deep observability into their hybrid and multi-cloud environments to help their monitoring needs and to fortify their security efforts. So, what are we seeing overall? As we all know, end-to-end security is a shared responsibility between the cloud provider and the customer themselves. It's no secret that organizations are struggling with this shared security model, and organizations are being asked to face security challenges that have never been in their domain due to the rapid adoption of cloud technologies. This has led to security breaches mostly caused by employees, and as Gartner puts it, security failures remain the result of customers failing to implement appropriate controls for their portion of the shared responsibility model. While issues like Log4j, ransomware are the talk of today, there will definitely be more. And unfortunately, it will be difficult to address these challenges with current end-to-end security strategies. And the reality is, it's hard to establish an effective security posture when trying to monitor every little thing that is going on across your on-prem, private cloud, public cloud environments. And it's frankly a nightmare. There's so much to cover. But the thing is, you still need to have visibility across your entire infrastructure because you can only secure what you can see. In this model, we can see some of the difficulties that organizations are experiencing when trying to gain complete visibility. Organizations are dealing with separate environments, all with their own logging, their own storage, and each environment comes with its own cost to migrate data to monitoring and security tools. And mirroring services can have only one destination. This forces organizations to set up an agent per tool per environment, which is simply hard to manage. And everything is siloed. There is a lack of cohesive visibility across all environments, creating visibility blind spots. And this is just for visibility, but on top of all this, logging hasn't really changed in recent years. Nobody knows what applications and data is in motion because logging can only tell you that something is in motion, but not exactly what it is, leading to a reactive form of monitoring. At Gigamon, we offer a solution that helps organizations establish complete visibility across their entire infrastructure, not just in cloud. And this allows for organizations to eliminate blind spots and dive deeper into what's happening across their infrastructure, establishing an effective security posture. With Gigamon, you can eliminate the silos and monitor what's happening across all your environments through a single UI, reduce the 4 individual conversations, one for AWS, one for Azure, one for on-prem, one for private cloud, into a single conversation across your entire infrastructure. Limit noise, eliminate blind spots, and pinpoint issues faster. Access east to west traffic, not just north to south, allowing you to understand what is currently happening within your infrastructure, not just what comes in and out. Use a single Gigamon agent or native mirroring to send data acquired to many tools rather than just to a single one. And as mentioned earlier, logging has its limitations. You can leverage Gigamon's ability to acquire metadata to add another layer of intelligence on top of logging data to help you establish an effective security posture. Not only does Gigamon help you with accessibility, remember you can only secure what you can see, but we also add a layer of intelligence on top of your log data strategy to establish an effective security posture. This combination is what we refer to as deep observability. And with deep observability, you can access any workload across your entire infrastructure, broker it to the tool that needs to see it, and transform it using capabilities like deduplication and SSL TLS decryption to only supply the tools with the data they need to see. This altogether creates an effective security posture, not just in the cloud, but across your entire infrastructure. And when it comes to logging versus Gigamon, melt data is great for getting deep information into each host, but it has its limitations. CPU consumption and managing memory are challenges with logging. Melt only provides information about managed hosts, not unmanaged hosts. Logs can be tampered. This is usually one of the first steps for any attacker once they get in. Now, again, melt data is great and does offer organizations invaluable information about what's happening, but it's not enough for establishing an effective security posture. And to dive into how deep observability helps organizations with their security posture, I'll hand the baton off to Stephen. Stephen, take us away.
Thank you. Next slide. Yes, enhancing your cloud security posture with deep observability. So deep observability, we can break it down into two main parts. One is tracking the conversation between different cloud providers or on-prem. Instead of having multiple log entries, you would have just one. So we can see the conversation end to end. And the second part is we can tell you the nature of the conversation or what was actually in it. So traffic over non-standard ports is a big use case. We're able to detect botnets, crypto mining, ciphers that are in flight. We can tell you which applications are actually on the wire. Next slide, please. So cloud logging records a lot, but as we pointed out earlier, that the nature of logging, VPC flow logs and things like that hasn't really changed in the last 15 plus years. It still tells you conversations took place. It still tells you source destination port. We're not here to try to replace that at all. It makes sense to use that. However, we need to see the applications that are in flight, the nature of the traffic. So we provide some deep packet inspection. So next slide, please. So I'm going to do a quick demonstration of cloud visibility. So what we have done is we've set up an Amazon machine image of Ubuntu. We've given it an internet gateway. We've set up an SSH daemon running on port 443, and then we SSH to it on port 443 because 443 is almost always open. So go to the next slide. So the Amazon VPC flow log, this is their format, and as you can see, the areas in red is our source address and our source port, 25061. And with that, we SSH to port 443 in AWS on our Ubuntu machine image. Go to the next slide, please. So what did that Linux distro see? Well, we did a netstat -a once we were connected, and as you can see, it shows us the correct IP and the port 25061. However, the workstation is misidentifying the traffic. It's reporting it as HTTPS, even though it's SSH. So if you're relying on log data, we've already have a potential false negative. Next slide, please. So when we check with the Gigamon Deep Observability, what did it see? Well, it saw that it was SSH'd over a non-standard port. And this is because we do traffic acquisition and deep packet inspection of the traffic. We're not replacing the logs, but we're giving you richer context to the nature of the traffic. So non-standard ports would be common with botnets and malware. And I would consider this an indicator of compromise. Now, cloud logging will record this, however, it won't raise any kind of alarms or flags for it. Next slide, please. So we get unprecedented visibility anywhere we're deployed. We can be deployed in multi-cloud, private cloud, on-prem. You often do not need to re-architect your cloud design. And we're very good at capturing east-west traffic. Next slide, please. So we're going to go into some use cases. The first one is compliance, and this is some traffic that we have observed in the cloud. And one of the common use cases we have is seeing which TLS ciphers are in flight. In this case, one of the top fourth talker is RC4. So RC4 was deprecated in 2015. And even if you're fairly certain that you have secured your workloads, part of the TLS negotiation is you can potentially negotiate a lower strength cipher. So next slide, please. So in compliance, our second compliance example is we have detected server message blocker SMB traffic version 1.0 in flight in the cloud. This is often used for file transfers. And even if you have, once again, secured your workloads, it is possible that you can negotiate a lower version when you're initiating these connections. And as we know, SMB version 1 is susceptible to WannaCry. So now visibility naturally, or observability naturally pivots into security. In this case, we also have a security dashboard. It's not that different to detect applications or bad stuff, because bad stuff is simply applications we don't want. In this case, we detected some CISA custom malware, and then Eternal Blue exploitation, which would be SMB version 1, and then we see a Trojan being downloaded. So if we check the IP address 10.10.31.101, and then we check a different dashboard we have of internal hosts using deprecated ciphers, and number 1 is 10.10.31.101. Now, is this cause or is this effect? We don't know, but we're practically watching an attack chain in progress. So next slide, please. So our second use case in observability is detecting crypto mining. Crypto mining has to phone home somehow. It has to identify itself somehow. They often use non-standard ports. They'll do DNS queries to servers outside of the normal infrastructure, and we can detect that. In this case, we've detected a crypto miner by its CNC. Next slide. Oh, and troubleshooting. So another use case outside of security is seeing if you're having problems with your traffic. In this case, we've detected a significant increase in 400s errors from web servers. So this will help you troubleshoot or pinpoint problems in the cloud. Another thing we can do is we can help detect the dreaded network is slow ticket. In this case, we've detected that it takes up to almost over 7-second round trip for certain hosts in the cloud to reach certain sites. So this lets us know that it's not an internal problem. This is just something going on the internet.
Yeah, and in summary, establishing an effective cloud security posture is a major challenge. And as things become a lot more difficult to not only secure, but also to gain that full observability across an entire infrastructure, organizations need a way to be able to not only gain access to everything that's going on in their infrastructure, but to also deliver a way to really establish that secure posture. And here at Gigamon, we are able to add the ability to analyze what's happening in traffic across everywhere, and feed that data to security and observability tools, empowering your security posture. And with that, I would like to thank Jess and the actual tech team for giving us the opportunity, and to you for giving us the time to present and partake in this journey with you.
Yeah, thank you to both Irvin and Stephen for that awesome presentation, and definitely for kicking off today's MegaCast on such a great note. We already have a ton of great questions coming in, and I want to get to as many of them as we can. So are you guys ready to dive into some Q&A?
Let's do it.
Perfect. Okay. Well, let's start with this one because I think it's an important question. So is Gigamon an EDR?
No.
Great.
In short, no, absolutely not. No. So we do not replace any EDR or endpoint protection that you have. Our detection mechanisms are capturing traffic in flight. So if you have a compromised thread or something running on that endpoint, you still need your normal EDR detection. So we complement those solutions. We don't really compete.
Okay, perfect. How about this one here? Is Gigamon security in the cloud?
Yes, by nature of having observability and being able to see traffic, we can see bad traffic as well as good traffic. We can also see unknown traffic. Now, we're not going to act upon that traffic, but we can definitely be part of a threat response team or some other kind of detection.
Perfect. Okay. I know that we're running a bit short on time, so I'm going to have to wrap it up pretty quick here. But I do want to ask this question as well. If there was one thing that really makes Gigamon stand out in your mind, you know, that one key unique, what would that be?
For me, it's the end-to-end traffic visibility. Nobody is really solving for this in the cloud. At least on a deep packet inspection level. So you have lots of logs that tell you the traffic's in flight, but we can tell you the nature of the traffic without you having to really re-architect your existing infrastructure.
Irvin, do you have something that is your favorite unique?
Agreed. No, spot on exactly with what Steven said.
Yeah, he nailed it.
Yeah, he said exactly what I was going to say, just a million times better. So shout out to you, Steven.
Well done. Well done. Well, Irvin, while I've got you, if somebody has just absolutely fallen in love with Gigamon, they're ready to jump in, ready to get started, you know, what's that first step? What do you recommend they do?
Yeah, so one of the ways that folks can contact us is by emailing us directly. So I don't know if there's a way that I can post our emails, but so I'll pin inside of the chat. I'm sorry, it's my first time using okay. So I'll put in my email in the chat, and then I will put in Steven's email as well in the chat. There it is. So that's Steven's email. My email, Steven's email would be the easiest way to contact us. Now, another way that, especially for folks that are looking to get a demo going or looking to speak to a sales rep just to learn a little bit more about the product, they can access gigamon.com directly. And within gigamon.com, we have links to contact us, talk to a specific sales rep or an account manager in the region, and so forth. So I guess number one would be contact us personally. We're both very open and very nice, easy to talk to. And then second one would be to just access the website directly and to place a ticket from there, or to contact us from there.
All right. Well, I can definitely attest to that. You guys are an absolute pleasure to chat with. Thank you so much for being on and give this incredible presentation and for sticking around to answer some questions from our audience. And thank you to everyone who asked a question. And I think with that, we'll keep rolling and let's get to our first poll question.
Let's do it. Thanks, Jess.
Okay, so you can see that I have put that poll question up for you. We would love to get your feedback on any additional resources that you would like to explore from Gigamon. And if you, like one of our awesome audience members out there, is wondering if Gigamon is a Digimon or a Pokemon, which was my favorite question of the day, you can insert that question as well. Any question you have, post that in the chat there. We are going to make sure that it goes to the Gigamon team. I know we left a lot of questions unanswered, so we'll make sure that they get all those questions and they are able to get back to you. Do take a second now to fill out this poll question. It honestly is such an important way to reach out directly to the Gigamon team to let them know how they can follow up with you, what is the information that you're looking for, and how they can best support you in that discussion. So take a second now, click on the poll, get that answer in, and while you're doing that, as an extra special reward for participating in that poll, no, just because we love you guys, I'm going to go ahead and give away a prize. So we're going to do our very first grand prize giveaway, which means I'm going to give away both an Amazon gift card and a super cool drone. So a quick reminder that you must be present here at the webinar in order to win. And first up, our $500 Amazon gift card is going to go to Chrissy Carter of Arizona. Chrissy Carter of Arizona, you have won a $500 Amazon gift card. And our very first winner of a DJI Mini 3 Pro drone is going to Joe Clark of Nebraska. Joe Clark of Nebraska. So congratulations to Chrissy on your gift card. Congrats to Joe, who won a shiny new drone. As always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after the event. Now, don't forget, there are still lots more chances to win the grand prize, tons of chances to win that Amazon gift card, plus that best question gift card from each question. So keep those questions coming in. But for now, we're going to zip right along and jump into our next presentation in the MegaCast, because up next, it is my pleasure to introduce you to our next speaker, Josh Mason, Global Partners SE Lead Enablement. Josh, thank you so much for being here with us today. I have to say, I am really excited by cyber ranges. I'm excited to learn a little bit more about them. So without any further ado, the platform is all yours, Josh.
Awesome. Thank you. So again, I'm from SimSpace, where we've built a cyber range and cyber risk management platform for you. A little about me. I've got a varied background. I used to be a C-130 pilot in the U.S. Air Force and then a cyber warfare officer. I've built some courses for INE, E-Learn Security, and I've got a few nonprofits that I'm a part of or I run. And today I wanted to explain to you a little bit about what is a cyber range. I'm going to be playing off of a little bit of my background and comparing to something I'm very familiar with. So this is the Eglin Range. It's a little over 1,000 acres of forest, swamp, and shoreline in the Panhandle of Florida, in government-owned land. It also includes a lot of airspace above Florida and Alabama, and also out in the middle of the Gulf. And it's been used historically over the past 100 years for aircraft testing, some weapons testing, not some weapons testing, pretty much every weapon that we own or that's been launched against the United States military has been tested at the Eglin Range. There's been mission rehearsal from the Doolittle raids to the Sante raid during the Vietnam War. There's also training that happens on a regular basis. The U.S. Army's Ranger School Swamp Days takes place on the Eglin Range, as does the U.S. Navy's Explosive Ordnance Destruction School, because there's a lot of bombs to blow up out there. And the U.S. Army's 7th Special Forces Group is stationed out there and does a lot of their mission rehearsal on a regular basis. There's also Special Operation Forces aircraft that are doing training daily in the airspace above that range. And a lot of what we use ranges for goes back to Top Gun and Red Flag. During the Vietnam War, the U.S. military, the U.S. Air Force, was losing one plane for every 2 planes that was shot down. And those losses were just fairly atrocious. It was a lot more loss than they were expecting. And they realized that pilots were going up into the air during war, and they had never been shot at. They had never even pretended to be shot at while flying. They got trained on how to fly, they learned how to use all the weapons, and then they got shipped overseas. Well, in order to fix that, the U.S. Air Force stood up Red Flag. It's a 3 to 4 week training event. I've been to 1 or 2 myself, where you go to war over Nevada, Alaska, northern Florida, sometimes all across the U.S., including ground forces, to simulate what it's like to be in war. Following that, the Air Force built out weapons operations schools for every aircraft, and Intel and Cybernow, and the Navy followed suit with Top Gun, where they go into advanced training on different weapon systems. So how does that affect us here? Back in 2015, the U.S. Air Force and Cyber Command, not the Air Force, but the Department of Defense and Cyber Command, asked our CEO, Hutch, he was a Air Force colonel working at the Pentagon, to build out a range for a cyber flag. They wanted to go to war, but across the cyber domain. And there wasn't anything that could scale to the size that they wanted. Knowing that there was work being done at MIT Lincoln Lab just up the road in Maryland, Hutch reached out to Lee Rossi, and they put together what we now know as the SimSpace Cyber Range for the first cyber flag exercises. Since then, SimSpace has been the provider for the persistent cyber training environment for the U.S. military and has partnered or gained many customers across finance, medical, insurance companies, and other military or foreign militaries across the world. The makeup of a cyber range is something that I think helps explain things a little better. We always love our layers in IT and in security. If we start at the bottom with the emulation layer, we take your standing IT infrastructure. It could be the exact same machines that you have. We virtualize them, or we can connect to existing platforms. It's a vCenter backbone, so if it eventually talks to TCP/IP, it can be included in a range, which includes cloud sources and OT devices, IoT devices, and we've plugged in ICS and SCADA devices during exercises or training. And then on top of that, we add in your cyber technology, your SIEMs, your SOARs, your actual endpoints with the software and some user emulation so that it actually starts looking and feeling like your enterprise network. And then on top of that, we add an activity layer. We have traffic generation, not via Scapy or some PCAP replay, but we actually have emulated users, bots, running on every endpoint, whichever endpoint you want, really. And they're going to be creating files and creating emails, opening the executables that are in the attachments to emails. Carl does not know what he's doing in there, and that's really hopeful for actually learning and training on the range. And then in order to actually participate and work on the range, we've got some blue team and purple team and evaluators, some different ways of interacting. And so what it ends up looking like is we've got a full-scale network with routers and switches, firewalls, your SIEM solution, your endpoints, your servers, Windows, Linux, and iOS, as well as not just iOS Cisco, but your Apple devices as well. We can throw in cloud. We can throw in whatever systems you actually have. And from there, we're able to do many different things. From process and stack optimization, we can see, okay, if you swap out these firewalls, do you like it more than your current solution? Does it stop more traffic? Does it slow down the traffic that's already existing? We have emulated users, so we can see what their processor power is requiring and what their actual power consumption is when they're working. And if we swap out a device, does it make the network slower? Does it make the network more tired? Or does it speed things up? We can use this for training. Now you've got a platform which you can scale from small little labs up to giant ranges. Our largest range is 25,000 endpoints. And from there, you have unlimited users that can connect to it. It's all just a matter of how many people are stepping on one another in there and what machines you want them working on. You do skills validation, much like CyberFlag, much like a red flag before. You could actually have an incident, your worst day in the SOC. And the repercussions at the end of the day are you feel tired and you learn something, which is what all of us in the military loved when we were in. You go, you do something hard, you learn from it, and you get better. Well, it's hard to do that when you're actually in a SOC without it meaning you had a real incident. With a range, you can do those things. There's a lot of high points about what we can do with these ranges, but let's dig into some case studies. There's some of the obvious ones of higher education where we can build out, again, ranges for different training events. Say you want to learn a technology, or you want to learn about how to pen test or learn how to secure. I work alongside a high school for some volunteering, and they're about to start the Cyber Patriot competition. Well, in there, you've got a couple different Windows and Linux images, and the students have to go in and harden them. Well, we could actually build that out to either have multiple machines for each person or a full-up range where maybe you really have to go in and secure Active Directory, not just for one machine, but across the network. We can get into some team building exercises. This is our global cyber games competitions where we had 10 teams across the world all competing castle versus castle, so one network versus another, where they were actually attacking one another. You can see in this on the left, that's a cyber flag exercise, and let me zoom in. This was 30 different teams, all fighting for the same gray space to identify vulnerabilities, capture some flags, and knock each other off of machines. This included a global consortium of military units across Five Eyes and more. We've also we like to run these 24-hour follow the sun exercises where we'll take a real SOC. We're planning for one next week with a large American retailer where we're going to put multiple SOC teams of theirs one after the other through an instant. They're going to have to hand off from the day shift to the afternoon shift to the night shift. And during that time, they're also going to continue to get hit by our red team, which includes a lot of operators who've recently gotten out of the military and agencies. We're very good at what they do. But with this, they see a high fidelity range, just like what they're used to, that looks and feels and smells, even if you were to sniff network traffic, like what they see in their daily life, with their tools. If you're using CrowdStrike, we can put CrowdStrike in the range. If you're using Splunk, we've got Splunk in the range. If you're using Palo Alto firewalls or Fortinet firewalls, we can put in whatever you've got. And we can attack it in a ton of different ways. We have some automated attacks, and if we need to bring in professional services for one of these events, then they would love to put your SOC team through the worst day they've ever had. We can also optimize the stack. Sorry, let me go back. And identify, okay, well, if you swap out this device, if you change out this tool, if you run this GPO, what are the ramifications? And you don't just have to test on one machine or a small little sandbox. You could run it across the whole lab and then log into a console on an endpoint and see, okay, did that interrupt anything? Is it slowing down any traffic that we have going? Are our tools still working? There's a lot of things that you wouldn't want to do in production, but you can do in the range. We've also worked with a lot of organizations that connect a lot of these things together. So if your organization or your professional team wants to improve, we have a range for you. In here, we've also built in some training opportunities. When you have a range and you have people who know cyber, it's really easy to build out some training content where we can actually walk people through some background information. And then this one's a log4shell. We usually have this training within a week of major vulnerabilities being released, both offensive and defensive. And all of our customers have access to this training. What's more, you've got actual VMs and actual ranges. It doesn't need to be just one machine. It could be 10, it could be 20, whatever makes sense for the training being accomplished. And we can set these up either to be a capture the flag or a team assessment, or just, hey, I want everyone to go through this training. Well, let's set it up as an event and walk everyone through it. Even better than that, we can set out different roles for our teams and see, okay, I want everyone to accomplish this, and this training. And if you're in that role, then you need to accomplish those 70% or better on the training and the challenges. And you assign those, and then you can easily track in our personnel dashboard how your team is doing with the training you've assigned. There's a lot that I can go into with ranges, and I would love to talk all day, but I also want to take your questions.
All right, I love that, Josh. Honestly, that was such a great presentation, and we were getting a lot of high fives from the audience. I do also want to mention that we got a lot of thank yous for your service, as we always do when you're on, and clearly that resonates with the audience. So passing on the thanks, and for both the presentation and for your service. I was laughing out loud at they would love to put your SOC team through the worst day they've ever had. That's a great line.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I know that we've got a lot of questions coming in, so we're going to jump in. But before we get to that, I do want to remind you all that we've got the poll up on the screen here. So please do take a moment now and fill out this poll. What else would you like to get from SimSpace? What additional information would you like? And again, I'm going to remind you, you have the SimSpace team right here talking to you through this poll. So when you're struggling to find the information that you want at your fingertips, this is it. This is the way. So click on the poll there and let SimSpace hand you the info that you need. So make sure that you do fill that out. Now, Josh, should we jump in? Should we get into some questions?
Yeah, I would love to.
Okay, great. So we had a question, and we've luckily got some really good ones. We had a question from Matthew about the typical size of environment emulations. Is this going to be worthwhile for a smaller company? And then another person in the audience, and now it's scrolled onto my screen here, so I'm losing her name, Laura, also wanted to know, you had said that your largest range is 25,000 endpoints, so she's wondering if that's a maximum. So I'm just wondering if you can kind of address the sizing.
So we haven't actually found a maximum. Our data center has been able to handle that one fine. That one's actually on-premise on a DoD data center because it's at a higher security level. And we can do this on-premise or in our own data center, and we're working on putting it into public cloud as well. We tend to, for people who want a constant range, you want the subscription, we usually start at 50 VMs. And then with that, you could have, that's concurrent virtual machines running at a given time. So that could be a small range of 50 VMs, or that could be a couple smaller labs. And if the training were, say, 5 to 10 VMs, then it's running multiple training events at a given time for that, whatever your subscription is for virtual machines. Now, with that, there might be an incident where maybe it doesn't make sense that you need a full range. Our training is available as skill-wise, a standalone product that we subscribe out, access for a year for however many people you want to have access to our full training catalog. That's currently 750 hours of training, and it's only going to grow. We're going to release some more content in a couple weeks. And so there's multiple options. We could also run this as individual events, like what we're doing next week with that large retailer. They signed up for 2 events this year, and we've built out a range that's about 150 VMs. And truth be told, it's not the VMs that matter. It's the fact that we're running a 3-day event with them and the professional services that go with it. But
that sounds like that sounds like 3 of the worst days of their lives right there.
A couple of them are helpful. They're
Yes, you bring it home. You take them all apart, and then you help them build them back up again.
We have several partners who do this as training, actually. Mandiant being one that's publicly out there. They use ThreatSpace, where it's a week-long training environment where you'll go through a couple of your worst days. But in there, they're also going to help you improve. Okay, we weren't great at this. We missed these skills. Let's build on that, and then let's run it again and see where we improved. So there's lots of options there.
Yeah, I love that. That's sort of iterative and ongoing training instead of just kind of a one-shot and peace out.
Me too.
I'm wondering, you actually did answer this question of Joshua's, but I just want to make sure because we sort of breezed over it. His question was how quickly are new attack strategies added to the range, such as latest ransomware using partial encryption files, or are they custom scenarios that can be made? Now, you did address that responses could hit as soon as a week, but maybe can you dig into that a bit more and then explain if there are opportunities for sort of custom scenarios based on industry or specific risks?
Yes. So we have the training that's available, and usually that's released within a week of like when Folina or Print Nightmare or Log4Shell, those big ones that hit everyone and everyone's trying to update their stuff or see if they're vulnerable. We usually have those within a week, but we also have in the range automated attacks. And these we base around actual threat groups like APT41 or Leviathan. And those we release fairly regularly usually as soon as like the Mandiant report comes out. I'm expecting APT42 in the next couple of weeks because that was, again, just released by Mandiant with the exact same TTPs, not just individual TTPs. This isn't Caldera or Atomic Red Team where you throw one TTP at a time, but the full malware and attack from reconnaissance or from phishing email all the way through encryption, we're able to implement that in the range. So it's one of those things we want to keep in the range because it could be dangerous, but real live malware launched at your team. And yes, we actually have a ransomware scenario, and I know if Bobby's listening, he would love to do that partial encryption. That'll be coming up soon. So I just heard about that today too.
Well, so it sounds like you can be pretty flexible in terms of the actual experience. What if the companies and organizations' needs are changing over time? You know, how easy is it for them to adjust and scale their range?
Yeah, so just our team is really good at building out a range for you, and then if you have your budget grows or your need grows, we can scale that up and add more realism, because often organizations have thousands upon thousands of endpoints, and it doesn't necessarily make sense to put like a mirror copy into the range environment. Maybe you want a scale, like a 1 to 5 or a 1 to 10, and that's what we see with most of our customers. And that's perfectly fine. That gives you a lot of the fidelity that you're used to. Or you could replicate certain offices or certain like regionalities of your organization. And so it's really not that hard to scale up. We actually have a tool that I just got a demo of the other day where we can use a couple different technologies and identify what all the endpoints and what all the services running on your network are. It'll turn it into a YAML file, and we could have a network spec out for you within minutes. So.
Well, yeah, I love that, and I'm actually curious. Rolando here was asking this, and I'm curious what your answer is. What's the best use of the range you've seen, or maybe the most interesting or unique use, whichever you prefer?
Oh man, I love the range for training. My background's been training, but I also do really like doing a full. I watched live the last event we did with this retailer, and putting them through a long event where they had to hand off multiple incidents to like the next shift, and people were coming into work not really knowing what they were going to see that day, and all of a sudden being like, whoa, I've got like 8 incidents that I got to handle. Because some of them didn't close out, and we kept adding more just to see how they do. It's a lot of fun. They loved it, and they asked for more, and they're pulling more people into the next event. So that's usually what we see. Once one team sees it, other teams hear about it, and they're like, "Oh no, we want one of those too."
They all start jumping in. Yeah, it's hard even just listening. Yes, even listening to you talk about it, I want to get out in the range. Well, I think so. This is an interesting one from Russell, but we did have a few people who asked about this, so I want to make sure that we get this answer. He says he's been introduced to SimSpace before and never really understood the solution, and he says it's a tremendous option. What he's wondering about is sort of licensing and pricing, and we did have a few people kind of looking at that. Is it size? Is it users? Maybe can you explain a little high level on that? And obviously, folks can follow up for specific organizational details.
So there's a bunch of different ways we can slice this up. We can give you just a straight up range, and that's going to be licensed based on concurrent VMs up at a given time. And we've got several customers who follow that practice. Most of our large customers do it by engagements. So whether you want one quarterly, whether you want biannually, much like you would get a pen test or an audit or a tabletop for your organization, you can just take all of those up to the next level and have a range day once, twice, 4 times a year. And that's going to be based off of the scale of engagement you want, how long you want the engagement. It's very professional services pricing. And then our training is per seat, so however many people you want to be able to log into the platform. And then depending on some partner opportunities, some partners use our platform to do tabletop exercises, and others are running training utilizing our platform where you're paying for their training, and then in there you're probably going to log into our platform, and the price is really going to flow through that partner. And if you wanted to partner with us in that way, that would be me who you would be talking to and organizing all of that. So feel free to reach out. I love finding new use cases if that is something that you're interested in.
Well, that's actually a perfect segue, Josh, because as much as I wish we could keep going here, and we still have Lots of really great questions coming in. We are going to have to wrap it up, but the last thing I wanted to kind of dig into with you before you leave us is, what is a first step for somebody that is interested in cyber ranges, interested in SimSpace? How are they getting started?
Yeah, so one of the easiest ways to get in touch with us is on our website, simspace.com, request a demo. Jump in with me, one of our sales reps, one of our other sales engineers, and it's no pressure. Like, let's talk about what your pain points are, what it is that you're interested in. If you're not going to find it with SimSpace, that's fine. We'll have a fun 30-minute conversation. I'll show you something really cool on the platform, and then you can go on with the rest of your day. But jump on our website, hit that request a demo button, and then we'll get in touch, and I'll probably talk to you soon.
I love that. And Josh, it is honestly always a pleasure to talk to you. So everyone out there who's kind of deciding whether or not this is something they want to pursue, do it. If nothing else, you get to have a great conversation with Josh.
Oh, yeah. And if you wanted to test out CrowdStrike in there, ask Vivek about it, and maybe we can set up a dual demo.
There you go. Yeah. Up next, we've got good teaser. I like it. Josh, you're doing my job for me today. Well, I think we'll wrap it up there. Yeah, absolutely. It's been a pleasure. Thanks for being here, Josh. All right. Well, on that note, we've got one more piece of excitement. So I'm leaving that poll up just a second longer, giving you a chance to fill that out. Honestly, please do take a second to fill out these polls. They are worth it. It is a great way to reach out and follow up with these teams. And a big thank you to everybody who asked some questions during that last session. That was so much fun. It really does make a big difference when we get those questions coming in. So while you are answering that poll, I'm going to go ahead and give away another prize. So right now, we have a $500 Amazon gift card. A quick reminder that you must be present at the webinar to win. And our next lucky winner of a $500 Amazon gift card is Charlie Chen of California. Charlie Chen of California, you have won a $500 Amazon gift card. Congratulations. We will be in touch about claiming your prize after the event. Don't forget, there are still lots more chances to win one of those drones, lots more chances to win a $500 Amazon gift card, and that best question asked from each session. And again, we don't have to ask your question for you to be qualified to win. So keep those questions coming in. And I'll remind you again that any questions that you ask that we don't get to in the session, we do send on to the team, so you will get a chance to get that answer. Now, before we move on to, as Josh so nicely teed us up, we have a great speaker coming from CrowdStrike next. But before we move on, I do want to remind you all about that Handouts tab. So please do head on over, if you haven't already, to the Handouts tab. Click on any of the links that you're looking for, but right now, since we're all in the SimSpace headspace, click on that SimSpace link. They have an incredible data sheet there called Cyber Risk Management Platform. It's very concise, interesting, gives you all the info you need. So click on that link, download that, save that for later, but don't leave us just yet, because up next, I have two exciting announcements. One, there's going to be a whole new presentation, but even more exciting in this moment, I get to invite one of my all-time favorite experts to join me here, and that's my fellow moderator, David Davis. David, thank you so much for joining us here on the MegaCast.
It's great to be with you here on the MegaCast, Jess. This has been going along fantastically. Thank you for all your expert moderation. We've had some amazing presentations from Gigamon and SimSpace. And now it's my pleasure to introduce you to our next presenter on today's MegaCast. Welcome to Vivek Kumar, who is a Director of Global AWS Alliance at CrowdStrike. Hi, Vivek. It's great to have you back on.
Thank you, David. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity. It really means a lot to me.
Excellent. Well, take it away. Tell us about CrowdStrike.
Cool. So once again, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for taking some time. My name is Vivek Kumar. I work for CrowdStrike, and I lead their AWS Alliance globally. I have more than 20 years of experience building the global alliances and ecosystem to drive the revenue and market share. So while we have our time together, I would like to share 3 things with you. Very first thing I would like to share is what are the security challenges our customers share with us when it comes to their hybrid cloud infrastructure. Then I would like to share a very brief high-level overview of our solution. We call it a Falcon platform, which can help you protect your diverse hybrid multi-cloud infrastructure. And then we will close our discussion with a small call to action, which you can take to learn from our discussion. So without further ado, let's get started. So when we talk to our customer, these are the high-level challenges they share when they are trying to manage the security posture of the hybrid cloud infrastructure. Very first thing, you know this cliche, what you cannot see, you cannot protect. We also know in last 2 to 3 years, this pandemic has created a new paradigm of work from anywhere. So for the security or IT professional, before pandemic, while they were dealing with the shadow IT issue, now they have to deal with even more unauthorized usage of asset, having unsecure asset everywhere, and manage the security posture of it. Now, another challenge, let's face it, hybrid and multi-cloud security is complex. Ensuring consistency and removing all the misconfiguration across all your multi-cloud environment, along with on-prem, it's not easy. While you are dealing with shadow IT issue, the complexity of hybrid and multi-cloud, these bad actors, the nation actors, they are not sitting idle. They are getting even more sophisticated. They are using even more modern way of attacking your infrastructure. And to make situation worse, we know the skill shortage. Based on a cybersecurity workforce study in 2021, we have close to 3 million open positions for cybersecurity professional. So at the very high level, these are the 4 challenges our customers share with us to manage their hybrid infrastructure security posture. So now let me share with you about our platform, which can help you, solve for that security challenges. So depending on your organization, let's say you have at the very high level 3 broad type of infrastructure. You have an infrastructure sitting on edge, branch, or now let's call it a home offices. And these infrastructure can be laptop, mobile phone, workstation. If you're a large organization, you have your own data center or you are using co-location facility, you have various type of servers, you have IoT devices based on your business, and then you are using choice of your cloud and the SaaS application. And now your job is to manage this diverse hybrid multi-cloud infrastructure. So to help you, what we have is, very first thing we have is a lightweight agent. We call it Falcon. It is cloud delivered. And the beauty of this agent is the same agent which will work in your laptop, the same agent will also work in your Kubernetes and container-based application running in the choice of your cloud. So one agent to manage the security posture of your diverse application, whether it's in your home office, data center, or the cloud. On the top of it, what we have is CrowdStrike Security Cloud. Put it simply, it is brain of our platform. It is a massive database, right, of real-time threat intelligence, asset, and identity telemetry. We gather more than billion, asset telemetry, the billions, infrastructure where our sensors are deployed, and then we apply AI and ML on the top of it to give the actionable insight. I will share a little bit more about our security cloud in the next slide. And then on the top of it, what we have done is we have provided you a various module. Let's say if you want to solve for your on-prem security, then we have EDR, next generation wire, antivirus. If you're solving for identity, then we have identity threat detection and protection module. Now, if you're solving for cloud or hybrid cloud or multi-cloud security, then we have 3 modules: cloud discovery, cloud workload protection, and cloud security posture management. So just to summarize this, our platform has one agent, one dashboard, which provides you end-to-end visibility of your diverse hybrid multi-cloud infrastructure. Another thing I want to share with you, we do cloud-based threat hunting and behavioral detection. Our solution scales just like a cloud services. And also, just to let you know, you don't need to even restart your infrastructure if you're scaling our platform. So let's say today you started with on-prem, you want to go to a choice of your cloud, let's say AWS, you just scale as you're buying the EC2 instance. We work very closely with AWS, GCP, and provide either native or API-based integration with their services. Along with that, every module of ours is API-enabled. It's built with the API-first architecture so that you can easily integrate our platform to your DevOps or IT tools. So I hope this gives you some idea that how our platform can help you secure your hybrid cloud infrastructure. Now, let's talk about our CrowdStrike Security Cloud. As I told you, this is the massive database of real-time threat intel, identity, and asset telemetry. As you can see, to give you the volume, we process more than trillion events per day. We are tracking more than 170 adversaries, and these adversaries rank from nation actor, you know those countries, China, North Korea, Russia, to those petty cyber criminals, right? With that, we are getting all this data, we are enriching, analyzing based on our ML and AI, and providing actionable insight to our customer to protect their infrastructure. Let me share 3 outcomes our customers are deriving using our security cloud. Number 1, definitely it helps them predict and prevent threats. The actionable insight they take, which help them investigate faster and in efficient manner for any suspicious activity. If they want, they can have their threat hunter get the ability to search in a real time for any even small subtle signs for sophisticated attack. So they can do a proactive threat hunting. So that's the power of our security cloud, which we are providing to our customers. Now, let me share with you our Falcon Horizon module, which is our cloud security posture management. Remember, I share a cliche, what you cannot see, what you cannot protect. Very first thing the Falcon Horizon provides is a visibility of entire cloud state across all the clouds you are using. So that solves for that visibility or shadow IT challenges we have discussed earlier. We all know misconfiguration of cloud services are the issue for cloud breaches. Gartner states 95% of cloud security breaches will be because of the human error. So our Falcon Horizon not only provides the visibility, but it will also provide you continuous monitoring of your misconfiguration. Along with that, it will give you a guided remediation to solve those issues as well. And the last I will share is every organization needs some compliance. It's not only needed for organizations who are in regulated industry. So with this Falcon Horizon module, you can ensure that you are compliant with your industry-based regulation like a HIPAA, PCI, and along with that, you can also comply with the cloud provider, compliance as well. So that's the power of, Falcon Horizon to give you the right information, right capability to manage the security posture of your hybrid multi-cloud. Now, let me share with you about our Falcon Cloud Workload Protection. So I understand you as an IT or engineering leader are either transforming to the cloud services or transforming your cloud native architecture to deliver your business outcome in efficient and cost-effective manner. And we want to help you augment your effort to secure your cloud native application development and delivery at the build time, deploy time, and runtime. And let me tell you how. So let's say at the build time, you can do image registry assessment for any vulnerabilities that might be sitting in that image. You can also do a discovery of all the containers and workload across your multi-cloud state. At the deploy and runtime, we will help you with your container and Kubernetes protection. We will provide you real-time threat protection along with the behavioral detection using our CrowdStrike Security Cloud. As I told you, we do cloud-based threat hunting to protect your hybrid and multi-cloud state. Now, let's say, as I showed you this picture, you are the organization who has that type of diverse infrastructure. And also, you have skill shortage. So to help you, we have our own managed solution. We call it Falcon Complete, where we will manage the security posture of your hybrid multi-cloud infrastructure 24/7. What we have done in the spirit of drinking our own champagne, we have taken our platform, we have taken our threat intelligence and expertise to build this service to manage your security posture 24/7. Let me also share, this service has up to $1 million of breach prevention warranty backed by AIG. We are selling this service for more than 4 years, and we have not paid a single penny on our warranty. That much powerful this service is. We have done the Forrester study on the ROI, and what our customer has found that they have more than 400% of ROI on their investment. Along with that, they get their money back in less than 3 months. Think about that, the power and the value of this solution. Another thing I want to share with you, what is our philosophy or approach to manage your security posture using this Falcon Complete product, right? We say 1-10-60. What it means is within 1 minute, we will detect. Within the 10 minutes, we will investigate. And within the 60 minutes, on average, we have seen around 40 to 45 minutes, we will remediate that issue for you. So I hope this gives you the idea that if you are the organization who has skill shortage, we have our managed services offering for you to consider as well. Now, there's no surprise, right, that most demanding organizations in the world have turned to us, given us the honor, which we are very obliged and privileged about it, to provide them the strongest level of defense against today's most sophisticated and modern attack. As you can see, 15 global banks out of top 20 trust CrowdStrike platform. 7 largest energy institutions from the top 10, they are trusting our platform. The 5 of top 10 largest healthcare providers have given us the trust and honor to help with their security posture. Along with that, we are loved by our customers. As you can see at the Gartner Peer Insights, we have 4.5 rating out of 5 in EDR category and 4.8 rating in the endpoint protection platform. So that gives you the idea that the solution we have built, the capability which we are providing, it's really resonating and loved by our customers, and we are very thankful for it. So So I hope that gives you the idea that if you are the organization dealing with shadow IT, visibility of unsecure asset, then we have Falcon Horizon to solve for it. If you are dealing with hybrid multi-cloud security complexity, our platform has a single source of truth, one agent, one dashboard, along with built-in native integration with choice of your cloud, right? We do runtime threat protection. And if you happen to have a skill shortage, we provide APIs and automation, which you can use if your team wants to. And all these codes are free. You can find them on GitHub. And just happen to be, if you want us to manage your security posture, then we have our own managed solution called Falcon Complete. So to conclude our discussion, I would like to offer you, please try our product. You can take this QR code, right? And please try, give us spin, talk to us, right? And we are happy to partner with you to solve for your security posture. And just in case, if you're not able to this QR code, you can come to our website, crowdstrike.com, and you can apply for free trial as well. So I hope this gives you the good idea how CrowdStrike can help you manage and secure your hybrid multi-cloud security posture. So thank you, and David, back to you.
Great presentation, Vivek. I really love the QR code option here. I was just scanning that with my phone to check this out. That was a question actually out there from the audience as well. Do you have any sort of free trial? So this is a perfect opportunity. This answers that question. I hope everyone will check out the QR code there on the screen. I will go ahead and move now to our poll question that we ask after each of the presentations on the MegaCast. And that is, what additional information would you like about the CrowdStrike solution? So we do want to get your feedback on that question. And if you have a question for Vivek about CrowdStrike, now is the time to get it in. We've been getting lots of great questions, so I encourage even more. So I'm going to go ahead and just start with the first one I see here on the list, Vivek, and that is, does your identity products, do they secure Windows AD and integrate with third-party MFA like Okta and Ping?
Yeah, great question. Yes, they do. And yes, we have built-in integration with Okta, Ping, and other identity providers. Yes.
Nice. And then I think that kind of goes along this question that just came in from Rob. Will CrowdStrike integrate with SSOs?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Excellent. And then let's see, next question. What are the out-of-the-box AWS service integrations that you have?
So we have a bunch. So I want to answer this question, David, into let's say 3 categories, right? So let's say if you are looking at from the compute aspect, and here I'm going to pick AWS since I'm close to it, but same applies with GCP as well. So we have integration definitely with EC2, S3, Graviton. If you're looking at cloud native services, we have integration with ECS, EKS Anywhere. And then if you're looking at the business application, right, we have integration with workspaces. Then from security module perspective, we have integration with Security Hub, Guard Duty, along with that system manager. So we have around, if I have to count, more than 25 integration, like a private link. So the list goes on. And all these code, as I said during my discussion, it's on the GitHub. You can find the code, you can find the reference architecture, and give a try. And if you need anything, just reach out to us. I'm happy to join hands with you.
Excellent. Excellent. Let's see. Another good one here. Can I build and orchestrate notification workflows or handle security alerts with third-party applications like ServiceNow?
Yes, you can. So I have not discussed, if you remember my picture, we provide a product called Falcon Fusion. And put it simply, it's a graphical interface where you can drag and drop to build those integration and connect to your IT, let's say, management or case management or ticket management tool like ServiceNow. It's called Falcon Fusion. We provide it for free. And it's a very user-friendly and graphical based. Just drag and drop like a Visio or any, presentation or workflow you build.
Nice. Yeah, that could be really powerful, building those sort of orchestrations, and it's cool that you provide it for free as well. Even better. what container platforms do you support?
So any container or Kubernetes platform which comply with, Open Container Initiative, we do. But if you look at from a cloud service provider perspective, then we support GKE, right, which is the Google Kubernetes engine. We support, I already told you, from AWS side, EKS, ECS, from Azure side, AKS, which is the Azure Kubernetes Service, and OpenShift. So any container platform, Dockers and whatnot, who complies with Open Container Initiative, we support it.
Nice. Let's see. Jojo says, great product. I've used CrowdStrike in the past. That's good to hear. Adam says, what can you say about false positive alerts, and how does CrowdStrike compare to other similar services in regard to false positives?
So, no, that's a great question, and I will take my attempt. The way I understand is, with our platform, you are not only getting that alert. I did not get a chance to see. You see a complete process tree. So definitely there is always a false positive alert. But what we do is we give you call it a category of highest, lowest, let's say highest, medium, and low, right? Depending on our complete intelligence coming out from a cloud security cloud, CrowdStrike security cloud. And then depending on the alert, you can get that complete process tree along with that how that alert has come, and then complete description mapping to the attacker, that who is creating this type of thing, right? So that's what I will answer this question, that at least you have a very good capability and insight to decipher that it's a really a false positive or it was a real thing. So that's the way I will answer. And if the person, I forgot his name, needs more information, just drop me an email and I can connect you to our sales engineer.
Excellent. Let's see. We answered that one about the trial version. What about, there's another one here. How does CrowdStrike protect edge and mobile devices?
So we do mobile devices. Now, edge devices is a very broad question. As I said, we have a support for Windows, Mac, and Linux server, right, sitting on the edge. So let me tell you another hardware. AWS has Outpost servers, which is meant for edge. We support that. We are compliant and tested there, right? We also support certain type of IoT devices if that is sitting on the edge. But again, if you are thinking about 5G and very customized devices, then we need to go and test our platform. But put it simply, if it works on our supported Linux kernel, our platform will work. I have a very high probability.
Excellent. Let's see, Rob's asking, what are the preferred deployment methods to get CrowdStrike installed on various endpoints and operating systems?
Good, very good question. So put it simply, we have, if you go to our website, we have those automated scripts and whatnot, right? Without sounding too technical, because that's not my strong area. But for the cloud deployment, our team provides, Kubernetes operator Helm charts, those type of capability, right? Where you can go and deploy our sensors.
Nice. Let's see, Jim's asking, does CrowdStrike have a way for us to contain endpoints if we see them infected in order to limit the spread of malware? Excuse me.
Yes, you do have.
Okay, got it. And then what sort of options are available for compliance reporting? I know you talked about compliance, but how does that work? Can you go into a little bit more detail?
Yes. So in our Horizon, let's say dashboard, right? So literally, we have a drop down depending on what compliance you want to do. So we have created our own. So HIPAA, PCI, NIST, I have seen it. I have also seen a cloud-based compliance. So these are the outer box. And I tend to believe here, I'm happy to get you more information. You can create your own organization level compliance, create your template, right? And then have a report generated out of it. We also have a capability. You can get those reports like a weekly or daily sent to your stakeholder as well. So it's totally customizable. We provide out of box, as I said, and then you have a template to create your own.
Nice. Nice. A lot of flexibility there. I like that. And then what about, Neil is asking if CrowdStrike publishes any sort of case studies that talk about what major companies use CrowdStrike.
Yes. So if you go to our website, you will see a customer segment, and you have a bunch of our customer who has their case studies there, their video testimony is there to give you the confidence that how they are taking advantage of our platform.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, let me go back now before we wrap up to the QR code. I want to bring this up one more time for anyone out there who's interested in trying out CrowdStrike for yourself. To scan the QR code here with your mobile device, or as Vivek said, go to crowdstrike.com. And Vivek, can you walk us through a little bit once they do that? What happens after that? What is it that they're trying out? What's the process?
That's right. So process very simple. Somebody behind the scene will get your notification. They will reach out to you. We start with 15 days trial, and our sales team will engage with you. And if you happen to have desire to try more modules, so we start with one module, we call it Prevent, which is our next-gen antivirus, just to get hooked, let's say, get started on our platform. And let's say if you want to try Horizon, right? You can work with our SE and a sales team, and they are more than happy to create the POV for you to explore more. So it's as simple as that. And within the 24 hours, you will hear from our trial team after the sign-up.
Excellent. Excellent. All right. Well, I think that's a great place to wrap up. It's been a great presentation. Vivek, I appreciate you teaching us about the value of CrowdStrike. I learned a lot. I know the audience did as well. Thank you for being on.
Thank you, David. Thank you for this opportunity. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
You too. And thank you to everyone else, everyone in the audience, I should say, for responding there to the poll question. We do appreciate that. We also appreciate all the excellent questions on the event today. So keep those good questions coming. I do want to now announce the winner of our $500 Amazon gift card. This is going out to Eric Emily from Indiana. Eric Emily from Indiana. Congratulations. All right, and with that, it's now time to move on to our next presentation on today's MegaCast. I'm excited to welcome Mr. Christopher Hines, who is the Vice President of Product Marketing, and Rotem Lurie, who is the Director of Product Management at Axis. Christopher and Rotem, it's great to have you on.
Hey, thanks so much. We appreciate the opportunity to be here and represent a little bit of maybe a different take from some of the other presentations that you've seen today. Many have talked about kind of the need for cloud security posture management, protecting those destinations. For us, we're a really important aspect of sitting in line and brokering the connections to some of those destination clouds. So we're going to talk a little bit about that over the next few minutes or so. And I'm here with my colleague, Rotem Lurie. So Rotem, you want to say hi?
Hey, Chris, how's it going? Thank you for having us here. We're super excited to show you some of the really cool things that we've been working on and are still looking forward to adding to our platform.
Absolutely. And so a little bit about maybe ourselves. I've been here with Axis for the last 12 months, but prior to this, actually worked at Zscaler for about 4 years, building out the go-to-market strategy for the Zero Trust network access technologies as well. So it's been a really cool space to see. And what we found over the last few years, just working in the space, is that there's a lot of demand for cloud-based technologies that can maybe be deployed on the backbone of companies like AWS and Google and Azure to have more of a distributed sense of the way that we do connectivity. And of course, more distribution means what? It means a faster experience for the end users themselves. And being able to support access to applications that run in Azure and run in AWS and run within Google is an extremely important aspect of that. So when we think about access, from our perspective, we look to partner with companies like CrowdStrike in cases, or even Wiz Security, which is a sister company of ours that focus on the cloud security posture management piece, and we provide access to secure access to the resources themselves. And I don't think it's any surprise when you think about the level of adoption that we've seen within cloud in general, we find that about 9 out of 10 every customer or prospect that we work with has some level of hybrid cloud strategy, right? Again, not a big surprise. What we're finding, though, is they're having difficulty migrating some of their more legacy applications to public cloud as well, and they need a solution that can not only secure access to public cloud, but also their data center environments as well. So we sit in between and we broker that connection. Now, and I've kind of talked about this a couple of times on the call, it's when we think about connectivity, we want people to think about 2 ways. Think about the destination where your applications are actually hosted and ran, the AC, the 2 instances, the Azure instances, the GCP instances. And the way in which users would typically connect to those resources are through an architecture that looks similar to what you see here. You have a user connecting out to the internet to some kind of data center inbound gateway. And then there's dedicated infrastructure, so site-to-site VPNs, for example, for companies like AWS. So you have kind of the direct connect aspect. For Azure, you have Azure Express Route. For GCP, you have GCP dedicated aspect as well. And what happens is the traffic then flows back from the cloud instance back through the gateway and out to the user. What we find is that there's a way to provide a much cleaner experience when providing access to those. And we find that the security aspect of it, having visibility into what users are accessing, is it an employee, is it a third-party user, are they connecting from a BYOD device, are they connected from a managed device, what are the actions they took, what are the files they downloaded, all of that is super, super critical when you think about that whole end-to-end path. Now, the real goal here is to look at how do we start, as the world shifts more towards cloud and towards mobility, how do we move away from the reliance on the network where you're backhauling traffic to a centralized gateway where this kind of hub and spoke architecture is leveraged in order to help connect user traffic to the business services. Since people are working everywhere, they're at their favorite Airbnb or from home, and since many of the applications that we now love as users are SaaS-based or private applications that even feel like SaaS because they're running in public cloud, we need to now think about the security controls in place. So the inline capabilities that sit in between the user and that application, so that when an individual goes to connect to an application, it doesn't matter if it's in a data center, it doesn't matter in the public cloud, and the pathway in which they take is always incredibly fast. And that's where we start looking at how do we transform security away from data center-based appliances to more distributed cloud-based aspects behind that. And this notion of security service edge has been this new terminology that's been brought to light by Gartner, and partnering with companies like Axis and Netscope and Zscaler to define what this space looks like and what it can encompass in terms of transformation for a business. When we get into this idea of inline controls to accessing public cloud or even data center, the big question becomes, what is security service edge? And it's important to realize the difference between what it is and what it's not, because Gartner has this overall construct called SASE, which is Secure Access Service Edge, and then there's 2 kind of children that roll up into SASE. You have Security Service Edge, which is where we focus, and that includes everything from your classic web gateway technologies that are replacing some of the more legacy appliance-based approaches to that, your CASB solutions where you're looking at discovering the SaaS applications that are running in public cloud, the APIs that are needed to provide things like out-of-band connections, ZTNA, which is all around securing access to private applications from a user perspective, right? This idea of decoupling access from the network, reducing the attack surface overall, getting a more granular means of segmentation through what we call app segmentation versus network segmentation. There's a lot of change that is involved in that. On the other side of it, you have more the WAN optimization capabilities. And this is where companies are focused on some of the SD-WAN or branch transformation perspectives. The importance here around security service edge is that we find that many customers, when they're looking at an overall SASE strategy, start with SSE because they want to solve many of the access needs across their entire environment, whether that's from the types of users, the applications, or the devices in which they're connecting from. So that's just a little bit of context around security service edge and why it's so important in the context of securing access to public cloud as well. The next question is, what does this actually mean? You know, it's kind of cool when you think about cloud and its ability to improve things like agility, reduce costs, and of course, improve the company's ability to transform from a classic public cloud perspective. But it's even cooler when you can think about the power of that when you leverage it for an inline capability. So if you're thinking about connectivity, now we think about every connection between a user and application being able to be viewed, being able to be what we call mediated. The benefit of this is that it's all proactive. And we're terminating the connection, opening up the packet, making sure it's the right user, and then sending the broker or the connection to the application itself. This avoids the need to allow traffic to first flow through the environment in the form of what a traditional maybe firewall would allow for. And that allows us to prevent threats right from the get-go. Beyond the mediation, the important aspect here is this notion of contextual controls and continuous monitoring. What we do and what these solutions do is they look at a couple of different key characteristics. They're looking at the identity of the user by pulling in some kind of SAML-based IDP token. That could be from Okta, Azure AD, it could be from Ping. You're looking at the endpoint security context. The endpoint could be, hey, is there full disk encryption? Is this the proper operating system? Is this a managed device? Do they have maybe a CrowdStrike or a SentinelOne running on that? The customer can set that context, and the enforcement of that policy takes place in real time via one of these security service edge technologies. And the last piece you think about is this idea of decoupling application access from the network. We're not, in this SSE architecture, placing traffic onto a corporate network. When you don't have to place traffic onto a network, you don't have to deal with some of the risks like an expanded attack surface. You think about many of the threats that have taken place in the last year or so, a lot of these come from like VPN, sophisticated attacks where you're looking for some kind of VPN with an outdated security posture, listening for the IP address or doing a port scan for the IP address and using that as an entry point to the network. Since there's no sense of network connectivity, there's nothing to find. And it's essentially like making your applications invisible to the open internet. At the same time, while you're doing this level of minimization, you're also looking at all of the data in a very unique perspective, not just at the unique user and IP level, but what is the specific user accessing? What are the commands that they put in? What are the files that they're downloading? You can see if a user downloaded sensitive private data from an RDP server and then attempted to upload it to their personal Dropbox or email, which is one of the biggest forms of exfiltration of data today. And of course, all being able to provide connectivity to the public cloud applications that run out there and the data center apps that will continue to persist as well. This is where we really shine, and we really love the idea of being able to leverage the cloud for not just the destination aspect of it, but also for the enforcement of policy and the connection of users and servers to key business resources. All right, so this is an extremely exciting place for us to be in, and Rotem's going to talk a little bit about some of the importance of the architecture differences for companies to consider, and then even talk a little bit about our approach here at Axis. So Rotem, on to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chris.
Axis was founded in a cloud-first world, and that means that it's deployed on multiple cloud providers and it leverages cloud-native capabilities on its infrastructure. That means that unlike other players in the SSE market, our service, our backend is completely robust and it's pretty scalable. The fact that we're deployed on multiple cloud providers out there gives us more than 300 edge locations, what assures the fastest connectivity for your end users. Moreover, Axis intercepts all the traffic that goes through our cloud, and that means that you get inline control and also visibility to what your users are actually doing when connected to their applications or to the public internet. One greatest advantage of the platform is that the users remain outside the network. They cannot abuse network privileges given to them because they get none. So the only thing that your users are able to do is what you've configured them to be able to do by policy. Now, Axis was an agentless first product, and that means that we support agentless access for web applications, RDP, Windows servers, and also Linux servers over SSH. So this is a solution that is a really great fit both for your vendors that would like most probably to use the agentless offering, but also to your employees that you like to monitor their device posture, for instance, by the agent installed on their endpoints. Now, Access is deployed all over the globe. We are able to spin up additional points of presence across all cloud providers in just minutes. And this gives us really, really great advantage in covering the POP deserts that other vendors might experience. So in just seconds, we're able to add additional points of presence to connect users from all across the globe to applications that can be located in the other side of the world. As Heinz mentioned, our broker is also located in the cloud. So to begin with, the latency is minimal. But it's not only that we are routing the traffic through the nearest POP. Actually, every time that a user initiates connection, we're checking across all of the points of presence that we have out there, what would be the fastest route. And we will always make sure to connect, to choose this fastest route in particular. This is something that we do continuously. So even if one of our points of presence are down, it's fairly easy for us to get redundancy in a way that your users won't experience any downtime. Back to you, Chris.
If you are interested in learning more about the technology, you can always visit us at accesssecurity.com, which is showed here. I love the idea of the QR code. I think that Crowdstrike showed before this, so that's definitely an idea we're gonna leverage here as well. But we totally ask that you visit the website, check it out, learn a little bit more about the SSE space, and we're happy to help you along the way as you look to kind of transform to this new environment. So Josh, thank you, and go for the questions if there are any.
Absolutely. Yeah, we do have some great questions rolling in. If you have a question for Access Security, now is the time to get it in. We are going to bring up our poll for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about the Access Security solution? Chris and Rotem, really excellent presentation. I learned a lot. This is a really unique solution on the event today and in the market today, I believe. So thank you for educating us about it. Let's see. Let's go to our questions now. First one I see here, this is from Varun, who says, does Access use public cloud backbone for inter-region customer traffic?
Yes, and I know Rotem's trying to hop in as well, but I can take that question as well. So yes, we use a backbone of AWS and Azure. What we do is we deploy our AWS POPs and Azure POPs based on what's best in terms of the regional support for our customers. And we allow for a mix. We can connect users across any POP. We can localize that traffic to ensure things like Gdpr compliance are met, to ensure that traffic from certain countries don't traverse out and logs are not stored in countries that maybe would place a company outside of compliance. So it's all types of combination we can drive, and we really look at compliance as the driving factor there, and second being latency, to make sure that your users always have the fastest experience.
Excellent. Yeah, very smart. Let's see. Here's an interesting one. Rob is asking, if I use your product, can this help to save us money on other security subscriptions that we're already using today?
So absolutely. One of the biggest examples we'll find is in the case of third parties. So let's say you have contractors or healthcare workers or insurance agents that you're working with. You're oftentimes spending for the identity licenses for those individuals, whether it's Okta, Azure AD, or CrowdStrike, or SentinelOne, or any of the IDP or ping identity, any of the IDP solutions out there. What we decided to do was create something called the Atmos IDP. So we actually offer a free IDP for every single license that we offer as part of our packaging. It's freely included, and what that allows you to do is actually leverage the IDP for third parties and save on all of the costs you would have spent on IDP solutions or paying for upgrades to support things like SCIM 2.0 as well. So that's one big example that a lot of our customers tend to benefit from on the security side. On the network side, and actually on the security side as well, when you think about your inbound and outbound gateway stacks, you probably have not just a VPN concentrator, that's like the least expensive thing that's given into you for an inbound gateway, but you have an external firewall, you have DDoS, you have internal firewalls. We found that most of our customers can replace or at least reduce the size of each of those, which results in a massive cost savings, because now, instead of having those multiple point products, that enforcement and those capabilities have all been shifted into cloud. Think about the same on the outbound gateway front as well. When you think about DNS, URL filtering, the classic gateways of the past that were typically hosted on in your data center, times however many data centers you have, all of that gets shifted into our cloud solution as well. So there's a ton of cost savings when you think about getting out of the appliance game, when you think about kind of focusing in on the maybe 5 or 6 core ecosystem partners you care about, which tend to be IDP, endpoint, SSE, SIM, and some kind of CSPM solution as well. Hopefully that answers the question.
Yeah, absolutely. Very smart. I mean, I know that could help a lot of companies out there who are dealing with kind of a security sprawl. So this could really help out. Rolando is asking, is there support for thick, fat clients?
Great question. Absolutely, yes. And this is something that we wanted to invest in heavily. We have something called the Atmos agent. The Atmos agent can be deployed on any mobile device, like any laptop, any smartphone. And what that allows us to do is support what we call thick client or fat client applications. And not just, some of the more classic on-prem private applications, but I'm talking about IBM AS400 applications we support, VoIP applications, ICMP, call centers, anything that's peer-to-peer, we're already supporting out of the gate. And this is something that, since we focus on Fortune 2000 companies primarily, they really appreciate, because there's a lot of SSE solutions out there that cannot support things like VoIP, ICMP, and AS400, so they end up having to leverage the new solution plus VPN or VDI to support those protocols. For us, we remove all of that since we support all of those ports and protocols, in addition to the more modern web apps that we see out there as well. So absolutely, we support the thick client, fat client apps using our Atlas agent. And agentless stuff, we can support any web-based protocol, including SSH, RDP, Git, database as well, with all full inline controls.
Very nice. Very nice. Let's see. Christian is asking about GDPR compliance. Could this help us?
Sure. Absolutely. So GDPR compliance is one of the biggest aspects that we deal with. And the way we handle that is a couple of different ways. We can ensure that your data, when being brokered through one of our POPs, only goes through a POP that's located in the country of origin. We can also ensure that, since we sit in between, we're actually looking at all the telemetry data across your user to app connection. Their location, the context, the country they're coming from, IP address, the device type, how long it took them to get there, the connector that they're going through the application and trying to access. And we see all the data from when they log into an application, they download, provide a couple of commands when they log out. All of that gets logged, and we stream that to a SIM provider. So we have, like, for example, a native application within Splunk. We can ensure that your logs also get stored in that country of origin as well, so that you have the ability to comply with GDPR.
Nice. Another question here, can you track a cloud data download and then that data copied to a physical device, such as a USB drive?
So that's a good question. I actually don't know the answer to that question on top of my head. I can tell you this, we'll see all of it, anything that's being downloaded to the device, we'll be able to track. Whether or not it gets placed into a USB drive from the actual client itself, that's a great question. I'm not sure that we provide visibility into that right now.
No worries, no worries. We can get back to them on that one. Another good question Rob is asking, what kind of SLAs does Access give its customers?
Sure. So, obviously we have kind of the 5 nines availability aspect of it. So that's a really important aspect that we think through, especially with any technology that's sitting in line. The big question is making sure it's up. The other thing that we offer, that helps out that SLA is the fact that we do run on those multiple clouds. So if AWS were to go down, we automatically fail over to all of our GCP POPs or our Oracle POPs as well, depending on that. So it's a really good fail-safe from our customer's perspective, but also ensures that we continue to offer a extremely fast experience while doing so.
Excellent, excellent. Let's see, looks like we're running out of time here in our live Q&A session. If folks want to get started with Access, what do you recommend, Christopher?
Yeah, this is probably the most important question we get asked most. Find your use case. The use case we tend to see is, because low-hanging fruit tends to be maybe a VPN alternative use case or VDI alternative use case. VDI tends to be really expensive when you're paying for licenses during, for third parties or for employees. So find a use case that is low-hanging. VPN, third-party access tend to be really great. And if you're focused on your third-party contractors, one of the cool things about that is that they tend to love agentless, and we've really shined in the way we do agentless. So you even have that option to start with that use case as well, which tends to be not only low-hanging fruit, but low friction, given that there's really nothing to deploy on the user's agents. And we're happy to help people through any of those use cases as well.
Excellent. Yeah, I love that. Low friction, easy to get started. Sounds like a great solution that could help a lot of companies out there. Christopher and Rotem, I appreciate you being on. A great presentation again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, everyone at Actual Tech, and looking forward to working with you guys in the future. And thanks to everyone in the audience. Happy to help you in your transformation journey. Take care.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I encourage everyone still to respond to the poll question on your screen there if you haven't done so yet, but we do appreciate that. I'll leave it up while I announce our next set of prizes here. It's now time for another grand prize. We've got a next grand prize going to Ryan Mongio from Massachusetts. Congratulations, Ryan Mongio from Massachusetts. And our next Amazon $500 gift card, this is going to Alondra Briano from California. Alondra Briano from California. All right, congratulations. With that, it's now time to move on to our next presentation on today's MegaCast. I'm excited now to welcome Mr. Nathan Schmidt, who is a Principal Solutions Architect at Sunre Security. Nathan, it's great to have you on. Take it away.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. And I just want to give everybody an introduction into the Sunre platform. My name is Nathan Schmidt, and I'm one of the Senior Principal Solutions Architects here at Sunre Security. But before we jump in, I want to make sure we're all singing from the same sheet of music. So I want to introduce you to what Sunre is and the unique problems that we solve for our customers. Since we're doing an introduction today, I think this will give us some background before I get into a brief demo about what the Sunre platform is itself. So I'm going to go ahead and build this out because I actually like to talk about this slide backwards. So I like to start from the concept of where Sunre began. So Sunre is actually Gaelic for data. And so our name is actually data security, Sunre Security. And so we started Sunre with the notion that we needed to understand where the data was in your public cloud. And the reason why that was so important is because we were seeing, all of these breaches, some really big ones happening in the public cloud, that we needed to understand what was going on there. So our co-founder and our founders of Sunre Security were focused on figuring out how to protect what is key to what runs your business in the public cloud. So starting from that concept of the data, how were we going to be accessing that data? How could the bad actors access that data? So Sunre has a built-in data discovery and classification solution, which gives us the ability to automatically tag where we find critical data in your public cloud. And the reason why that's so important is because if you know where your critical data is, then you can protect it because you know where that is. But it's not enough. So we then get to our first intellectual property, our first patent, which is around identities and our ability to understand identities in the public cloud. And for us, for Sunre, identities aren't just people. Identities are things that can do things in the public cloud. So it's understanding, it's being able to understand who's overprivileged. Are there combinations of permissions that give things access to things inside the cloud that maybe they're not supposed to have? And then once we have that understanding, our next patent is around analytics. And so that is, how are they getting in? And so not only are we doing API discovery and understanding what's going on in your public cloud through that API discovery, but we're tapped in to the actual log streams that are happening inside the public cloud. And so that gives us the ability to understand things like vulnerabilities, misconfigurations, stolen credentials. We understand what's happening in log time in your public cloud. So we bring that all together to create this story, this context around what's going on in your public cloud. So since you don't treat the alarm that wakes you up in the morning the same as the fire alarm going off in your house, you shouldn't use a tool that treats all of your cloud alerts the same way. Look, alert fatigue is a real thing, and Sonry gives you context to alerts by prioritizing based on the blast radius of the risk that we expose. So you qualify the environments you bring to us, so we know what's a lab environment or what's a dev environment. We know if it's a production account and if that account ultimately contains sensitive data. So from there, we're able to apply those analytics that matter for that type of environment. And so what that ultimately means is the risk of misconfiguration on a sandbox resource that doesn't have access to anything, that's going to settle to the bottom of your alerts. While the production resources that have identities that maybe provide privilege escalation to a workload with access to your most sensitive data, that's going to bubble up to the top. But at the end of the day, alerting doesn't matter unless you can actually do something about the risk. And Sonry makes sure that those risks go back to the teams that need to be responsible for fixing these issues. And so Sonry allows you to logically lay out your environment so the teams can interact with the contextual risk output that matters to them. They can use Sonry to manage the issues, or those teams integrate in the ways that they need to. Slack, Servicenow, Jira, those are all ways that we can integrate with how your teams work. And when you give those teams a path where they can see their progress by just showing the most egregious risk first, and then guiding each of them through a journey to maturity in manageable sprints, you can always manage those risks manually, or you can leverage the platform for automation to resolve those risks. So this platform was made for you to be able to solve the biggest threat to your cloud, which is to find a path into, exploit, and monetize your data. So, simply put, Sonry continuously identifies the gaps and holes in your cloud that lets you take control of your cloud through automation, guardrails, and customized appraisal of your environments, and that provides you many ways to remedy the gaps and the holes that it finds. So I'll make sure to leave plenty of time for questions at the end, okay? So let's go ahead and jump into the demo. So I'm going to go ahead and switch over here. And so what you're seeing here is our Sonry dashboard. We've got two AWS-based health applications here. We've got an Epic and a MyHealth application here in our demo system that we'll be looking through today. And so in and around this graph, you're going to see that we have Sonry organized into 10 different security areas, and you can see how well these environments are doing across these security areas. Below this, you're going to see logical groupings we call swim lanes. And you can see how each swim lane is qualified: sandbox, staging, production with sensitive data. And so the reason that this is that for each swim lane, it's based on the highest environment qualification. We show you the target level of maturity, and then we also show you where it's currently at, the current maturity level. And right now, most of these environments are meeting their maturity target. But let's go ahead and jump in on one of these. Let's take a look at the MyHealth organization first. So when we say that we're meeting a target level of maturity, there are no active risks across any of the 10 security areas here in Sonry. If we did have some risk, they would bubble up here and you would see that you haven't met your target level of maturity. Then whatever those risks were, you would have a blueprint of what you need to do to hit each target level, and you have an automatic measure of your progress. So this will update in real time. It's like a built-in KPI for how well your environments are doing. So let's take a look at some of the use cases in a couple of environments we have here at the top, where we have some risk to take care of, where we say have some work to do. And we'll start simple. Let's jump into the sandbox environment first. So if we dig into My Health Sandbox, you'll see across these 10 security areas, we're actually doing pretty good. We've got a couple of issues here in the platform area that we'll need to hit to get to a target level. For this environment, it's a basic level of maturity. So if we go into this network issue, you're going to see a very common CSPM issue, and that's cloud security posture management. This is a thing a lot of customers, a lot of folks that talk to Sunry, they've had experience with before. But this is an example of a first example of where you see our graph here in Sonnery. And what we're showing you here, this is an AWS environment. This is for an EC2 instance called My Health Sandbox Automate. And it's got an internet gateway. We can see where that's connected to the VPC. It's got an ENI, an elastic network interface with a public IP on it with the network policy. And we can see it's actually open to the internet on port 22. So a very clear indication that this sandbox is open to the public internet. And so if you wanted to quickly resolve this issue, you can, right within Sonry, you have the ability to remediate these issues. So you can choose one of the text-based instructions for console or CLI. You can choose one of the remediation bots. There's lots of ways to be able to isolate this EC2 sandbox, investigate it, or do whatever you need to do. But this is just a quick example of how we uncover basic CSPM issues and provide paths to remediation. The Sonry platform has exceptional CSPM with over 750 built-in policies across frameworks like PCI, NIST, ISO, CCM4. That's so vast that it's even hard for me to even say those letters sometimes. And of course, the latest CIS benchmarks, many, many more. We go beyond by arming you with easily adding CSPM custom controls that allows our customers the ability to search, alert, and remediate the specific things that directly matter to your business and your business needs. So I'm going to go ahead and jump back and talk a little bit more about our maturity levels. So next, let's go ahead and we'll sneak into My Health Prod and see what's going on there. So there's a few more problems going on in this environment, and that could be for any number of reasons for why it's come out of maturity. Maybe there's a new infrastructure as code push. I don't know, but let's start looking at a least privilege example. So if I go into least privilege, we can better understand what's going on here. I'm going to go into, let's take a look at this one. So there's only one here, this all safe prod role. And it has an unused sensitive permission. So least privilege is where we're really able to implement the power of the identity engine in Sonry to examine entitlements that were granted either intentionally or unintentionally to identities and resources in your public cloud environments. Understand what's needed, understand what's not needed. Sonry helps you make the decisions leveraging the platform to remove all of the unnecessary risk. In every ticket, you can always go to the description to understand what the control framework is a part of and what save search was used to generate the finding. Compliance mappings, as well as a full description of that issue and about why it's important. So if we go into remediate again, you'll see that there's a section here that talks about recommend policy changes. And so what we're going to be doing there is in this area, you'll see, there it comes, So when we see this on the left-hand side, this is what it currently is today. And this is a recommendation over here in green on the right-hand side. And so what we're really doing is we're basically saying, look, this is how you set it up today. We can clean that up a little bit. But, we've actually been watching this for the last 30 days. You could just detach it, right? And we actually make that really easy to do because you can actually choose a bot that comes in here and says, you know what, I want to apply the recommended policy. You click this, you click accept. I'm not going to do that because I don't want to change it right now. But that is how easy it is to take care of what could be a complicated issue in your platform and getting to a position of least privilege. So yeah, something really to keep in mind about what Sonnery has the capability of doing. So let's keep the identity train moving and take another look at this section, and maybe let's go into privilege escalation. And so from here, let's go and take a look at these tickets. Yeah, let's take a look at Tableau reports. Okay, so this is a great example of the risk that Sonnery is able to expose. I talked about our intellectual property and our patents around identities. And remember, identities aren't just people, they're also things that can do things in the cloud, right? So this is a great example of how we're able to showcase our ability to handle identity. So we're able to expose across not only accounts, but also across cloud service providers that no other tooling is able to do. And this is something you need to understand when you're trying to minimize your attack surface and attack vectors in in a cloud native world where identities aren't just human, but also non-human, because that's where the new perimeter is. And you have to go beyond the network as things that you must guard against. And even consider that in vulnerabilities, right? Particularly, this is a critical lateral movement, a blast radius where this can gain access to data. And so what we're actually able to show here is that this is a Lambda function that has an inline policy that's basically able to access roles in production through what we call a toxic combination of permissions through a managed policy that gives it far more access to what it was initially entitled to have. And so when we talk about your blueprint to success and getting to this level of maturity, we're going to talk you through how to take that path of getting your environment on track to that target level of maturity, starting with your most egregious at the basic level through the most granular at the zero trust level, or whatever your target maturity is for that particular environment, which for us, again, for this production environment, it has production sensitive data. So we're going to have that target level of zero trust. But there are, and again, thinking about needing to get to basic, if you click on basic, there's just two issues here that need three, I guess, total issues overall, but two, if you will, policies that need to be taken care of. And the reason why that this is showing as the most egregious at a very basic level is because there's something more going on here. So we have this issue where we have a vulnerability with a high risk index. And we go and we take a look at this ticket view. What we mean by risk index is that this resource has risk amplifiers. This is something that we call it. So think of risk amplifiers as adding it's a contextual compounding of the risks in your environment, which raise the criticality and prioritization beyond just the number of risks and vulnerabilities. This is where the pieces of the Sonnery platform really start coming together, where we apply context about what we already know about this resource and tell you what you need to be aware of. So you can always find out what the top 10 vulnerabilities are with links to the CVEs. And this is done with the built-in Sonnery agentless vulnerability scanner. Using an out-of-band snapshot process, Sonnery keeps track of your compute, all of your compute, and ensures that we capture the persistent and ephemeral compute in a way that doesn't interrupt your business, certainly by not having to install agents on those workloads. Okay, and now that we know these vulnerabilities exist, let's see if we can figure out why this EC2 instance in a sandbox environment, here's that MyHealth Sandbox Automate again, why is this showing as an issue, a critical basic issue for the production instance in this AWS environment? So let's take a look at first one of these network amplifiers. And again, we're going to see, here's that same CSPM alert that I showed you earlier. And the reason why this is here is because this instance is open to the internet. And it's what makes vulnerabilities on this machine impactful by having a greater attack surface area, which this resource could be compromised. Actually, if we were to go look at that list, you would actually see SSH is actually one of the things that's highly vulnerable. So we see this as an additional impact, but that by itself doesn't necessarily equate to why it's potentially a threat to this production environment and why we're saying it's additionally impacting these other swim lanes, this production swim lane. So in the risk amplifiers, we see there's also some identity amplifiers. And this is where this toxic chain of permissions starts coming into play. And so if we zoom in on this, we can see, look, this looks very similar to that Lambda function that we saw earlier in that privilege escalation issue, right? Here's our buddy, the one that I kind of highlighted earlier. There's Tableau Tester, if you remember. This toxic identity chain from before, and look, it still ends up getting us through to that same level of those production roles that essentially threaten the production environment. And so, this is why our Sonry's ability to bring this together in a way, I actually didn't mean to back out of that it gives us a way of being able to bring together and show you that context that's happening with these risk amplifiers to say, you know what, by itself, this sandbox issue, if it wasn't open to the internet and it didn't risk production, it would be something that would be of low impact to your business, but it's not. And this is something you need to take care of now. And actually, if we take a look at data and some of these related tickets, you can actually see that through that same compute, that same EC2 instance, the MyHealth Sandbox Automate, it actually gives us the ability to get some additional access to critical data. And it's able to leverage the same toxic combination chain, that blast radius, do things like list bucket and get object. And these are the things that you have to know about, that you have to think about. It's not enough to know that you have misconfigurations. CSPM is great for being able to understand misconfigurations, but it's not enough. It's not enough to know that you've got a comedic number of vulnerabilities on an instance. You need to have a platform like Sonry that it gives you that context to know that there's public internet access to highly vulnerable EC2 instance that has privilege escalation and data access to your most prized possessions inside your public cloud for your business. And only Sonry does this through our intellectual property and patents that gets us there. So look, we're tight on time. So I'm sure a lot of you folks have been waiting patiently. I've been doing a lot of talking, so I want to make sure we open the floor to questions. David or Jess, do you guys have any questions for me?
Absolutely. We do have some great questions coming in for you here, Nathan. And while we take those questions from the audience, I've just brought up this poll for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about the Sonry security solution? And we'll leave this up here while we take your questions. Nathan, you ready for some of these?
I'm absolutely ready.
Awesome. All right. So let's see, first question I see that came in here is from Rob. He's asking, what if your compliance standard falls outside of the provided templates? Can you build your own compliance templates?
Oh, that's a great question. So, look, everything in Sunry is fully customizable. So if you have some additional compliance standards, or if you want to build on NIST or PCI or CIS benchmarks or whatever's in there, you can absolutely do that. So the ability to add policies and make custom policies inside Sunry, 100% doable.
Nice, very nice. Another question here, let's see, Warren wants to know, is there a way to scan for PII sensitive data as it's being saved?
As it's being saved. So essentially what we're doing is by looking at what we're doing in the public cloud, when that data is written, we do see the actions of that data, and that can trigger us to be able to look for sensitive data in there, but we wouldn't be able to see it exactly as it was being written, but we can do it very quickly thereafter.
Got it. Okay. Let's see, question from Matt. How easy or well can your solution integrate into the existing environment? Would you recommend we switch from other solutions we have in place to your solution ASAP?
Well, of course, we'd love for you to switch over as soon as possible. That would be great, Matt. Come on over. Look, so again, this is focused on public cloud. So probably one of the most common questions I get is what if I'm already using Defender? What if I'm already using Access Analyzer or Inspector in AWS? These are common things. Also, if I'm using some other tool in public cloud, to be able to look for things, can that integrate? So with it, as it relates to the cloud native tooling, look, there is some overlap with some of those tools, some of that tooling, but look, the real value that Sunry brings to the table is our ability to be able to take those data streams, understand those data streams in real time, and be able to add context. So there are things that Inspector is able to see and do because, look, it's built into AWS as example, right? So being able to see that and be able to use some of those functionality to be able to drive additional context is something that provides value to the organization. But we understand too that there is, you don't want to pay for all these tools, especially if there's some overlap. So can we replace solutions that you're using as soon as possible? Yes. Do we have to replace the solutions that you're using as soon as possible? No. And so figuring out and working together to figure out where we can integrate and how we can bring additional value, that's a conversation we can totally have.
Great, very nice. Another question here, you showed this in AWS, but can Sunry work in multiple cloud platforms?
100%. So in alphabetical order, AWS, Azure, GCP, and Oracle.
Nice. And I know we're running out of time here on our Q&A. There's still a lot more questions maybe you can get back to after the event. But if folks want to get started with Sunry, what do you recommend?
Well, the first thing is let's make sure we get you a full-on demo and let us know and reach out to us. And let's make sure that we're tying those to the business needs and understand what your issues are, and we'll get that conversation going and make sure you have the ability to even maybe try it out.
Awesome. Sounds great. All right. Well, excellent presentation. Love the demo. That was really cool to see in action. Thank you so much, Nathan. And thank you to Sunry Security.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us. I really appreciate you having me here and talking with the folks here.
Excellent. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right. For everyone out there, if you haven't responded to the poll question on the screen, now is the time to do it before we move on to our next presentation. And I will leave that poll up. I want to get just a few more responses. I'll leave it up while we announce the winner of our next Amazon $500 gift card. This one's going to Mitch Mitchell from Texas. Congratulations, Mitch Mitchell from Texas. All right. Thank you to everyone who responded to the poll. Don't forget about the handouts tab there as well. It's there that you can download a resource from Sunry Security as well as all the other sponsors and presenters on today's MegaCast. It's now my pleasure to introduce you to our next presenters on today's MegaCast.
Welcome to Laverne Wilson, Inside Sales Engineer at Rubrik, and Amit Ralani, Director of Technology Alliances at Cloudian. Laverne and Amit, take it away.
Hey, appreciate the introduction. Thank you very much. This is Laverne Wilson.
Hi, folks. This is Amit. Yeah. Hi, folks. This is Amit Ravlani, Director of Technology Alliances and Solutions Marketing. Looking forward to this session, and we'll begin with Laverne. Take it away, Laverne.
Thank you very much, sir. First, I just want to throw out there, Mitch Mitchell, you're in Texas. I'm in Texas. I need to borrow $500 for Amazon, so please reach out. I would absolutely appreciate your assistance in that matter. So let's go ahead and get started. So as it was already mentioned, my name is Laverne Wilson. I do work at Rubrik, and so we're here to discuss enhancing your public, private, and hybrid cloud security posture. And so as we jump into this, we're going to be covering some very high-level information, so nothing too specific, nothing too granular. I want to give you an idea of what Rubrik can do to help protect your data. So as we go in, first thing we're going to talk about is the ever-present threats of ransomware. Cyber attacks are on the rise. I think we're all quite aware of that. We're all hyper aware of that, as a matter of fact. I know that in today's current posture, senior leadership does have an invested interest in making sure that if something were to occur within their data, they're able to recover. While having the ability to back up your data and protect your data is fantastic, I think even more important than that is the ability to recover your data. What's the point of having all this perimeter security and defense mechanisms in place to protect your data in the cloud or on-prem if you're not able to recover and get back to a good position so that you're able to maintain business continuity? So, cyber attacks are on the rise. Security, oftentimes at the perimeter, is not enough. And with that in mind, Rubrik is the last line of defense. What we're able to offer to organizations in terms of cyber resiliency and being able to protect their data and also recover the data, which, as I mentioned, I think is equally important. So organizations are oftentimes stuck paying the ransom for a few reasons. One, the ransomware note gets landed. You take a look at it and decide, well, we don't really have any mechanisms in place to help our organization or business units recover. So let's just leverage the cyber insurance that we pay our premiums to and pay the ransom and hope we can recover quickly. The second option is to attempt to recover the data. And oftentimes in this particular scenario, you are in a situation where you have desperate teams working in concert, hopefully, to recover the data. You have your security team, you have your IT operations team, and they attempt to work through the necessary steps to make sure that they're able to recover. Now, the interesting piece here, and this is the conversation that I have with a lot of the customers that I speak to, is that oftentimes there's no formal plan in place to help organizations during these particularly trying times. I would always recommend that at some level you take the time, speak to those who are a part of that particular action plan, formulate a sort of flow chart, put together a plan where you can take the necessary steps to ensure that you have something formalized so that when you are in a situation where you have a cyber event occurring, you're attempting to be as level-headed and cool as possible without, essentially running around like your hair is on fire, which is never a good posture to be in. So with that, this is what we have to offer. And so across the bottom, you're going to notice what we have here is Zero Trust Security. So within the infrastructure space, we have prevention, detection, and investigation. And of course, in concert, we have data security, data resilience, observability, and recoverability. It is of our opinion that when you're able to link all of these elements together and combine them into a single solution, it offers a fairly robust position where customers are able to not only protect themselves and their business units and organization, but also leverage, the product at a time when you are perhaps working through and enduring a cyber event. And again, rather than being reactionary and running around with your hair on fire, you take the time to formulate a plan. And when it comes time to execute that plan, you're able to do so seamlessly and in a timely fashion. The last thing you want to do is get involved in a protracted engagement where you're attempting to recover your data, where you're attempting to get back to good, and all these measures that you hadn't formulated previously, you're enacting on the fly, hoping for a positive outcome, only to discover that unfortunately that these desired outcomes aren't being achieved, so you basically have to go back to square one, start all over again. If you are doing this from a reactionary position, chances are you're going to be spending quite a bit of time, and of course, the longer you're down, the impact financially begins to increase. And so, again, it is important that you take the necessary steps to formulate a plan, whatever that plan might be, as long as you have something in place that allows you to be able to follow an outline so that you're able to recover. Hopefully, I would say that if you're leveraging Rubrik and leveraging Cloudian, you certainly would be in a pristine position where you would have a better chances of getting back to good versus not. So our approach deals with the specifics around observation, recoverability, and data resilience. We want to ensure that our customers are in a positive position where they're able to leverage our service, leverage our software, leverage our product in such a way that they're in a positive position in the event a cyber attack does occur, so that they're able to, again, recover without being engaged in a protracted motion where they're spending cycles doing things they hope would work. So, data resilience. So, as it says, secure data from inside threats or ransomware with air-gapped immutable access controlled backups. There are quite a few tools that we have in our toolkit that allows customers to protect their data. We have a logical air gap so that your data, once it is within our custody, is undiscoverable, as it does not rest in a recognized format, so we're not leveraging NFS or SMB or CIFS. We have intelligent data lock, so we have retention lock on our product, and we have role-based access control, we have multi-factor authentication, we have TOTP. We have a vast array of tools within our products to ensure that we are placing our customers in a position where security is at the utmost front of mind, so that they're in a positive position in the event they need to leverage the tools, so that they're able to recover in those instances where it may be necessary as it relates to a cyber attack or a cyber threat. Data observability, so some of the elements you see here involve, determining the scope of the attack. Would you be able to know what the attack looked like when it occurred? We have tools, again, within our toolkit that would absolutely enable you to leverage our product in such a way that would provide some valuable insights into capabilities around protecting your data, observing your data, and then ultimately, recovering the data. We want to get you able to restore operations quickly, and we want to get you to restore applications quickly. And one of the tools that we have in there is specific to pre-built workflows and disaster recovery plans, so it can help you formulate. And the final piece of the puzzle for us is data recovery. As I mentioned earlier on, I think one of the crucial elements when it comes to leveraging any solution is being able to recover the data. We want you to be able to surgically and rapidly recover your apps, files, users while avoiding malware reinfection. Ensure your data is safe. Ensure that you're able to quarantine the infected data. We want to be sure that you're able to restore operations quickly. We want to be sure that you're able to get applications back to where they need to be quickly without having to spend unnecessary cycles to be able to take those necessary steps to be able to, again, get back to a good position. So that is the end of my time. I will now hand it over to Amit.
Thank you, Laverne. And folks, continuing on with the theme that Laverne started on, I just want to start with a little introduction of what Cloudian is, how it fits into enhancing your security posture for cloud storage, and the likes, and how the whole piece fits in together with Rubrik and offers you guys something that's a pole position to being in the security forefront of today's IT, right? So starting with that, let's quickly talk about Cloudian. Cloudian is an enterprise-based S3 compatible object storage. It's literally the de facto standard for cloud storage, and we're really all about on-premises hybrid cloud storage, letting you create your own cloud, stretching it across public-private domains, and enable you to modernize your architecture. The key benefits of Cloudian are to be able to consolidate any data at any scale on any platform. This includes servers, VMs, containers, public cloud, anywhere, right? Provides you the industry's highest level of security along with standalone data immutability. And that's important, especially from the security posture. You have to start thinking about your backup piece. You have to have data storage security in mind, not just perimeter security, which is typically what a lot of our customers have done in the past. The platform allows you to ensure not just the security of your data, but also helps you comply with things like data privacy laws, data locality requirements, and such and such. It integrates seamlessly with cloud and cloud-native apps and applications like Rubrik that support S3 and delivers single cloud-like data management environment that's enterprise-wide, right? So the four characteristics that make Cloudian one of the most powerful solutions available today to address your data security and data management challenges are, one, we talked about this, limitlessly scalable. It's a modular architecture. It builds one on top of the other, single node at a time, and allows you to scale into exabytes. We have almost 2 exabytes under management with Cloudian today, and it is enterprise hardened and proven to scale with hardened security features inbuilt. Cloudian nodes can be deployed on any platform, whether it's servers, containers, VMs, public cloud. It just depends on what the customer's architecture requires, and we can deliver on that. The nodes for Cloudian can be geo-distributed, located anywhere. Think about it as what you would get in the public cloud, but you can actually now create that in your own hybrid and private cloud environment. And of course, enabled for any kind of cloud environment, whether it's public, private, what have you, right? Quick touch on the features, very rich feature set. It is the industry's highest S3 compatible object storage on premises out there, bar none except AWS S3, of course. We have military grade security inbuilt, and military grade because we have Cloudian deployed in a lot of governmental agencies, and we've had to have validations from a lot of the defense level security certifications that go hand in hand with that, right? Beyond that, Cloudian eliminates your hardware tax. What this means is, unlike legacy systems that are tied to costly single-purpose hardware, Cloudian allows you to run on industry standard servers. It is a software-defined storage, and as long as it's x86, Cloudian is compatible with that, given the bare minimum requirements that we have. If you prefer, we also offer our own pre-configured appliances to go in a plug-and-play fashion, and so on and so forth. Comes with enterprise-level support, and it results in the industry's lowest overall TCO for data storage, data management, along with data protection. So from a Rubrik and Cloudian perspective, we have hundreds of customers using Rubrik Cloudian together for their data protection, data management requirements. It is a seamless integration, which is based on the S3 standards. Everything starts with the Rubrik application, creating the backup workflow and landing it on Cloudian in the capacity tier, right? So the Rubrik backup will always first land on the Rubrik bricks, and once you actually age out that, you can continue to have that in the capacity tier with Cloudian into petabytes range. And of course, the optional piece is the capability to tier that to a colder tier, whether it's in the public cloud or in your own other private places. The public cloud, I'm talking about things like tiering to Glacier. Everything is included in the same solution, so you do not have to create your own. Now, the best part about this is, in today's world, backup should and needs to be a part of your security strategy, specifically, as Laverne mentioned, when it comes to things like protecting your data against the threat of hackers that go in and hold your data for ransom and other things like that. With backup comes, the capability to recover quickly, and having a solution that is on premises or in a hybrid nature is extremely important from time to recovery and point of recovery objectives. On the security front, a little more details on that, right? Cloudian has the most complete set of security certifications of an object storage for on-prem deployments. There are multiple Department of Defense level agencies that use Cloudian and have certified Cloudian at government sites across the world and in highly regulated environments in finance and healthcare as well. It is a multi-tenant environment, but we take security very seriously. Each environment has its own security policies, its own security measures, as well as its own access controls that allow multiple users to share common infrastructure, including multiple applications. So you could use the same environment for your Rubrik backups and have a solid, secure backup strategy, along with having another tenant application doing your analytics in a secure environment on the same platform. Right. Cloudian incorporates the highest level of encryption for data at rest and in flight, and that is very important because having a strategy for data storage security is very important. It cannot just be part of your perimeter security strategy, because all it takes is one loose chink in the chain and the hackers can get to your data. So you do need that, right? And of course, from Cloudian's perspective, we do support S3 object lock for data immutability. This does give you granular level immutability all the way up to the object level. The solution also can be shipped in a hardened manner with Hyperstore shell enabled, which actually disables the root. So even if you get hacked and your root level passwords are compromised, hackers will not be able to get into the root because there is no root enablement anymore after that point. We also have certifications from SEC, FINRA, CFTC. You talk about common criteria, FIPS. Pretty much most of the security certification that can be had for on-premises. Cloudian has covered that. So from a security posture perspective, that's something that definitely should look at. And finally, I'm going to leave you with this. With Cloudian, you get a platform-agnostic solution, which is container-steady and able to deploy enterprise-wide. With that, I've come to the end of my presentation, and we can open it up for questions.
Excellent. Great presentation, Laverne and Amit. Really enjoyed that. I learned a lot. I know the audience did as well. While we take questions from the audience, and we got a lot coming in, I'm just going to bring up this poll for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about the Rubrik and Cloudian solution? Would you like additional details, case studies, maybe a personal demo? Maybe you want to try it out for yourself. We'll leave this up while we take your questions.
Let's see. I'll go ahead and just start with this question here. They're asking, just in general, why do you think it's so important to have a backup strategy and secure your data storage if I have state-of-the-art perimeter security?
I can take that because I mentioned that during my presentation. So what we've seen with us, with some of our customers, especially the enterprise customers, which is where we play the most, you can have the best perimeter security, you can have the best level of trainings to your employees, but there's always that one click that is all that the hacker needs to get access into your system, right? There is the idea of being proactive and trying to prevent the security and hoping that, prevent attacks, but hoping that everything's going to work is not a strategy. You need to have a strategy thinking the worst case scenario. And the worst case scenario is you are going to have that one employee that will, compromise your perimeter security. And at that point, you and your data infrastructure is completely vulnerable. So at that point, the best bet and the best way of defending against that is to have 3 copies of your data, a backup copy, maybe having it stored in an offsite location and potentially immutable. And from a data storage perspective, a storage that can actually have security for data at rest, as well as having encryption turned on any of the data that you have under storage. Again, potentially immutability is something that you definitely should have. So from all of those things, it's a holistic approach, which is why I think it's very, very important to not just rely on perimeter, but have a holistic strategy.
That's a great point. Yeah, having a holistic strategy. Well said. Another question here. This one's about Rubrik. They're asking, does Rubrik have capacity limits?
No, actually we don't. Depending on your requirements, we can scale. And so as your data footprint continues to grow, we're able to meet those requirements and scale in mass if necessary. So yeah, we're able to meet your needs wherever they may be, either on-prem or in the cloud. And so there are currently no known limits. I'm not going to say it's limitless because, who knows, right? Something could happen. But as far as right now, we are set to scale as far and as long as you need to go.
Very nice. Very nice. And then let's see about Cloudian. What security features are present in Cloudian for data at rest? And what about the topic of data exfiltration?
Okay, so let me take that the reverse order. So exfiltration typically is, after the fact that you have been hacked and then somebody is trying to take data out of your network, whether it is to expose privacy information for customers or just hold you for ransom against saying that I'm going to expose data XYZ, whether it's a credit card customer, something similar to that, right? And that's actually a real threat that's happening more and more in the in the recent past. And one of the ways to prevent that is to make sure that your data at rest is actually secure. So having very, very tight and stringent access controls on your data, being able to actually have data that's stored being encrypted, and the key being it's whether it's 128 or 256 bit encryption. 256 is obviously better, and even if somebody can actually get to your data infrastructure without having those keys, there's absolutely nothing that you can do because it's garbled data for them. So from a Cloudian perspective, we support all of those features, role-based access controls. We have data at rest encryption at the Department of Defense level. So we do support 256-bit encryption. We have a bunch of security features that can be enabled right from the beginning, which is secure shell access, being able to do things like root disable. Again, that's something that I mentioned, but it's also important for this case. So all of these features, it comes down to implementation. Of course, we offer a lot of these features in our solution, and depending on how you implement them, you can actually secure your data at the utmost, and this can be your last line of defense.
Excellent. Very nice. Well, I'm afraid we're running out of time here in our live Q&A session. We still have a lot more questions that are in the electronic queue for the audience. Maybe you all can get back to those folks after the presentation here. We do appreciate those questions, and we appreciate the great presentation from Rubrik and Cloudian, Amit and Laverne. Thank you so much for being on the event today.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And thank you to everyone out there in the audience for responding to the poll question as well. We do still want to get your feedback on that. If you haven't, we encourage you to answer it now. And if you have, check out the Rubrik and Cloudian handout there in your Handouts tab. I will leave that poll up for a moment here and announce our next prize winner. We have another Amazon $500 gift card, this one going to Carlos Sanchez from California. Congratulations, Carlos Sanchez from California. All right, thank you to everyone who responded to the poll. With that, it's now my pleasure to hand it off to fellow moderator from Actual Tech Media, Mr. Scott Becker. Scott, take it away.
All right, thanks, David, and fantastic job so far. Appreciate you shepherding the presentations along to this point, and we've got a lot of great stuff coming up. So with that, we'll move on from the poll here, and it's time for our next presentation in the Enhancing Your Public, Private, and Hybrid Cloud Security Posture, and our next session comes from Metallic. We have two presenters from Metallic today. For the main presentation, we have Christopher Hill, who is Senior Director for Metallic Sales Engineering, and we're also joined by Zach Brigman, who's Senior Product Marketing Manager, and Zach will be on for the live Q&A portion. So I am going to turn things over now to Christopher.
I'm Christopher Hill, Senior Director of Metallic Sales Engineering. Great to have you here today. I'm going to spend some time talking briefly about cloud adoption and what it's done to us from an industry perspective as we work to cope with some of the challenges that arise there. It's 2022. We're living in a world where cybercrime is increasing exponentially. It really surfaced a couple of years ago, beginning as something that cropped up out of people's basements, but it's become more complicated. It's become more extensive, and we're dealing not with guys in their basements, but nation state actors, full corporations dedicated to cybercrime, whether that's threat of deletion, threat of exposure, encryption and ransom, etc. So that's the context that we're living in. We're doing that at the same time that we're engaging in a radical transformation of the industry. And you understand from a DevOps perspective how pervasive the cloud has become, the amount of sprawl that we're working with, companies that are engaging with new technologies, and corporate data company assets that are spread not just across different data centers and into different clouds, but across a broad range of applications. All of that happening at a time when resources are fundamentally constrained. I saw just yesterday on CNN, again, commentary on the difficulty in the hiring market today. And part of the challenge that we've got is those resources, those assets that we can bring on board tend to be traditionally focused. We've got a lot of experts at doing data recovery, backup, protection, security in a traditional context, but pulling in those skill sets for these new worlds that we're living in, whether it's Amazon or whether it's Azure, OCI, et cetera, is something that's very difficult to do. So it puts us in a position that as we work to defend ourselves from a security perspective, as we work to engage with high integrity and provide the right reassurances to our customers that we're developing for, we're doing that in a very constrained space and in a very difficult environment. So how do we cope with that complexity? We could work to do it ourselves, which is complicated, is tedious, and reliant on a large set of people, processes, and technical processes. You're engaging with firewalls, with networks, with server systems, with storage systems, generally with the CISO's office. That complexity, it injects cost, it injects additional risk, and a number of new threat surfaces. I think of it very, very much like making your own very expensive dinner. It becomes complicated, it becomes tedious, and really easy to make mistakes on. I'd much rather go to a restaurant, have someone cook for me. And that's what we do. Metallic Data Management as a Service provides robust data protection, traditional backup and recovery, archiving services, and ransomware detection services to put you in a position to engage with high integrity for your customer base, protect the assets that you're working so aggressively to build, and ensure that you're doing that in a robust, secure way. We provide support for the major SaaS applications, things like Office 365, Dynamics, Salesforce, for example, that have, all of which have become so pervasive in the market, but also for the more traditional workloads, what we think of as infrastructure services, Kubernetes, so critical in the DevOps space, virtual machines, database, file and object. We're built in this framework as Metallic in a very cloud consumable, cloud oriented way, but built on 25 years of capability from Commvault itself. So we utilize the power that comes from that 25 years of experience, bring it into a very cloud forward space and provide that service in a simple way. And that simplicity, engaging with a single provider that's capable of managing a broad set of workloads, a broad set of ecosystems, and providing a broad set of services. That simplification benefits you from an operational perspective, from a cost perspective, and it reduces the number of threat surfaces at the table. So really powerful capability there, whether you're dealing with infrastructure, whether you're dealing with Kubernetes, with SaaS apps, or things like endpoints and Active Directory. So we've got two types of environments that we work with. And it's really tempting to think of traditional businesses as traditional businesses. They're on-prem, they're very weighty, there's a lot of gravity in the data that they've collected over the years. And we have the new players where DevOps is so prevalent that are pure cloud companies. But realistically, that's not the case. In most circumstances, the vast majority of traditional companies have begun to encroach into the cloud. They've moved to O365, they've adopted other SaaS applications. They've begun to experiment with the cloud for data protection purposes, but also for bursting workloads. So no one is truly on-prem at this stage of the game. And by the same token, very few of the companies that are in the cloud rely solely on that. We end up in a scenario where we've got this broad range of companies that are somewhere on their cloud journey. And are mixing and matching on-prem assets, cloud assets, and working to protect both of those. And as we mentioned, it's very tempting to adopt that approach or take that approach on with a set of applications that are custom designed, some for the cloud, some for on-prem. But that injection of additional threat surface, additional management complexity is something that we can avoid by having a really robust ecosystem from a single product that gives you a single management interface to back up and protect a wide range of assets. So if we're adopting this single vendor approach, it's critical that the vendor we select engages in its own very robust security practices and fundamentally provides this data management space or this data recovery space in a fully segregated way. So when we think about ransomware, we think about initial intrusion and then lateral movement. That happens over a range of protocols and a range of threat surfaces, NFS, CIFS, account management itself. We think about ransomware, we think about bad actors and their ability to undo the backup work or the recovery work that's done. In our model, we're isolating your data that we're using to protect you through a full virtual and physical air gap, a logical air gap, if you will. The connection into our framework happens over a port 443 TLS encrypted tunnel, so that we're fully segregated and separated from your production assets. The second piece that we have to do, in addition to creating that fundamental protection against both ransomware and bad actors, is to provide a level of security controls that are as close to bulletproof as possible on our side. That means full ISO protections, full SOC certifications, means that we're layering in intrusion detection, web application firewalls, and a model on our side that is fully based around zero trust methodology, ensuring that the people that we communicate with are who they say they are, and that they're operating with a set of rights that we believe they should have. So engaging in zero trust methodologies, providing immutable data backups, multi-factor authentication, all of these elements come together to provide a robust, secure bunker for your data set that protects you not if you engage with ransomware challenges or if you engage with bad actors, but when you engage with them. And that's our approach, to provide really robust security in a fully segregated environment to be that ultimate backstop against these security challenges. So how does that work? Our control plane lives, as I mentioned, in Azure, full, robust capability, both in the commercial plane where it's appropriate for your business, but also in the FedRAMP GovCloud where it's necessary. That control plane, which you attach to over port 443, does command and control, as you'd expect, from our assets that are there to back up, restore, and protect your data. And whether that's data living in SaaS applications, on your endpoints, from in your cloud storage, or on premise, we're able to protect that. It allows us to deduplicate, compress, scan that data for any kind of challenges, and shift that to the right location, a very well protected bunker, ideally in our metallic recovery reserve, but also able to use your own storage assets, whether those are in AWS, whether those are in Azure, OCI, or on-prem. We're unique in that we're able to do this not for a single set, either in the cloud or on-prem, but a blend of those things. So think of it as hybrid cloud, whether you're operating across multiple clouds or whether you're operating on-prem and in the cloud itself. So how does this come together for you? When we look at delivering the SaaS flexibility, whether it's on cloud or on-prem, we've designed very consumable, very simple licensing models to bring this into your business. When it comes to the SaaS world, Office 365, Dynamics, Salesforce, those are all per user licenses that include both the data protection capability, but also the underlying storage required to protect those assets. So it's a single fee, a single license per user, very aggressively priced. When it comes to virtual machines and Kubernetes under Metallic, we're licensing those on a per VM basis, depending on whether you need a standard VM with simple full VM restore, potentially advanced licensing, where we might be restoring individual file objects for you, tracking specific apps, or an enterprise version where we're doing full robust database style protection for things like Oracle RAC, for example. In addition to that, for database backup and for file and object, we're licensing on a per terabyte basis based on just the amount of data that we're protecting on the front end. In all of those cases, virtual machines, Kubernetes, database, and file and object will also work carefully with you to determine the amount of back-end storage required to host those data sets based on your front-end data, your change rates, your retention periods. And in that scenario, we can certainly provide you with Metallic Recovery Reserve, our most protected, most robust offering, but you can also leverage your own storage, which will help you design too. So however you're consuming that, licensing is simple, design work is simple, and we'll work very carefully with you to bring that into your team. In fact, today, we're active with a limited time Metallic offer, valid through March 31st, 2023, enabling you to get started up very efficiently and easily from a virtual machine and Kubernetes perspective. So critical to the DevOps world. In this scenario, we're offering 10 packs of virtual machine and Kubernetes. Buy 3, get 1 free. And that's true across the board. There's very little complexity to that model, but it puts you in a position whether you're protecting on-prem or in the cloud, whether it's Kubernetes, virtual machines, or some blend of those things, to really easily consume this, bring it in, get accustomed to it, and ultimately use it both in a tactical and strategic way, solving a problem today, but adopting a platform that allows you to handle a wide variety of workloads and that can become intrinsic to your business over time. Thank you for joining me for this session. You're also very welcome to stop by metallic.io/trial, where you can engage in a free 30-day trial around the software offering, whether it's for SaaS applications, virtual machines, Kubernetes, database, file and object, etc. Lastly, I hope everyone has a fantastic day today.
Okay, great presentation, Christopher. And while we see what questions we have here, I'll just put up the poll question. So appreciate your answers on what additional information you'd like from Metallic. I'd also like to remind everyone that our $50 best question prize applies to each session of the day, believe it or not. So that means 13 sessions, 13 gift cards for the best question. We pick those winners after the event ends. Okay, Zach, are you ready for some questions?
Yep, I'm here.
All right, super. So the first one we have here, does Metallic support multi-cloud?
Yeah, it's a great question, right? As we know, kind of the journey to the cloud is not necessarily linear. We have many customers using one or multi-clouds along their journey, right? So Metallic does support multi-cloud built on Azure, as well as support for AWS and recently OCI. So we're the only vendor in the space to protect workloads within OCI. So a combination of all three are protected with Metallic.
Okay. All right, super. And when you guys talk about air-gapped backups, what does that mean in sort of the Metallic context?
Yeah, it's a great question, right? And it's kind of a term that's been, it's a buzzword for sure. It's a term that means many different things to many different folks. When we think about air gapping, we really think of it in terms of two specific things, right? Your data and your service. So with Metallic, Metallic is a backup environment hosted in the cloud, completely isolated from source-side environments, right? So by virtue of backing up data to Metallic, it's air-gapped and separated from that production environment, immutable from tampering, altering, or deletion. So you have a virtual air gap between that production environment and where your backups are being held within Metallic. As it relates to your service, right, also isolated. So the architecture ensures that backup and recovery utilities are available if production environments are penetrated. So one, you have your data air-gapped, separate in an isolated location, and two, that service is not within your environment as well. So should you need to back up and recover from your data protection solution, Metallic offers a separate instance here in the cloud and a separate security domain.
Okay. All right. Super. This next one, I hear the term zero trust being mentioned a lot. What's Metallic doing to provide zero trust capability?
Yep, that's a great one. Another buzzword here in the industry when you look at a lot of the capabilities that are wrapped around it. And zero trust to us is really what we do at an application level, an authorization, and an access level to ensure that no one who shouldn't have access can't access. So there's things that are done at a foundational level that we have built in, things such as role-based access controls and authentication methods, right, to be able to ensure that users who don't have access can't have access, right? And there's also zero trust controls that are built in programmatically at a product level, things such as multi-authorization workflows or compliance locks, right? Specific controls put in place so even users who do have access to specific functions can't do destructive tasks like delete backups or institute, let's say, recovery without a sign-off from an additional party or without the ability to have a quorum of folks approve it. So it happens both at a foundational level with the controls that we have, as well at an application level from a standpoint of what is exposed to customers. And one other thing to add here is Metallic is FedRAMP High, has achieved that FedRAMP High standard. That standard represents 421 security controls, the most stringent security controls that the U.S. government has published. So we are in 100% compliance with those access and authentication controls that are mandated by the federal government. So the most secure zero trust principles have been built into the product within Metallic.
Okay. All right. Excellent. And that multi-authorization functionality is really interesting. Sounds really good. What storage options are available with Metallic?
Yep. So this really depends upon what you're consuming. So if you're looking at Metallic from an endpoint or a SaaS app standpoint, Metallic offers storage, unlimited storage built in, right? So in your per user licensing, that storage is already accounted for. So you don't need to purchase any additional storage. It's all built in with Metallic. For hybrid cloud workloads, customers have the ability to use Metallic cloud storage as well. We also provide storage flexibility to bring your own or leverage on-prem if you have that as well. So complete flexibility when it comes to the hybrid cloud. For the SaaS apps and endpoints, it's built in. And also for customers who are potentially looking to, let's say they have an on-prem instance today and they're backing things up on-prem, we also provide Metallic as its own storage target in those scenarios where they may not be consuming Metallic as a backup but want to accelerate to the cloud as well. So a number of options depending upon where you are in your journey, what you're looking to protect, and whether you have investments in storage right now or you're looking to use the cloud.
Okay, great. Next question here comes from Rob, who's asking, what's the difference between Metallic and a managed services offering?
Yep, that's a great question. So Metallic is a SaaS delivered solution, right? So it removes a lot of the complexity around managing your own infrastructure, your own footprint, your own storage, as I mentioned, right? But you still are managing the administration of the solution. So while it reduces a lot of the things that historically have come with installed software, right? I don't have to worry about maintenance. Automatic upgrades are included. I don't have to worry about scaling dynamically storage or managing hardware, right? All that's removed. I'm still responsible for the backup and recovery operations. A managed service provider, MSP, really handles everything soup to nuts, right? So you can go ahead and you can consume Metallic or have a managed service provider who consumes Metallic and offloads all of that backup and recovery, the fundamental running of the solution off your plate. So we do offer both with Metallic. Metallic is a SaaS solution if you want to manage it and deploy it and really configure it and run it yourselves. Or if you want a third party to do it all on your behalf, that's great. We have a whole network of MSP providers who can do that for you. So both are provided with Metallic. It's just a matter of, hey, do I want to really manage it and run it, or do I want someone else to?
Awesome. That's a really great description of the differentiation of MSP versus SaaS. Also wanted to ask sort of a follow-up to that. Christopher had a couple of references to more specific iterations of SaaS in his presentation. One was I guess BAS, B-A-S, and then the other one was DMAS, I think is how you pronounce it. But I wonder if you could talk a little bit about the difference between those two and how Metallic fits in.
Yeah, no, that's a great distinction. And BAS is short for backup as a service. DMAS is short for data management as a service. And the best way to think about it is DMAS is the overarching category that Metallic is in, right? We do a lot more than just backup and recovery. We have solutions that are built around compliance and ransomware and security, right? Government cloud solutions. So we do a lot more than just backup and recover your data. We have a whole host of solutions that do other things to help you manage and protect, right? So BAS is really a subcategory within data management as a service. If I'm just looking to consume a capability that allows me to back up as a service, typically that's something within a broader DMAS category. So DMAS is kind of the umbrella. It's what Metallic offers holistically across our data protection portfolio. Within that is backup as a service, right? If I'm someone who's looking to just purely consume backup as a service and not interested in some of the other data management as a service offerings that we have under the covers.
Gotcha. All right, super. Hey, Patrick is asking about, does Metallic offer a way to back up the Office 365 SharePoint recycle bin? He's concerned about the 93-day window that Microsoft offers, but he's especially concerned about files that they created and deleted by accident during the workday that aren't discovered for 6 months.
Sure. Yeah, and that's a primary use case when it comes to SaaS applications. So one thing to just call out is, all SaaS vendors, all cloud service providers, they typically follow what's known as a shared responsibility model. And under that model, it really states that, hey, we're responsible for the infrastructure, the availability, the uptime of the application, and you yourself are responsible for protecting the data that you bring to house in the application, right? So as we know, like there's recycling bins and there's replication that's offered with many of the solutions out of the box, Office 365 included. But a key use case is, hey, if I have something hard deleted or I have a corrupt file or someone puts something in a recycling bin and it exceeds that window, how do I get that back? So it's a primary use case of a dedicated solution. So Metallic offers long-term extended retention, so you don't have to worry about those recycling bin limitations. As I mentioned with air gapping, all data is isolated from the source, right? So there's no data separation with native tools. So God forbid something happens in your source environment, by having a dedicated solution, you're able to recover that, right? We offer flexible and rapid restore options that are purpose-built, right? So you don't have baseline recovery controls. You have really high-fidelity tools to be able to get data back with speed, precision, and to the right location or new locations, all on top of dedicated controls for SLA compliance. So the combination of those things makes sure that data is recoverable. God forbid something gets deleted from the system purposefully or by accident, that it's always available and that you can get it back in mass or, really strategically to specific locations.
Okay, great. Well, it looks like we're running out of time, but Zach, if somebody wants to get started with Metallic or find out more, what's the best way for them to go?
Yep, you can check us out at metallic.io. We do offer a free self-service trial. If you want to chat with us, always feel free to reach out via our form on that website. Happy to give you a demo or walk you through a setup for your evaluation.
Okay, all right. Well, Zach, thanks so much to you and Chris for giving us this update on Metallic. Really appreciate it.
Yep, thank you. Have a great day.
You too. And now it's time for our next prize drawing. The winner of the $500 gift card is Sridhar Krishnamurthy from Texas. And the winner of our next grand prize, again, that's a DJI Mini 3 Pro drone, is Andy Weinstock from Wisconsin. So congratulations to Sridhar and to Andy. We'll be in touch about claiming your prizes. And now it's time for our next presentation in the Cloud Security MegaCast, and our next session comes from Cisco Secure. And presenting for Cisco Secure is Laura Cabana, Cisco Virtual Sales Specialist, and Johnny Tabron, Technical Solutions Specialist. And I'm going to turn things over to Anna Marie briefly with Cisco for a quick intro.
Hi, and welcome to our first Umbrella webinar in our Summer Umbrella webinar series. We have Laura Cabana and Johnny Tabron. coming with a great presentation on Meraki and how easy it is to use both Meraki and Umbrella to enable your SASE environment. Without further ado, I'm going to let them take it away.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, morning, evening, wherever you're joining from. And thank you so much for your time and interest in the newest SIG-Rocky innovation and solution. Like Anna Marie mentioned, I am a cloud security specialist, and joining me is Johnny, our technical solution specialist. Cybersecurity has been very, very exciting for both of us, especially in the past year, and it's increasingly more important for all of our customers. So we're very excited to talk about our SIG-Rocky solutions and all of the benefits that come with easy deployment and fantastic visibility as a solution as a whole. It's Cisco exclusive, and we're excited for those first steps for the SASE architecture. So our hope is that this session is going to be super clear and conversational for all of our audience members. We encourage you to engage with us in the chat and the Q&A during the webinar, or reach out to us afterwards if you're interested in seeing the solution in your environment with your account manager. So with that, let's kick off the series and get started. Introduction to me and Johnny. So at the very beginning, I want to highlight first, Johnny and I are cloud security specialists, but I wanted to highlight Meraki as a fantastic solution. It's an incredible product, and while today we're going to take a deeper dive into the SIG and the Meraki integration specifically, you can see on this page that Meraki integrates with a multitude of different Cisco products. It's perfect for your environment, makes it super functional. So I did just want to highlight that while we're talking about SIG and Umbrella SIG and Meraki today, there's so many different other integrations to learn about when it comes to Meraki. But today, since we're talking specifically about SIG-Rocky, let's start with SASE architecture and what we're seeing from our customer on a day-to-day basis as we start to adopt that SASE architecture and move all of our resources into the cloud. You can see on the right-hand side, this is previously how we've been circumventing our data into the cloud. And you can see right here at the data center in this traditional traffic route, that's causing a kind of bottleneck with our traffic. It leads to more latency, and it makes controlling and routing the traffic from various applications and various devices a lot more difficult from an IT management perspective. Now, if you add on work from home, all of your remote workers, all of your remote VPNs, and having non-uniform internet policies, when it comes to security, that makes this even harder to manage and control. And this is why I'm going to breeze through all of the transitions here. Our wonderful engineers at Cisco have identified this as an issue for our customers after talking to customers on a day-to-day basis and seeing the market environment change. And we're aiming to solve and have a secure, modern work environment through our SIG-Rocky solution totally in the cloud, because we know that the majority of our IT managers are saying that network performance is their #1 challenge when it comes to securing their network and their hybrid workers. Then this whole change in environment is what's causing our SASE revolution. As you can see on the right-hand side, this is the goal for our traffic flow. There's an immediate difference in the traffic flow on the right-hand side. It's much cleaner, it's more direct, and there's no overlaps in traffic that are going to cause any bottlenecks. So that's the goal. That's the goal of SIG-Rocky. And this is how Cisco enables a modern and hybrid workforce by creating a cloud-centric solution direct to your traffic, and having your destination go where you need it, or your traffic go to your destination with the most efficient route possible. For this solution, for our SASE, the beginning of our SASE solution at Cisco, we're going to be combining our industry-leading solution, Umbrella SIG, for security, and combining it with the industry-leading Meraki networking solution to have the beginning of a fantastic layered approach. Next, I'm going to walk through some of the pain points that I'm sure you're already familiar with. Obviously, historically, setting up SD-WAN could be kind of complicated, kind of a pain point. With Meraki MX, we already solved for that. It's a lot more simple and it's very reliable. But now, starting our SIG-Rocky solution, what are we doing about security? How are we protecting our users with uniform policies, even when they're off the network or off the VPN? Let's say, in addition to that, you want to have some type of full SSL decryption on all of your corporate devices, no matter where they are, or maybe HTTPS inspection, or DLP and B. There's a lot of different components to having a layered security approach. And as a vendor, Cisco has identified this as a problem, as a pain point, whether this is for security compliance reasons, or you're doing this just as a preventative care and you're looking for that SASE holistic architecture. We're noticing that a lot of IT managers are experiencing cybersecurity fatigue. We know that cybersecurity is at an all-time important right now. A lot of people are really starting to secure their network. We're adopting this new work-from-home environment, ever-changing type of environment when it comes to work. There's so many tools. There's so many different applications. You need different levels of expertise to manage one or the other. You have so many different dashboards to manage, and at the end of the day, it just becomes extremely complicated. And just as a hint to where this presentation is going, this is where Umbrella SIG really wins when it comes to security applications. Our goal is to combine multiple different applications into one console. You're going to have a direct integration with Meraki that's going to reduce the amount of management, the deployment time, and then you're going to be able to manage your network on one fully integrated application and console. So our goal at the very beginning of this is just to reduce the cybersecurity fatigue, reduce the amount of tools you need to have a secure and comprehensive security stack, and just make it easier to have that full visibility for your network. Kind of gave you a hint to this, but this is the wonderful, seamless 3 to 5 click integration that is the beginning of our Cisco SASE portfolio. So like I mentioned before, we're combining our Meraki MX networking solution, so that SD-WAN solution, with our #1 industry-leading security Umbrella DNS and full web gateway solution. You'll see this described as a match made in the cloud. It truly is. These two integrate, and like I said, 3 to 5 clicks. You're going to have more control over your network traffic than you've ever had before, and the visibility is unmatched. This is where Umbrella and Meraki MX definitely win as a solution set for SASE. Moving on to summarize here, I really like this slide because it just showcases how Umbrella and Meraki can complement each other and why you truly do want both in your environment. And Johnny is going to highlight later, if you do want both in your environment, why Cisco is going to be the easy choice for this SASE architecture. But to summarize here, we're looking at a layered approach for security. Security has gotten more and more complex. We're wanting to attack, or we're wanting to prevent against cyber attacks from multiple different angles. We're looking for endpoint security. We're looking at the first layer, the DNS layer. We want that full web proxy to have a better idea and better visibility to everything going on in your network, especially as we have these modern work from home environments, BYOD. It becomes even more important to know what your users are doing on and off the network. That's why we encourage a layered approach to security by combining the Meraki MX with the Cisco Umbrella full web proxy. You'll be able to have full visibility to your users on and off the network, and you'll have it completely all the time. It doesn't matter if they're off the VPN, on the VPN, they're fully protected with a uniform policy that you can manage from one single console. So obviously, SASE sounds great. It sounds like a wonderful solution. I'm telling you, it's super easy. Johnny's going to showcase that at the end of this presentation and how simple it is to really just combine the two. But let's talk about why you should go with Cisco for your security from the very beginning. What does Cisco have to offer as a vendor, and why is it important to you as a customer? So let's level up with Cisco Umbrella. So first and foremost, there's a lot going on this page, but why Cisco for security? It really comes down to our intelligence and then our customer reach throughout the globe. When it comes to security, you want the best in class. This is not where you want to skip. You want the best intelligence and you want the most reactive intelligence team. So that's why from Johnny and I's perspective, it is so easy to sell Cisco security because our intelligence is coming directly from our Cisco Talos team. If you're not familiar with the Talos team, definitely recommend giving them a look, see their reputation, learn more about the threats that they see on an everyday basis. But at a high level, our Talos team is the largest private threat hunting organization on the planet. What does that mean for you as a customer? It means that you're getting the best intelligence the earliest that we could possibly see it. Our Talos team sees the most DNS requests and web reputation requests per day because of our massive customer base and our historic team. This again matters because we see the most threats, we see them the quickest, And that means as a customer, you can rest assured knowing that if there is a threat out there that makes your environment vulnerable, we're going to see it first and we're going to block it first. This is proven by our reputation. We have over 25,000 plus enterprise customers. And again, I've mentioned the AV test. We'll look at these numbers specifically later in the slide, but we are #1 in security efficacy. SIG has a 97% efficacy report. Combined with Meraki, you're setting yourself up to be very protected and have a very seamless, secure network. Lastly, this is an added benefit. We provide lightning fast performance because Umbrella is going to partner with thousands of ISPs, CDNs, and other SaaS platforms. So we're going to get your traffic routed to the destination the most efficient way possible. So that means that from a customer standpoint and from your end user standpoint, when you use and connect to Umbrella, you're probably going to see better performance for your end users on those applications that they're already using on a day-to-day because of our strategic partnerships through Umbrella. A lot of people do see reduced latency, and that's just an added benefit. You're going to see even more efficient traffic flow, which we already indicated in that image at the very beginning. Lastly, and probably the most important when it comes to security, is our efficacy. I've mentioned it a bunch that Cisco Umbrella is the #1 in the industry when it comes to security efficacy. These are the numbers. Johnny and I can brag about Cisco security all day, but it's not just us. It's actually third-party AV tests that are looking at us objectively and comparing us to our closest competitors. And objectively, we come out the best. So you can round that up to 97% secure efficacy when it comes to things like phishing attacks or identifying malicious content or malicious executables. We attribute these scores again to our wonderful intelligence team. We have the best threat hunting organization on the planet. That's the Talos team, and the best engineers who are able to execute on the Talos team intelligence. That's why we come out #1 in the industry year after year. So again, when you're looking for the most efficient route for your traffic and being the most secure no matter where your users are, Umbrella is an obvious choice. That said, most of us are here to learn more about the SIG plus Meraki integration and how you can combine those two easily for the best traffic flow. So I'm going to pass it over to Johnny, and he's going to walk through how easy that is and the benefits that you get by going Cisco and Cisco for SASE architecture.
All right, perfect. Sounds good. Thank you so much, Laura. All right, perfect. So starting off with this, there's a lot of stuff on the screen here, and essentially what you're going to want to see with this is everything that you get with Umbrella, Meraki, also with SecureX. It's just a lot of things on the screen, right? So let's just take all this, right? Let's start with Talos. First is going to be Talos. The Talos team, again, what Laura said, is the largest threat hunting group that's going to be injecting this data, this research on the back end for you to provide you that security, essentially. It's going to be how you sleep at night, how you're safe in your environment without having to manually mitigate risk on your own. And how we do this in SIG and Meraki and Umbrella all together is we have multiple different pieces. We say it's like a suite of different solutions put together into SIG with things like this. As you see here, we have DNS layer security. That's our bread and butter. We have the threat intelligence via Talos. We have secure web gateway. This is SWG, the full web proxy that's going to break apart all of your traffic flow and allow visibility for all of us to see what's going on, how to mitigate your risk, how we're blocking everything, and also provide you reporting and logging that goes way beyond just DNS layer security. We also have remote browser isolation, an advanced feature that allows you to have a vacuum sealed session. So let's just say you have a dev team that may need to get access to a website that may be high risk, or maybe, that you want to have it tampered proof. You have this RBI session. This is going to completely vacuum seal you away from the world. Inside, outside, there's no malware getting in or out. It's extremely safe and extremely seamless. Cloud Delivered Firewall. This is going to be a great addition to something like your Meraki MX. So let's say you build a network tunnel. You can now slap your firewall, Cloud Delivered Firewall, on top of that tunnel. Or you can take, let's say, some of your legacy gear, maybe a Cisco ISR, or maybe even an ASA. You now can slap this Cloud Delivered Firewall on to essentially offload your policies into the cloud. So it just gets that much better, right? We also have data loss prevention, DLP. This is going to be very good for that sensitive data you want to have eyes and ears on, any kind of passport numbers, license plates information, etc. for your customers. Let's say somebody's trying to send that out to upload to Box or to, let's say, maybe somewhere they shouldn't, an email or anything, right? You have that DLP that can kick in to keep you safe and keep your sensitive, confidential information safe. Cloud Access Security Broker, this is going to be something that we have that's going to encompass a lot of different things. So one, we have the ability to discover any applications that may be installed or may not be installed in your environment. So that means you have not only visibility on what a machine has on it, but also what your device may be querying out to. So this is going to be good for understanding if you're getting a malicious attack, or maybe if an application is querying some data that you don't want to query. Or let's just take it even back to just basics, right? Let's say you want to block something like Facebook for your users to keep them focused. You can do that with 2 clicks. All this stuff is very, very simplistic and simple. And then, of course, we have cloud malware detection to finish it off and just kind of holistically tie everything together. We want to prevent you from malware at the very core. We're a security product. And then the cool part about all this stuff is, for free, you have SecureX, like I talked about before. SecureX is going to be that dashboard that provides that single pane of glass for, let's say, your Cisco umbrella, for your Cisco secure endpoint, all these solutions, even your third party solutions, you can add these into SecureX as a single pane of glass, free of charge, to allow you even more visibility. And then you have your Meraki MX tying everything together, as well as your remote users that are all going to be protected. So your whole environment's protected. And now we have Meraki MXs here that provide just an additional insight into what's going on. All right. So this is what you're going to get. So I keep saying there's going to be a lot of features, a lot of great things you get, right? So the cool part is this is everything you get essentially simplified, I'll say. So these are all the bullets that you can see here. There's a ton of bullet points here, but some very, very good call outs, I'd say, for this is going to be one, invisibility. Under that, we have SSL decryption. This is going to be the heart and soul of how we function and how we give you that breakdown of all of your traffic. So that gives us things like you see in protection and control. We're able to really get granular. So the name of the game with Umbrella SIG is granularity. And with that, we give, like I said, the web inspection, DNS inspection, file inspection. When we find these malicious players, these malicious files, we now sandbox those away from your environment. So what that means is, again, you can just mind your business, browse as normal, and we take care of them and take care of that malware, take it away from your environment, blow it up, detonate it in our own sandbox environment. So all that stuff is, again, away from you as the end user, and we just keep you safe. As far as control goes, some really good features here that we like to call out is going to be tenant controls. Out of all of these things, again, these are going to be amazing features, but tenant controls is really a game changer. I say that because tenant controls allows you to do things like actually block users or prevent users from using, let's say, personal email, personal Gmail. As you know, email is a prime example of where it's a breeding ground for phishing links, right? So now with tenant links, or tenant control, excuse me, you can allow your users to only have access or only access their own, let's say, Office 365, their company Office 365, or their company Gmail, for instance. So it really helps lock down again and see what your users are doing at a very granular level. All right. So how do we get you there? So let's just have a small history lesson here. And essentially what that's going to be is phase 1 and phase 2. So phase 1 is going to be essentially your option 1, or your legacy, I'll say, setup. This is going to be setting up the Meraki MX, setting it up with, our Umbrella SIG IPsec tunnel connectivity, manually doing these things, right? As anybody that's built a tunnel or even built anything from a configuration perspective, it gets a little messy, it gets sticky. You have to route stuff, you have to worry about, all this stuff in your environment. It's really high level, high stress, and potentially could cause a change window happen for you guys that you don't want to happen, and potentially even bringing something down at the worst of the worst, right? Nightmare. So with phase 2, what we're doing here is we're making that super simplistic, right? So you have now 2 options. So let's say you wanted to make it as simple as possible, deploy ASAP. We now have this Meraki auto VPN functionality that allows you to literally set up your environment, build these tunnels in high availability within a couple of clicks. All right, so this is phase 1. So this is going to be, again, the legacy, we'll call it, the legacy step into it. This is manually creating your tunnel. Again, on the essentially what you're doing is you're going to create your credentials and have your instances for you to sync up your umbrella with Meraki. That's going to be a passphrase, your tunnel passphrase, all that good stuff. And you're actually going to build your non-VPN peers, as you can see on the screen. Again, a lot of jargon here for you guys. Again, you can just imagine how the complexity gets if you don't know what you're doing, right? But essentially what we're going to build here is just the manual tunnel essentially, and just putting everything in by hand, right? But this is where option 2 comes into play. All right, so option 2 is going to be, again, the new way of setting things up. Very, very simple. So this is going to be, again, 3 clicks or less than 5 minutes, as you guys can see on the screen, and it's going to be 1000% native to the SD-WAN tongue twister traffic that we have set up with Meraki. So what this is going to mean is that we have a dedicated connector that's going to literally take your tunnel connection, create 2 of those for you for HA, for safety, as well as for high visibility. And then you're going to also have that global coverage. And then not only do you have that, you also have the SD-WAN capability with Meraki, where they have the auto VPN, being that you can build these tunnels and Meraki can essentially take care of the heavy lifting for you. So this is going to be site-to-site VPN capabilities as well. All right, so how does this few clicks method look, right? So we have a couple of items on the screen. Essentially what happens here is you sync up Umbrella with Meraki. As soon as that happens, you have this cloud on-ramp option. So at the very bottom, you see cloud on-ramp under your configuration. This is the Meraki dashboard. As soon as you click cloud on-ramp, it's going to be one box, one simple box that says, hey, would you like to deploy this SD-WAN connector? This is going to be literally your one click that's going to initiate the deployment itself. So once you click that, you have that top big picture here on the far right that says, okay, how do you want your deployment to look? What do you want the name to be? And what data center pairs do you want to leverage? Once you select your data center pairs, again, this is going to create that HA for you. So it's going to have one data center dedicated for you, and then a secondary one to be, again, that failover, as well as your HA pair. And then a third option that's not listed here is going to be your disaster recovery. So let's just say you want to have very, very, secure traffic going across this, and you want to be ensured that, hey, what if these tunnels go down, or what if a tunnel goes down? Do I have a backup? Yes, we have different avenues to secure you and still keep your tunnels up. And you essentially have 3 different options to set that up. But again, this on-rep connector will pair those for you and set that up for you automatically. As soon as you click yes, continue, it's set up and you're active. So very, very simple. All right. And then one cool thing about this is what you get, with Umbrella as a whole. So just to kind of simplify this whole thing is that a lot of our users, a lot of you guys will say, are going to utilize this for corporate traffic. This is going to encompass everything I talked about with option 1 or 2. So you're building that tunnel to give you full web traffic, full visibility, deep logging and inspection, like I've talked about before. But also, at a bare minimum, what you're going to also get is the trusted high performance site. So what that means is you're going to be able to protect your DNS layer, as before, as we previously stated, and everything else that you want to protect in your environment. So that not only is for your site specifically, for your roaming computers, but as well as any guest traffic as well. So we're going to encompass every single thing in terms of what we can protect with this setup from your MXs, and it's just essentially it's modular essentially in so many terms that you can grow as you grow with your environment, as well as if you can grow in complexity, and then slap on top option 1 or option 2 to make it even more granular if need be. All right, and I'll pass it back to Laura for the resources.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Johnny, that was great. I get to see it your SIG presentations on the regular, but they get better. They get better every time, and I'm glad that everyone else got to see them too. I have some documentation resources at the end of this deck. I'm not sure if we'll get to send this out, but if you do want the deck, you can reach out to me directly, and we can talk through these resources, and I can direct you to your dedicated account manager and get you set up. The best way to see SIG and Meraki in action is to see it in your actual environment. We do offer free trials. You can have a trial put up in your environment instantly and get to see for yourself what we're blocking and the type of visibility you get with these solutions. So if you're interested in that, don't be shy. It is an option for you, and it truly is the best way to see a POC in your own environment.
Okay, well, it looks like we had a lot of questions that we can't get to right here, but hopefully Laura, Johnny, and the Cisco Secure team can get back to you after the event. And we do have a poll question for you. We appreciate your feedback on additional resources you'd like to see from Cisco Secure. Thanks to everybody who's responded to the poll already. We see those responses coming in. We do appreciate the feedback, and we'll just leave it up here for another moment, and then we'll move on to our next presentation. But in addition to the resources that Laura was sharing there, I'd also like to remind everybody about the handout section where you can find some analyst reports from Cisco again in your handout section. So be sure to check that out if you'd like some more detail. So Laura and Johnny, great presentation today, and thank you so much for educating us on Cisco Secure. And now it is time for our next prize drawing. This round, the prize is one of the $500 Amazon gift cards that we're giving away every 30 minutes, and the winner of this gift card is Alice Itim from North Carolina. So congratulations to Alice. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. I'm going to go ahead and close that poll down. Thank you to everybody who responded. And now it's time for our next presentation in the MegaCast on enhancing your cloud security posture. And our next session comes from Census. And presenting for Census is Joe Gonzalez, who's Senior Solutions Engineer. So I'm going to turn things over to Joe.
Hi. Yep. Thank you so much for the introduction. As said, I am Joe Gonzalez. I am representing Census here. I'm one of our solutions engineers. So we're going to talk about Census, what we do, how we can benefit your organization, especially helping you understand your cloud platforms. So as we go through this presentation and really as we're getting this going, we wanted you to keep these questions in mind, and this will help frame the value that Census can bring for your organization. So first, how long will it take my team to come up with a list of everything we own that is on the internet? And typically organizations are already doing this, but let's focus on the time and effort that goes into that exercise. What exposures can someone outside of my organization see? So getting that attacker's perspective and that continuous perspective, what attackers can see is really critical. And so keeping that in mind of, well, what is visible from an attacker's viewpoint? And then becoming more important, how many cloud providers does my company use? And this doesn't have to be different cloud providers. This can be how many AWS accounts do I have? How many Azure accounts do I have? And then certainly, what are all the little cloud providers that my organization might be using? So keeping those questions in mind, let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing from cloud growth. These stats are probably something you've seen from plenty of vendors, but we're showing that Gartner forecasts cloud spends to reach $500 billion in 2022. Census ourselves, we're seeing amongst our customers about a 1.5 to 2.6x attack surface growth year over year. And that's significant. We used to talk about reducing attack surface, but now it's about how can we get a wrangle on this unmitigated growth that we're seeing. And so really it reframes your security goals. So what does it take to protect my organization with both managed and unmanaged cloud adoption? And understanding everything that you own that is out there on the internet is really, really important. We talk a lot about understanding and inventorying assets, and that is really, really important. But we like to focus on sifting through the noise and focusing just on the things that are out there and visible to the public eye. And that outside in visibility is what we're talking about. You see a lot of attack surface tools that will focus on mapping out your entire attack surface internally, and that is incredibly valuable. But when we talk about attack surface, we're really focusing on external attack surface management. And so that outside in or attacker's perspective of what your organization looks like. And that's really valuable because it allows you to prioritize things when it comes time to remediate vulnerabilities, fix misconfigurations, really any of the security issues that we see due to cloud adoption. Having that context of which of these things exist on resources that are visible to attackers. It helps you know what to fix first. So that's the state of cloud from what we're seeing. And now a little bit about who is Census. So what we try to push for is we're a tool for security professionals who are protecting your organization. Census is the best at finding exposures that attackers will exploit. And that's the keyword, exposure. What is actually exposed to the internet and what might be low-hanging fruit that attackers can take advantage of. Census started actually as an open source tool out of the University of Michigan called ZMAP. One of our co-founders, Zakir, he's Z in ZMAP, as we say. And it was an effort started to simply scan the entire internet. Let's show the world what does the entire internet look like on a day-to-day basis. So not just once a week, once a month, what does the internet continuously look like? And that mission attracted, of course, a lot of funding and interest from some notable investors, as well as the federal government. And so that is something that we've been doing now for 7 or 8 years now in some parts of the internet. And so Census, foundationally, that's what we're about, is understanding the internet better than anybody else. And on top of that, we have built a tool that can help organizations understand their piece of the internet, what their organization looks like on the internet. We have 150 plus customers and counting. This is becoming a tool that is starting to be rapidly adopted by organizations, particularly organizations that are in the infancy of cloud adoption. And the first question they want to know is, what all is out there? Where do I start? Or organizations that have been growing for years. Now it's time to stop, pause, and take inventory of, okay, let's take a moment to understand what we've built here in the cloud. And so Census ASM is all about automating something that companies typically have already been doing as far as attack surface management. So using the data set that we have for our daily internet scanning, we have what we call the fastest asset discovery to eliminate false positives. So through automation, we're having high fidelity, high accuracy, total visibility in the clouds with the goal of identifying any shadow cloud that you see out there. So if you've standardized on AWS and Azure, we'll show you what presence you have in any other cloud providers out there. The deepest context for every asset. So it's not enough just to understand what are my assets that are out there on the internet. We want to show you what they actually look like, as far as, can we see what software is running on them? Can we see how this service is configured? Assigning ownership history. So knowing what your environment or even a particular asset looked like a week ago, a month ago, or a year ago. Particularly with a cloud, history is important. You could have one IP that is yours one day and it's somebody else's the next. So understanding when something became yours is really important. And through Census ASM, we also allow an on-demand rescan of any host. So we at Census, we do a daily scan of the entire internet, but when something exists within your own Census attack surface, you have the ability to, on the fly, scan any parts of your environment. And we also surface any risks that we're identifying within your environment. So risks could be as simple as vulnerabilities that are obvious, exposed services. We're also, as of today, looking for any evidence of command and control servers within your environment as well. And so our rapid response team, essentially, if something hits the news cycles, we will rapidly, within hours, add it into our tool, again, to help surface what are the obvious risks. Something's in the news cycle. Is somebody going to be able to easily scan your environment and identify that very popular vulnerability exists within their environment, and then be able to take advantage of it? And attribution trails, which we'll show you. We'll do a brief demo next of what the tool looks like. But the biggest thing that Census offers is transparency. So showing you how we have collected all of these assets and put them into your attack surface, how we've attributed each resource to your organization, so the proof. And furthermore, allowing you to actually be in control of your data. So if there are parts of your organization that you don't care about, slice them off, remove them from your attack surface, or if you have multiple subsidiaries you'd like to see individually, being able to break this up into their own individual attack surfaces are also very important. So Census, we talked a bit about what we do, where we came from. We scan the entire internet. We automate the building of your attack surface. So now let's take a look about what that looks like. So this is our fictional company, Papertown. Obviously fictional. We're not really seeing too many paper companies anymore. So what we are showing you here is the dashboard that you would see of your organization. So a collection of all of the different asset types, from IPs, domains, subdomains, storage buckets, certificates, and any software we've identified, as well as the infrastructure or environment types that we're seeing. So what percentage of your organization belongs to the cloud, or what is part of shared infrastructure, so shared web hosts or CDNs, and then anything that might be self-hosted or on-prem. And companies will have kind of an even mix of these two different types of environments. And the way the tool works, again, we talk about how every day you would pop into this portal and you would see the most refreshed data. So every day, this portal will show you what are the newly discovered assets within the last 24 hours that we found that we believe belong to your organization. And so you can easily see that delineation here with 4 new certificates found within the last day, or 6 new IPs, 1 new software type identified, and so on. So you can easily dig into just what is the latest things that were found. And you can also easily see, we talk a lot about shadow cloud, you can easily see what is the cloud makeup of your organization from Census. So clicking on cloud here, it will show me how much I have in any of the big 3, so AWS, GCP, and Azure. But increasingly more important, we'll show you what is in everything else. So if a marketing team hosts some content in DigitalOcean, they might not tell you, the security folks, about that, or something hosted in Tencent or Aldi Cloud or Hetster, or any of the other hosting providers or cloud providers that are out there. And so we are, in the way, cloud agnostic. We don't care what cloud provider it sits in. We'll go ahead and surface it for you. But we will highlight, though, that of the big 3, these are where the big applications go. These are where the most ephemeral resources typically sit. And so to that end, we have cloud connectors. So we're scanning everything about your organization without having any connection to your environment. But if we deploy these cloud connectors, then we would be able to go and get an hourly refresh of all of the current public IPs that you have within those accounts, as well as any subdomains, or increasingly more importantly, things like storage buckets. So identifying any S3 buckets or Azure blobs, things like that, and be able to pull them in. So with the cloud connectors, you're getting the most up-to-date, as close to real time as we can get, visibility of what are your exposed or public assets. More importantly, it also helps identify the shadow cloud by highlighting, okay, this IP that we found exists in an AWS account that the Census Cloud connectors are not deployed to, which means these are IPs that exist in an account that we don't know about. And so, again, helping you uncover those accounts and all of that shadow cloud that we have. And really easy to sift through everything in the inventory. So if you want to build filters and focus in on particular cloud types, or if you need to look for any ports that are open, you can also organize all of these assets within the tool based off of tagging. So being able to organize things into applications or assign ownership to a particular person, which will help with any issues that are surfaced and allowing the right person to remediate things. And certainly risks. So with Census, we are going to go through and look for any of the risks that attackers could take advantage of. And we have a lengthy and continuously growing list of risks that we'll look for, from things like exposed secrets to vulnerabilities. Log4j was a big one. Any of the major CVEs, expired assets, exposed admin pages that shouldn't be exposed. So we really try to have our customers back. And again, as things hit the news cycles, add them in as fast as possible. And also make them really easy to understand. So if I look at, okay, RDP service is exposed, I can dig into this risk I can see what IP it was exposed on. And I'll say, yes, it's at 3389. That makes sense. But one of the things Census does, we also look for services that exist on non-standard ports. So we're not just doing port mapping to a service. We'll identify the service regardless of the port that it exists on. So giving the details about the risk, we can connect into whatever your current remediation practices are. So whether that's just generating a ticket and getting it to the right person, allowing them to triage it and fix it, or seeing what this particular IP looks like in your vulnerability management tool of choice. In this case, we have Tenable set up here. So we can feed this information into those tools, which can help those teams. So if something in Tenable, or if somebody is looking at the list of vulnerabilities for the day in Tenable, Census can add in that context of, okay, these are the vulnerabilities that exist on hosts that are exposed to the internet because they can be seen by Census. So you know that those are a higher priority. Or we can say, hey, this is an IP that Tenable doesn't know about. It's not scanning. And so they can then go into a queue of IPs that now need to be scanned. So we can help with the ROI of your existing vulnerability management tools, but also help fill in those gaps. And it will say things like our ticket integration. These are bidirectional. So what's really cool about this is if I did create a ticket for this IP, you would see the status of the ticket within Census, either on the actual individual asset page or by going to the tickets section of the tool. And so if you are monitoring a ticket and somebody says, yep, we closed our RDP, we closed this port. But as you might know with cloud, there can be several different places you have to go to configure something to ultimately close something. So if they think they've closed it, they've marked the ticket as done, you are able to actually rescan on the fly this host to actually validate, to trust but verify that something has been fixed. And this can also happen automatically. So the tool can automatically create tickets for any, say, critical or high risk issues that we find. We can automatically feed the newly discovered assets into your other tools. And these are just two examples. We have many, many different integrations that can fit into whatever your current tool sets and remediation practices are. And all of this data, all of this rich information, you can see from the logbook page, all the different categories of things that we're looking for. So all of the newly discovered vulnerabilities, the inventory of software, when ports were opened, when they were closed, all of this and years of this information is kept within Census. And all of this can, of course, be easily sent into whatever logging tool, whatever SIM that you have and need to store there. So there's a lot to Census. These are just the quick highlights. And of course, everything I'm showing you is accessible via API as well. So you can really do what you will with this data. And the last thing, of course, is we have a concept called workspaces, which allow you to have multiple attack surfaces. So whether that is for the purpose of viewing each subsidiary or business unit individually, or a growing use case certainly is mergers and acquisition. I think a lot of us are familiar with the ratings tools of the world out there. Well, with Census, you're actually getting the details about what the issues of a particular organization are and what risks are uncovered and what it looks like. If you are an organization that's standard on AWS and you're about to buy a company that is deployed on GCP, it's good to know that. And so you can build out attack surfaces for those acquisitions as well. So really useful, really good flexibility of that feature. So getting back to the discussion here. So recapping actually, Census enables defenders to move from point in time. So meaning typically, like I said, companies are already doing attack surface assessments. That might be a weekly at best exercise, monthly exercise. Whereas now with the advent of cloud and the ephemeral nature of cloud, we are helping organizations move to continuous visibility of what your attack surface looks like. And a stat we've heard from our customers and compiled is about 45 hours saved per month by allowing Census to automate what teams typically are doing manually, allowing you to think like an attacker. So again, getting that perspective of what does my organization look like from an attacker's perspective. And what we've seen, particularly in the cloud, 65% of the higher critical exposures that we see live in the cloud. And eliminate shadow cloud, which has a number of benefits. So understanding what the current footprint of your cloud environment looks like means you can know, are we wasting money? Are we using multiple cloud providers? Do we have 1 million accounts? We don't need that. And importantly, are we deviating from the cloud providers that we have our CSPM tools or compliance tools deployed to as well? So understanding shadow cloud is critical. So that was a quick overview of Census, what we do, what our tool looks like, how it can benefit you. So how can you start with Census? So first off, we just released our State of the Internet report. And so this is a deep assessment of everything we've highlighted through our scanning of the internet for the year. So it's a really good resource, even if you just want to get an education on, again, the state of the internet. It's a really good report to read. And then request a demo. So we will actually build an attack surface for your organization and demo it to you. So you can help understand what's the immediate value you would get out of using a tool like Census. And of course, you would walk away with a free assessment of what your organization looks like. So great. That's the quick overview of Census. Now we're happy to take any questions on the come in.
Okay, really interesting presentation and powerful demo there. Joe, are you ready for some questions?
I am.
All right, super. And while we see what questions we have here, I'll just put up the poll question, so we appreciate everybody's answers on what additional information they'd like from Census. But yeah, let's get into those questions. The first one here, how often do the cloud connectors run?
Oh yeah, that's a great question. So I was highlighting that we can connect into any of the big three in order to get an understanding of what absolutely are the current public IPs and so on. So they run every either hour or 2 hours. You can configure them to have a specific interval. So yeah, an hourly refresh of all of the current public IPs that are in use within your cloud provider, as well as subdomains, storage buckets, and things like that.
Okay, gotcha. This next question comes from Edgar, and I'm interested in it too because the heritage of the company from ZMAP was really interesting. But Edgar's asking, which ports and protocols does Census scan and how frequently?
Yeah, that's a great question. So in our internet-wide scanning that we do up to, I think it's 157, I believe, daily. So the entire IPv4 space, 157 ports daily. Within the week, it's just shy of 3,600, and these are based off of the top most commonly used ports. So 3,600 ports within the week, but the top 157 ports are scanned daily.
Gotcha. Wow, that's great. Do your customers usually replace other VM or CSPM tools with Census?
We've seen it, but it's not typical. No, they're kind of different areas. We are not trying to be a vulnerability management tool in any way. We complement them very nicely, as I went over, providing that context of these vulnerabilities exist on resources that are exposed, but we're also helping them out by showing you any resources or assets out there that are not currently being scanned. VM tools are well established. They can go really, really deep. We're just showing you the vulnerabilities that are low-hanging fruit, the things that are bright and easy for anybody out there on the internet to see. And then as for CSPM tools, same thing. They're focused on misconfigurations on any asset within your cloud environments. And typically only, or at least hopefully only a small part of your cloud environment is exposed to the internet. That's the area that Census is focused on. So again, we complement those tools. We don't replace them.
Okay, gotcha. You know, in that light, you know, based on the kind of things that you're scanning for, does Census do anything to help customers with 0 days, or is that really something you need a different tool for?
You know, that's also a really great question. So 0 days, we help in sort of two different ways. One is, you know, 0 day in the sense that it's already out there in the public. We're reading about the 0 day. In that case, we have our rapid response team who, within hours, we saw this during Log4j, which ruined everyone's Christmas. Same with our rapid response team. They had to then scramble and as new software was saying, yep, we're vulnerable, yep, we're vulnerable. We were playing whack-a-mole and adding in those alerts into our tool. So we can alert you about 0 days as soon as they are known. But then there's the idea that, you know, 0 days exist in software and we don't know about them. So you have this inventory thanks to Census that, okay, anybody on the internet can see you're using F5s or using VMware. They can see what software you're using, and attackers are storing that data. So as soon as they do find out about that a vulnerability or a weakness before it's even exploited, they know to start targeting your organization because they know already that you're using a certain software stack. So it sort of helps out in those two different ways. You know that your certain software is exposed to the internet, and some software companies out there tend to get more vulnerabilities than others. So you know if you're a bigger target or not. But we also have the rapid response team who will alert you to things as soon as they hit the news cycles.
Gotcha. All right, awesome. Looks like we're running out of time, but Joe, if somebody wants to get started with Census or find out more, what do you recommend as a first step?
Yeah, just go to our website. It's pretty easy to get information. We have our white papers on our website, census.io, as well as a quick little contact us form, which you can use as I said, if you want us to demo your attack surface too. It's pretty easy for us to do. Reach out to us that way, and we can set up a time to build that attack surface, and we can set up a time to present it to you.
Great. All right. Well, Joe, thank you so much for coming on and bringing us up to speed on Census. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
And now it's time for our next prize drawing, and the winner of our next $500 Amazon gift card is Corey Burns from Wisconsin. So congratulations to Corey. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. And now it's time for our next presentation in the Cloud Security MegaCast, and this session comes from Palo Alto. Presenting for Palo Alto is Jason Williams, Manager for Product Marketing in the Prisma Cloud. Jason, welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me today.
Thanks for being here. Yeah, take it away.
Awesome. So, hello everyone, I'm excited to be here. My name is Jason. I'm on the product marketing team for Palo Alto Networks, focused on cloud native security. And for the next 19, 20 minutes, I want to talk to you about three different topics. First being some key trends that we've noticed over the last year with cloud adoption and cloud native security. Also want to tell you about what worked and did not work for some rapid cloud expanders as they get tempted to rapidly expand in the cloud. And then finally close out with ways that Palo Alto Networks can help you become successful in case you're rapidly expanding in the cloud or moving to the cloud. So with that said, we'll get started with the presentation. So really the name is, we're going to talk about the navigating the global cloud security landscape. And first, to talk about trends, we're going to talk about this State of Cloud Native Security Report is a report that Palo Alto Networks produces yearly. And in this edition, we surveyed over 3,000 global professionals. What part of their company do they sit in? They were actually across security engineers, DevOps leads, and also operations teams. And each of them has some unique insights into how their cloud adoption went, what changes they make in an organization, and in fact, what worked and didn't work for them as they try to move to the cloud or rapidly expand the cloud. So for starters, we noticed that in this research, something interesting was that cloud is not something that people are just talking about, but it's really become the dominant compute model for most organizations. Those 3,000 professionals that we surveyed, we found that about a majority of them, that 59% of their workloads were in the cloud. Compared to a year or two ago, they were less than majority, so now they have majority of the workloads in the cloud. Now that does not represent all 3,000 respondents in here, so we want to also capture how many of them have more than half of their workloads in the cloud, and it turned out to be 69% of those respondents said that half of their workloads were hosted in the cloud, which is a more than double increase from previous studies. And then also, just in general, there was a global increase of about 25% global increase of cloud workload adoption. And the reason that organizations are moving to the cloud, like yourself, is because they wanted to achieve goals like modernizing their applications. Maybe they want to remain competitive inside their industry. So rather than being thinking of themselves as retail companies or banking companies or Someone who does insurance, they're actually really tech companies that are also kings inside of their own. Other reasons was they regulate compliance, or maybe Jay just always just sort of been in the cloud. So as these organizations had their top drivers or key drivers to move to the cloud, actually found that some really attempted to move fast in the cloud. They're racing up to the cloud. However, not every organization was successful. In fact, of the organizations who did try to rapidly expand, meaning that a year or two ago they had very little investment and now they have more than half of their investment in the cloud. 26% said we're actually going to decrease our footprint in the cloud. It's just not working out for us. So the natural question that comes to thought is, what in the world happened? Well, here in this report and in this discussion, we're going to tell you a little about what worked and what did not work for these organizations. And there's really three key reasons that I want to highlight here. The number one, or not number one, but one of the three reasons was that the ones who were more successful focused on automation. So if you look at this graph here on the left side, organizations, about 88% of them had like maybe moderate or less sophisticated automation in the cloud, not just figuring out how to deploy workloads in an automated fashion, but actually focusing on automating security tasks like automatically fixing configurations or automatically addressing vulnerabilities or within their development pipeline. So whereas the more successful expanders, they were highly focused on automating security tasks. They figured that they couldn't really stretch themselves thin and do things manually. Maybe it's because that they were understaffed on their team, so automating was the way to move forward. And then something else we found in another piece of research is that if you have automation, you figure out how to dramatically increase your workloads without increasing your automation, you're going to have overwhelming number of security incidents for security teams. So for instance, in another piece of research at Palo Alto Networks, we found that as organizations move to the cloud rapidly, here were some of the things that they expected to find when it came to security incidents. So for instance, there was a 212% increase in SQL databases not being encrypted, or maybe they found that they had AWS or Azure security groups that had these open ports or port ranges to the internet, like SMB, FTP data, RDP, and also SQL and Telnet. Having these instances or these ports and protocols directly exposed to the internet could have been an increase by as little as 58% or up to 70% time over time. And then they also had implicit traffic allowing all traffic to, or their firewall rules allow traffic to their Kubernetes cluster, which that's going to allow lateral movement in the event of a breach. So the point driven here is that these organizations that had lack of automation but rapidly moved to the cloud were facing this significant increase in incidents as well as risk. Now, tying it back to the study we were just talking about with the state of cloud native security, automation is really important here. Another thing that organizations focused on, number two, was shift left security. What is shift left security? Shift left security is thinking about securing applications that you move to the cloud, not just when the applications are running in dev environments or running in production environments, but thinking about it throughout the entire application lifecycle. So if you were to talk to developers and DevOps teams, things start in code, and then they use code to repeatedly deploy cloud infrastructure, to deploy cloud workloads like containers and serverless functions, and of course codify their applications with typically with open source software. And if you tie your cybersecurity tactics to earlier stages of the application lifecycle when things are being coded and built before they reach CI/CD pipelines to be deployed, if you employ cybersecurity tactics there, you can actually capture risk earlier, and it's much easier for developer teams to fix, like finding open source software vulnerabilities in code repositories, or being able to find misconfigurations in CI/CD pipelines, or looking for malicious images. So by stopping this risk and threats earlier, they were able to reduce the friction within their organization, and that enabled to rapidly expand or rapidly deploy workloads in the cloud. So you see that the organizations who focused on shift left security or shifting left earlier in the development lifecycle, they were much more successful. So you see on that right side, the rapid expander, 63% of them said they had pretty sophisticated or high focus on DevSecOps practice or developer security and operations practices. The third thing was, which is very much different from the first two, is being able to simplify their cloud security strategy, meaning that they were actually consolidating the number of vendors that they were using. So by consolidating the number of vendors and the number of tool sets from their vendors, they were able to successfully rapidly expand. So you see on that right side, the successful rapid expanders found that it was about 83% of them had 5 or less vendors they were working with in the cloud. Whereas on that left side, over half of the organizations or respondents said that they were working with 6 or more vendors for cybersecurity, which if you do that and these tools just simply don't integrate together, you're really going to spend more time trying to figure out ways to get data pulled together and get complete risk context across your cloud security. And if you're spending too much time trying to forcefully integrate these tools together, you're spending less time monitoring for threats, and you're ultimately slowing down the developers who are building and deploying applications in the cloud. So let's dive into ways that Palo Alto Networks can help. If you're not familiar with Palo Alto Networks, we're here to kind of be your cybersecurity partner of choice with 3 key focus areas. We help you secure your network transformation with Prisma Access, Prisma SASE, and next generation firewalls. We help you transform your security operations center with Cortex, and in the center there is cloud security. We help you secure your cloud migration and transformation with Prisma Cloud, which is our cloud native application protection platform. And we're going to focus more on what Prisma Cloud can deliver and how it can help you successfully rapidly expand without security slowing down your organization. So for starters, we talked about different things, like we were talking about shift left security. This is kind of like what the application lifecycle looks like. There's really 3 main stages where you're coding and building application, merging things into your repositories, then deploy, and then run. Now, most organizations think about security at that run phase because that's where you see attackers start probing the cloud. You see malware get in and propagate with lateral movement. People are focused on overly permissive access and zero trust, and also web application firewalling and attacks, or even data exfiltration. But risk actually starts earlier in the development lifecycle, where you may have open source software. If you weren't aware, about 70% of applications are actually made up of open source software because it enables application developers to be able to build applications at high quality and a much faster pace. And by resolving those open source vulnerabilities earlier, you can help to reduce risk in that code and build phase before it even gets to production. And the way that the typical cybersecurity industry approach is to address each of these threat vectors with unique point tools. And you can have tools like software composition analysis or infrastructure as code security earlier in the code and build phase. Or as you move further along into the run phase, you may have cloud security posture management tools to manage misconfigurations, reduce risk, or cloud workload protection tools to help with vulnerability management and runtime threat prevention on workloads such as host, container, serverless functions. Or you may have web application firewalls and API security tools, next generation firewalls, and also enterprise DLP tools to help you secure things at runtime. But as you look here, as your typical industry standard is to go with probably 6 or 10 vendors to help solve these challenges, again, you're facing that challenge of trying to manually integrate these things together. So what we do at Palo Alto Networks is actually provide a cloud-native application protection platform, which secures applications from code to run. And with a cloud-native application protection platform, you can get all these unique capabilities and security use cases all unified and integrated into a single platform, making it much easier for security teams to be able to secure their applications, whether they're migrating, lift and shift their existing legacy applications to the cloud, or reinventing with cloud-native development and modernized applications. And before we close out, so let's say like why customers choose Prisma Cloud, starting with that we have proven return on investment from a lot of our customers, and they're saying that they were, on average, they were able to reduce their vulnerability and misconfiguration fixes by 60%, or the time reduced to spend was 60% less. It also found that anytime they needed to do cloud security posture management or cloud auditing, rather than manually generating reports, by using our single click compliance reporting, they were able to reduce audit times by 90%. We're also, developing and innovating in the cloud-native application protection platform space. If you're not familiar with cloud-native application protection platforms, I encourage you to, learn more with a Google search or check out Palo Alto Networks Cyberpedia to learn about what a cloud-native application protection platform is and how we're innovating there. And finally, we have recognition not only from the industry, like key analysts, but also from our customers. A lot of our customers have ranked us #1 on PeerSpot for CSPM, CWP, cloud-native application protection platforms, with over 1,900 customers deployed globally. So we're securing some of the largest scale deployments out there. Also, if you haven't seen some reports like the Forrester Wave for cloud workload security, I encourage you to go to the Palo Alto Networks website and download it, where you can learn more about cloud workload security and sort of why Forrester believes that we're a leader in this space. So with that said, I'll hand it over to Q&A and Paula.
All right, super. That was a great presentation, Jason. There were a lot of compelling data points in there, and I'd like to point everyone to the handouts where the link from Palo Alto is for the report that you've been referencing there, the State of Cloud Native Security 2022. So be sure to check that out. Also going to just go ahead and put up the poll question, asking what additional information you'd like from Palo Alto, and we'll leave that up while we get into your questions. So Jason, the first one that I've got here for you, what cloud security controls do you recommend first when moving to the cloud?
Yeah, that's a great question. It really depends on what the goal is from the organization. I've seen some companies, when they move to the cloud, their first pain point is to address compliance. And that's why I would recommend something like Cloud Security Posture Management controls to help find out what is going on in your cloud, automatically fix any sort of misconfiguration, so you're not doing manual efforts. And then also being able to just do automated compliance reporting. So be able to look at real time, historically, generate compliance reports with ease. The other thing I see is some organizations are more focused on preventing threats. So that's where I would recommend looking at something like a web app and API unified solution, where you can protect your web-facing applications or internal east-west traffic applications, so that you can sort of stop attacks and prevent lateral movement there. So again, it's really based on the risk appetite, but regardless of which controls that they go with, think about what future controls or use cases you want to take on in the next 3 to 5 years, and sort of like how you're going to make those controls work together.
Okay, all right, super. Next one here, does Prisma Cloud provide proactive threat prevention?
Yes, it does. Threat prevention, starting like I mentioned earlier with the web app API security, that's in there. So basically we're taking best of breed web application firewalling mixed with API security, all unified together with bot management and workload runtime protection to be able to proactively stop the threats before they get into your environment. Also with extensive identity and access management, being able to map out permissions in the cloud and enforce granular least privilege access controls inside, you can help contain lateral movement there in the event of a breach.
Gotcha. All right, super. Here's a question that's sort of related, on the proactive side from Ted, is asking, is Palo Alto utilizing machine learning, their NGFW and really just anywhere across the platform. How are you guys doing that?
Yes, absolutely. So the NGFW is actually a separate product and platform from Prisma Cloud, but there's machine learning involved. There's machine learning when it comes to our threat detection capabilities inside the platform, rather than just relying completely on threat intelligence feeds. There's also machine learning when it comes to using the product to be able to build out, your controls and enforcement. So we can learn about network patterns or any sort of user behaviors in there, and then you could build your policy based on that learned behavior and apply enforcement to protect your cloud. And also, we would use this across our web app and API security as well.
Okay. All right. Super. Yeah. In one of the slides you showed, I think it was Prisma SASE maybe, and Cortex is some other products. I was wondering, is there sort of a better together story sometimes with Prisma with some of those, or are they really sort of separate buckets of your security infrastructure?
No, there's definitely a lot of better together stories to be told when it comes to the Palo Alto Networks portfolio. So, for instance, we see some customers who actually started their migration with next generation firewalls to be able to secure their north, south, and east-west traffic with the built-in threat prevention and machine learning threat prevention that's also involved with Wildfire. And then they also want to expand. They have their network security teams work with cloud infrastructure security teams to be able to secure the cloud and collaborate together. I've also seen some customers that work with Prisma Cloud and Cortex to be able to stream any sort of alerts and have automated playbooks in response to some of the alerts that we may stream over to the Cortex platform. And it's not, that any sort of alert streaming or integrations there is not just limited to Cortex, but even third-party platforms as well, so that we can seamlessly fit into our customers.
Gotcha. Very cool. Okay. We had a couple of questions about APIs. One of them is from Matt, who's asking, do I have to use a GUI for access, or is it possible to access Palo Alto via CLI or API?
No, not limited to just UI. UI is good for showcasing product demonstrations, but the way our customers really operationalize it is by leveraging our RESTful APIs. We also have a command line tool that's available, and in addition to APIs, we also have customers that love to modernize the way they do their cybersecurity and actually codify things, through YAML files or use Git repository. So you can also codify your configurations with Prisma Cloud.
Okay. All right. Super. Here's one from Rob. I'm not sure if this applies or not. How does Palo Alto stop an elevated privilege attack from within? Is that something that's in the purview of the products that you discussed, or is that really sort of a different kind of issue?
Yeah, so we've seen that. So like as part of our, one use case is some customers that look for a cloud workload protection solution. We offer cloud workload protection capabilities, both agentless and agent-based. I will say if you go with the more agent-based approach, you get additional protections such as, by being on the host, you can actually stop any sort of attacks like any sort of privilege escalation or any sort of process whitelisting or any sort of malicious software that we detect on the host as well.
Okay. All right. Great. Time for maybe a couple more. One from Nathan. How does Cloud Native adjust compliance? Does that happen automatically, or does it generate reports of things that need to be done?
Yeah, with Prisma Cloud, we actually have best practices built into the platform. So you can just run tests and figure out, are you remaining compliant, within a certain regulation. There's over 55 standards that we support out of the box. Like for instance, like HIPAA, PCI DSS, SOC 2. So those things that we will be able to detect and let you know if you're passing or failing any sort of checks within those compliance regulations. And then we can also generate reports just by, with a single click, and that report is going to be audit ready for your auditor. So it's a lot of more automated processes. good test that you could run to kind of pen test yourself before an auditor comes, to come check out your cloud. And then even if you're not doing it for compliance, regulatory reasons, you may have your own internal compliance. We can also have, custom templates that you can use as well.
Okay, very nice. Well, I did already mention the link to the report, but Jason, if somebody wants to get started with Palo Alto or find out more, what do you recommend?
Yeah, simply go to the Palo Alto Networks website, look for cloud native security or cloud native application protection in particular. Also, don't confuse Prisma Cloud or Prisma Access. So check out Prisma Cloud. There's a lot of things that you can just find just by going to the Prisma Cloud page. You could find out if you want to get more hands-on. There's quick links to get a 30-day trial to try it out, or get a personalized demo. Also, a very good content resource library for things like data sheets, white papers, and some of those excellent studies like the ones we shared on the presentation today.
Excellent. Well, Jason, thank you so much for coming on, sharing the details from that study, and for all your answers in the Q&A here. Really appreciate the update on Palo Alto.
Thanks for having me.
And now it's time for our next prize drawing, and the winner of the $500 Amazon gift card this round is Neil Appleby from Texas. And we do have another grand prize, another drone, and this one goes to Kyle Kitch from Georgia. So congratulations to Neil and to Kyle. We will be in touch about claiming your prize. And with that, I'm going to turn things back over to my fellow moderator, Jess. Jess, take it away.
Well, thanks, Scott. Well done, of course, as always. And I'm very happy to be back with you all. And even especially happy to introduce our next speaker in today's MegaCast, because I've just gotten to know ReliaQuest, and I'm so impressed. I love this team. I love their solutions, and I know you're really going to enjoy this chat. So Joe Partlow, Chief Technology Officer at ReliaQuest. Joe, thank you so much for being here with us today. I'm going to hand the mic back on over to you.
All right, thanks for having me. Excited to join this. Sounds like it's been a great MegaCast so far. So yeah, I'm Joe Partlow, Chief Technology Officer at ReliaQuest. Today we're going to be talking about operationalizing threat intelligence in your incident response program. And that is a mouthful, but basically what that means is, in layman's terms, is, if you've got, your incident response program, whether it's your SOC or an outsourced SOC, how do you utilize threat intelligence in there so that it's less noisy, more valuable, and is actually providing better insights? So a little bit about me. I've been doing InfoSec for 25 plus years, offense and defensive side, a variety of verticals. Been at ReliaQuest 11 years. So super excited to be here with you guys, and definitely love the InfoSec field. So a little bit about the abstract. I won't read all this to you specifically, but basically just we'll touch on a couple things. How to use threat intelligence. What are some of the things that we see are valuable from running security operations centers across the world for a variety of different verticals, and a lot of the things that we've learned from being in the trenches, actually working in a lot of these cases. A lot of times it's ransomware, but it could be a variety of incidents. A little bit about ReliaQuest real quick. So we are really kind of a force multiplier for your security operations and threat intel teams. We've got a gray matter platform. It's our security operations platform that's built on kind of an open XDR architecture. Does have integrated threat intelligence capabilities. And really the point of it is to reduce the complexity, manage risk, and increase that visibility across your security environment. So that being said, jumping into just a quick agenda. So we're going to run through a typical incident response process. We're going to talk about integrating operations and threat intelligence. And then we'll do some wrap up and Q&A. So first up, incident response actions. So for those of you that may have a security operations center, work in a security operations center, or are familiar with that, a lot of times it's going to follow something similar to this life cycle if you're doing incident response. It's going to start with preparation, and that could be just making sure that you've got visibility into the environment, making sure you've got your log sources correct. Move into detection and analysis, which would be basically the alerts that you're responding to, could be reporting, those types of things. If there is something that fires, you're going to move into kind of that containment, eradication, and recovery phase. That would be, patching the incident. It could be, cleaning the malware off the machine, variety of things. That could be circular. Obviously, you may need to do that a few times. And then if it is cleaned up post-incident activity, which could be realizing, hey, we didn't have the visibility that we needed to, or the right logging level, or our alert wasn't tuned to what it could have been. We could have got a lot better response, from a reducing false positives or that type of thing. So most of the time it's going to follow something very similar to this. You may have a different process, but a lot of times it's going to be some of these same components. So drilling down into these a little bit, the preparation really comes down to kind of that ounce of prevention, right? What are we doing up front to, one, make that incident response process easier on our teams, but also, minimize them having to actually, have a major incident. So some of the key things that, sample things that we look at, make sure that you're logging key Windows event IDs. So there's a couple listed there. These are common ones that you would see that, most ransomware or things like that are going to probably trigger. Make sure that you've got those. Now, logging all your workstation events is a heavy, heavy task. Probably don't want to do that, but at least if you can start off with these, that's going to be pretty valuable. The next is having a good endpoint agent with updated threat definitions. More times than not, if we see a ransomware outbreak or incident, not saying it's not possible, but more times than not, it's because maybe the machine did not have an updated endpoint, it didn't even have an endpoint, or the definitions were not up to date. Very rare that you see some sort of ransomware or commodity malware that is doing evasion of an advanced endpoint agent, such as the market leader ones out there. So make sure you have that endpoint agent out there. Limited admin rights is another one. If we see a wide outbreak or a very fast spreading piece of malware, a lot of times that's related to maybe service accounts that are overly privileged, not using LAPS, which is a built-in defense that basically kind of anonymizes the typical local admin password that most people make the same across the environment. So making sure that all your services and users have those limited admin rights. Multi-factor authentication, another one. A lot of these are basics, so it's a little bit of repetition. But most of the times when we see things go bad from an incident response standpoint, multi-factor would have stopped a lot of, especially phishing expeditions where maybe they get your credentials. And then from a backup standpoint, make sure that those are offline and tested. Nobody actually wants to pay ransom. Typically when we see if somebody is in a situation where they may need to pay ransom, more times than not it's because they were not able to either recover the data or recover it in a timely manner, which leads them to kind of have to sometimes explore those other options. So ounce of prevention goes a long way from a prep standpoint. So typical stats that we have, just to give you guys some color on this, we typically track more than 100 extortion sites at any given time, and 40 and 50 of those are active at any given time. So there's a lot of activity. There's a reason why these threat actors are there. Unfortunately, a lot of times it works. So just to give you guys kind of an idea of what we see out there. Moving into the detection analysis phase, this is kind of when it does go bad and something does happen from an incident response standpoint. You're going to want to integrate that threat intelligence into your detection tools. That could typically be, IOCs, could be IP addresses, domains that maybe the malware is communicating to. Next thing you want is to try to identify the variant or group. A lot of times, this is where threat intelligence really comes in. Is it a known tactic, tool, or process or IOC or process that the threat actor is using? Maybe the decryption key's already been released. Maybe the group has been disbanded and there is no one to pay. So you want to really identify kind of who that variant or group was. Also helps kind of try to figure out what's the motive behind them sometimes and how bad it is. So threat intelligence is really going to come into that. How is the ransomware being spread? A lot of times if you know kind of what the methods of the group or the malware is, you can try to minimize that spread or damage if you know how it's communicating so that you can shut that down. And then obviously what's affected, right? Is it particular systems? Is it particular users? Is there certain type of availability from a service standpoint? Just know what that's affected. And a lot of times this detection, that's where threat intelligence is really going to help you so that you can build out those rules and add controls to make sure that you are able to slow or stop that. The next is, obviously that business continuity, and that's kind of containing and recovery phase for that. A lot of times this is pushing out those detection list updates and updating your agents. So if there's, some big vulnerability, I think a lot of us kind of probably dealt with Log4j last year. Something like that, if you remember, there was IOCs and updates and patches that were happening on a regular basis. Make sure that you have that ability to push that out in a timely manner so that you can get better protection. Also have that continuous feedback from your analysts. Those are the folks that are typically, the ones keeping up to date with these. They're watching the threat intelligence come in. They're the ones doing that analysis of, hey, what needs to happen next? Make sure that you have a good way for them to get that information to the rest of the team and to leadership also. Make sure you have your incident response and forensic retainers in place. I can't tell you how many times I've seen so much time wasted where if somebody, if there does need to be a forensic investigation, or if maybe you're outsourcing your incident response process, going through legal and accounting to get all that stuff set up during an incident is not the time you want to do that. It's going to drag out a lot longer. So make sure you have that in place ahead of time. A lot of times we kind of talked about this, like what are the common causes of when things do kind of go bad? A lot of times it's kind of that missing or outdated agent, not having visibility or the ability to see the infection. Unfortunately, a lot of times it's bouncing around in the environment, it's spreading, and sometimes it's in there for a while before you see that you've actually been infected. So having those early detection signs and alerts and just better visibility across the environment is going to save you a lot of time and headache. And then, like I mentioned earlier, it's typically not endpoint evasion. More times than not, it's either a missing or outdated endpoint agent. Let's face it, a lot of times it's going to be phishing or some endpoint that gets compromised is the initial vector for your typical ransomware. Very few endpoint evasion techniques that we see for that. So going back to kind of the basics. And then kind of your post-incident activity, very important piece of your incident response process. If you're not circling back with the group, learning from the mistakes, you're kind of doomed to repeat them again. One of the best ways that we've seen this is conducting tabletops. So if you have a specific risk that you're worried about or you've had an incident, those are great things to do your tabletop with. Not just with your security team, but do that with the rest of your business. Do that with your legal teams, HR, leadership, just to make sure everyone's on the same page. I've seen these go sideways when expectations are not the same for, hey, are we going to pay the ransom or not? Now, you don't want to be arguing amongst yourselves when that happens. So make sure that everybody's on the same page for that. Getting proactive, right? Performing threat hunting, using kind of that known intel. Could be the IOCs, TTPs, anything that you've got from your intelligence platform. Make sure you're using that. Automation playbooks, that's going to be kind of what do we do going forward? Feed the intel back into your detection list. There's a lot of sources out there to update those. Make sure that you're doing that. Continuous pen testing and attack simulations, another one. Better you to test those and find those vulnerabilities than somebody from the outside. So huge value for that. And then obviously inform the leadership of realistic timelines. Even if you have an incident and decide that you're going to pay the ransom, that can take a week or two, even after paying, to get back up and running. I think there's a common misconception that, hey, we paid the ransom, we should be back up and running like within a couple hours. A lot of times that's not the case, but that's something to do in your tabletops to set those expectations. So integrating operations and intel, obviously this is a big piece and kind of a heavy lift. I'm not going to go through every bit of this because we could spend probably the whole time just on this. But when you look at that operations lifecycle, there's typically chunks of some things that you can do that you measure in hours or days, weeks or months or years. For example, looking at some of these, some of those relevant inputs, make sure you've got your SIM technology, make sure you've got, you've got vulnerabilities, the IOCs, cred dumps. Those are things that you can use kind of in that hour to day and update those. Obviously, the outputs are going to be, well, what do we do with that threat intel? We can use it for a block. We can make SIM use cases or rules. We can do IOC hunts. So there's a lot of things that you can do with that. From a week to month standpoint, what are the relevant intelligence? That's going to be kind of your sector or your vertical. What tactics or other things are we seeing targeting vertical, whether that's healthcare or finance or what have you. Make sure you know what's kind of going on in that. And then obviously the outcomes of that are going to be, again, SIM use cases, more hunts, or configuration changes if you see there's a specific system or process that your vertical is targeted to or vulnerable to. And then from an intel standpoint, what does that months and years look like from a program? Again, you're going to do kind of those vertical threat assessments. Focus on those evolving technologies and capabilities. A lot of times you'll see someone targeting a specific vertical, and if they have success, they're going to evolve that. So maybe it started with regular ransomware, and now it's moved up to data extortion. So watch those trends, especially if someone's having success with that. And then long term, obviously, you're going to want to acquire more security controls. If you've got gaps in visibility, maybe you're not seeing your DNS data, maybe you don't have a strong enough endpoint agent, that's where you may kind of layer in some of those additional controls that you may see. So once you've got kind of your incident response process down, once you figure out how you're going to use the threat intel from an input and output standpoint, the next kind of, obviously thing is, what are the components that make up that threat intel program? So there's a couple things that we see that are pretty successful, or how you can build this out yourself now that we kind of know what to do with it. So obviously your own security controls, that's going to be probably the number one is what are you seeing in your own environment? And this is going to be the results of maybe your tabletop exercises, or it could be your own risk assessments or pen tests that you've done. Finding those gaps in visibility, obviously, before you get hit with something. Can't stress that enough. That's going to be the biggest thing to see, really kind of where your gaps are in that case. There's also going to be some external indicators, right? And you're going to integrate those into your on-premise controls, right? That could come from open source intelligence feeds. That's kind of one of the common things. There's a variety of feeds out there. Some are good, some are not so good, some are aggregates of others. So really kind of sorting through those to figure out the noise. One of the biggest complaints we see with a lot of the OSINT feeds is people not curating those. Those things do get stale. Some of them are, just a list of IOCs, like an IP address, but they don't give you any indication of how confident do we think that this is bad? When was the last time we saw it? When was the first time we saw it? So there's a lot of components that make up a good feed. Make sure you're looking at those and proofing those before you just run those into your SIM or endpoint tool, because it will cause a lot of noise. It will cause your analysts to have to deal with a lot of, chasing down false positives. So definitely test those out and make sure you're getting good ones. That could also, a lot of those do come from organizations that are curating those a little bit more. So that could be from CISA, the FBI, any of the ISACs for your specific vertical. Those are all groups that will do a lot of great gathering of those IOCs or indicators for vertical specific or company specific sometimes. So those are going to be a much more confident IOC than you can, trust, rather than some random intel that came from who knows where. Also, you can get a lot of those from paid intel providers. Obviously, the paid intel providers are going to leverage a lot of the open source feeds as well, but a lot of times they do have a team that is curating those. They're making those feeds a lot better, adding a lot of those metadata in to when was the first time they saw it, when's the last time. They'll apply risk scores based off of their algorithms. So there's some value in those as well. And then there's some other open source stuff that you can do. Google Alerts is a good one. Mentioned there's a few other ones out there where, hey, if there's a vulnerability in product XYZ, I know there's an exploit probably going to get dropped. Usually on the weekends is always how that works. Set up a Google alert or a mention alert to see when that happens. Social media, another good one. Twitter is one of those, great resources where, follow security researchers and then follow maybe some of the gray or black hat hackers, if you will, just to get both sides, of the research. There's also some, build out those TTPs, tactics, techniques, procedures, any of those things, any of those vulns or exploits, do some research on those, especially around products that you may own. So that's where those alerts come in handy. So if somebody's got an exploit around a particular brand of firewall or email gateway that you use, make sure that you're tracking those. Vuln scans will obviously help from that. Again, your orgs are going to put out a lot of those. The FBI, ISACs, the paid intel providers will as well. And then the last one is kind of the sector threat assessments. And that's going to be, those are going to come from, a variety of sources. But those are going to be really the risk assessments or the threat reports of, hey, if you're in the healthcare vertical, what's targeting healthcare? What do we see trending up? Hey, we're seeing an uptick in attacks against Active Directory or a particular application or, a particular phishing campaign. Be watching for those around your specific vertical or sector. That's going to be a huge help for you. And, the board and your peers are probably going to be asking you in your security briefs if you are, preparing reports and informing the rest of the business. What are those things we need to worry about? Are we covered against the hack of the week, whatever that is? All these things on this slide are going to be able to give you that answer of, hey, we're covered, and this is why, or no, we're not, and this is why. But at least you have an answer. There's no worse thing if you're briefing a board or the rest of the business. Hey, this vulnerability that just came out, are we going to be impacted by this? You don't want to have the answer of, I don't know. Okay, so we'll jump into kind of final thoughts and questions. I think, at this point, there's a couple slides, obviously, of, the basics. A lot of times, especially when we're dealing with ransomware, because let's face it, that's probably the most of the incident response issues that we're dealing with. Again, a lot of times it just comes down to the basics. Multi-factor, limiting administrative rights, making sure you've got good backups, good endpoint agents or good security controls, protect against phishing. There's a small handful of things that are going to go a long way in making a pretty big impact to making sure that you're not that it's going to stop all these attacks, but at least it can minimize damage. Network segmentation is another good one in there as well. So as far as next steps, if you guys want to learn more, from a Digital Shadow standpoint, who obviously is part of ReliQuest now, there's some weekly threat intelligence podcasts where we'll talk about a lot of the things that we mentioned, and then the quarterly ransomware report, which is based off of researchers that do nothing but look at forums and dark web and all these various sites out there that are tracking these types of users and activity. So at that point, I will hand it over for any questions.
Oh, man, thank you so much. That was such an interesting presentation. And, I have to say one of the things that I've just loved about ReliQuest is that you obviously do, you're covering solution and technology, but you also offer a lot of educational information and sort of all of the presentation involve a bit of how to approach and why to think about things a certain way, and even things like the podcast you just mentioned. But the point that you said about making sure that you're having the hard conversations with your team in advance so that you just understand how everyone's going to approach and what they want the responses to be, so that when you're under the pressure cooker, it's not a panic. And it's such a great, seemingly obvious reminder, but I think a lot of us forget that. We get really focused on the tool and forget about the human elements. And anyways, I really appreciate the way that you bring those in.
Oh yeah, it's definitely one of those things. I mean, there's always going to be unknowns. There's always going to be something that does kind of bite you or take you by surprise. But the goal would be to minimize that. So learn from others' mistakes. watch other things that have happened maybe in your environment or others, and those are the things that make great tabletop exercises, just to prepare as much as you can. You're never going to be prepared to 100%, but as much as you can.
Well, I love that, and I'm giving everyone another second or two to click on those links if you haven't already. Go, 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 and I'm going to put up a poll. Click on them now. Okay, poll. So we've got a poll up for you on your screen. Please do take a minute now and let us know what you would like to hear from ReliaQuest, what additional information you'd like to get. I'll remind you guys again, this is a chance that you have to reach directly out to ReliaQuest and say, this is the information I want you to put in my hands, and they will. So make your life easy. Click on the poll there. Let them know what you would like to get, and they will follow up with you. And in the meantime, while we leave that up for you, Joe and I are going to take some questions. Joe, you ready for that?
Yeah, let's do it.
Awesome. So Rolando here has a great question. He's wondering about XDR, extended detection and response, and how that might interact with ReliaQuest.
Yeah, so really kind of that's something that you got to really watch when you're talking with vendors, right? Because every vendor kind of defines that a little bit different. But really what that comes down to is, what is that group of technologies that you can really kind of get the full life cycle of incident response, right? So it's not just your endpoint tool, it's not just your SOAR automation tool, it's just your SIEM, it's how you bring all those things together and how do you tie them together. Now the twist that we do is more of an open XDR, so obviously there are certain vendors that will have a lot of those components that work together that they provide themselves. We go the open route where you may have an endpoint product from one vendor, a SOAR from another. Maybe you're using the built-in gray matter one. So we're definitely, that's typically what we see in the environment. It's rare that you see kind of all one stack, but there are vendors that provide that. So from an XDR, really that like I said, every vendor defines that different of what is contained in there. But think of it as really just a grouping of those types of technologies that all kind of work together and really are that force multiplier, right? So if you've got great detection controls, you want to make sure that that's hooked up to your automation playbooks so that you can take automated actions. And that's really what XDR technologies do, is stitch all that together just to minimize the time and effort that your manual work that your SOC analysts are going to have to do.
That's actually perfect because, Rolando, I apologize. I missed the word open when I was reading that question. So you answered that question. What he was curious about was open XDR. So thank you for explaining that. And Rolando, great question. A question here from Rob. He's wondering if he's going to need a dedicated security team to manage a threat hunting campaign.
There's a couple of variety of ways you can do that, right? It also depends on the expertise and the resources that you may have on your security team. I will say that even if you decide that, hey, you don't have the time or the resources to do that on a regular basis, and you do want to engage a third-party partner to help you with that, that's definitely going to be something you're going to want to partner with them on, because no one's going to know the business as well as you and your team will. So even if they're performing the threat hunts, you're going to want your team to really guide them. Let's face it, you're going to kind of know what your areas of that you want to focus on or that the biggest risks are. So pass that along to your third-party partner. Now, if you've got the resources to do that in-house, by all means, that's going to be even better for you. But a lot of times that's you may want, even if you've got a small team or even if you've got a large team for that matter, there may be so many other pressing things. You may not want to use those resources for that. So obviously we provide a lot of those services, and that's for customers that have large security teams that certainly could do it on their own. Sometimes it's just a question of prioritization where we've got a dedicated team that we can do this whenever. So sometimes that works out. But I would definitely stress that it's not something you can just outsource altogether. You're going to want to really guide that team if you do outsource it to really point them in the right direction.
Perfect. Okay, now I wish we could keep going, Joe, but we are unfortunately going to have to leave it there. We're a little short on time, so we'll wrap up. But before you run away, you mentioned this at the end of your presentation, so I'm going to go ahead. Last chance to click on the poll if you haven't already. I'm going to go ahead and bring that last slide up again. Joe, if somebody is looking to get started with ReliaQuest, they're excited and ready to jump in, you've got some information here. Is there anything else you want them to know?
I think just go to the ReliaQuest site. There's a ton of resources there for Other webinars that we have, blogs, podcasts, there's a ton of info. And then obviously any one of our security engineers, happy to talk with any of the teams for more detailed info. But all that you can get from the ReliQuest website, so reliquest.com.
Fantastic. Okay, well, thank you again. Really appreciate your time today, and thanks for an awesome presentation.
Thanks for having me. It's great.
All right, and if you are looking to get some more info right away, do head to that Handouts tab. Make sure you download the solution brief from ReliQuest. It's called ReliQuest Gray Matter Threat Intelligence. It is a quick, easy read exploring not just getting more intelligence, but actually better intelligence. Definitely worth reading, so download that now. Save that for later. But stay with us for now because we do actually have another prize giveaway, so let's get that up. So up next, we're going to do a $500 Amazon gift card. A quick reminder that you do need to be present here at the webinar to win. And our next lucky winner of a $500 Amazon gift card is Russell Swinney of Texas. Russell Swinney of Texas, congratulations on your $500 Amazon gift card. As always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after the event. Don't forget that there are still more chances to win a prize, plus another one of those drones, plus that best question gift card from each session. So stay tuned, stay with us on that. Okay, but speaking of exciting things yet to come, let's move right along in our sessions here, because up next I am so excited to introduce you all to our next presenter, Anthony Dutra, Technical Marketing Engineer at Zerto. Anthony, it is always great to see you. I know you have a lot of exciting info to cover today, so the platform is all yours.
Thank you, everybody, for taking the time to come to this webinar. My name is Anthony Dutra. I'm a technical marketing engineer here at Zerto, and I'm going to discuss with you all today how Zerto covers multi-cloud mobility overall. So here's a little bit of a session agenda. We have quite a bit to cover within this 25 minutes, so excuse me if I speak a little fast, but we'll start off at a very high level of what Zerto is. Since it's a deeper dive, I'm going to assume that we're fairly technical of an audience, so we'll touch on the high-level points of what makes Zerto much different in the IT industry compared to a lot of its sort of other technologies out there. We'll jump into a quick discussion on how IT is evolving today and kind of what is the underlying factor of this evolution, why it's changing, and really what is important to know about this change. And then we'll go into the meat of the content as to how Zerto really enables multi-cloud mobility. We'll touch on how it sort of extends into the hybrid cloud with an orchestrated disaster recovery to a public cloud provider, or taking advantage of long-term retention to do file level restores, or ensuring you have, let's say, a file server stored away for compliance down the line. We'll also talk about how Zerto in Cloud, specifically for AWS, allows that mobility between regions with the technology, and then how Zerto for Kubernetes really enables that across cloud mobility overall. And we'll wrap up quick with a nice summary. So let's kick it off with what is Zerto. If there's anything that you really take away from this presentation today, understand that Zerto is a continuous data protection software. And really the main three tenets of using this software is to allow for you to roll back your applications, a business to achieve basically uninterruption to their applications, right? So whether it's a ransomware attack you want to be able to recover from in minutes to seconds before it actually happened, so you're not having to pay a ransom or worry about any of the issues that you may foresee from there, or for unplanned or planned outages. Disasters happen all the time at the hardware level. This continuous data protection software only allows for that, again, mobility of those applications across many different platforms to avoid that, with a very granular RTO recovery time objective and RPO recovery point objective. And we'll kind of get into a little bit of what those are later. And finally, this multi-cloud mobility. Because we're offering continuous data protection, which you can kind of guess the underlying technology of this is replication, we're able to basically take the code or software that's running on premise today, the application running on premise today, and move it to where it needs to be very seamlessly. And there's a lot of underlying technologies that are the same across cloud providers that really make this easy. So at the heart of all of this is what the technology, the three key areas of technology that makes Zerto continuous data protection software possible is near synchronous replication, journaling, as well as virtual protection groups or VPGs. Near synchronous replication, we'll first start off with this. Basically, this happens at the hypervisor level, so it's software only. You're not having to deploy any appliances, physical hardware appliances, or or other sort of software within your environment that, or other hardware within your environment that allows for this replication to happen. It happens in real time, so you're not having to take a snapshot or schedule backups in order to track the changes going on in, let's say, your virtual machines if you're using just regular Zerto. And there's no necessarily agents installed on each of these applications in order to ensure that replication. So it's near synchronous replication. We're constantly tracking changes with about a delta of 5 seconds or so, and we really don't care what it's running on. It's hardware and storage agnostic. You could have, HPE full stack, and your secondary site could have, just whatever across of it. We can replicate between both sites seamlessly without having to worry about, what is the hardware under it. And we're always on and always protected. Again, it's this continuous data protection idea where we're tracking the changes within each of the applications, their deltas, and replicating them off to a secondary site locally, or, the software has many different varieties of how it protects your virtual workloads. So jumping next is granular point in time. So near synchronous replication, the journal is what allows for this tracking of that very granular point in time of your application where you can roll back to. So again, if you're doing things like taking a backup or doing snapshots of your VM environment, you have a lot of delta time between when those actual data protection technologies occur compared to what Zerto can offer with the ability to roll back to a very specific point in time. So a disaster hits at 10 o'clock. Instead of having to roll back 6 hours to when your last snapshot was, you can roll back to 9:59, right? It's that much level of granularity. So in terms of a journal, right, you can get down to, we say, about 5 to 10 seconds where you're able to roll back to, and you can go out as far as 30 days. And again, that's what really enables these fast recovery point objectives and recovery time objectives is the near synchronous replication, the journal technology. And then when you add basically how we protect these applications, what we call virtual protection groups, where we understand that an application is not just a single VM or a single container running in your environment. It's multiple servers. So it's a database server hosting MySQL. It's a front end, running whatever the developer pushed to GitHub. So it's making sure that all of those come back online at the same time and with that same level of granularity. So we really call this an application-centric approach to recovering your apps, because we want to ensure with right order fidelity that everything comes back aligned as expected to, again, keep delivering keep delivering value back to your business overall. And Zerto is really the best in this in regards to being a market leader. I think we've had a lot of great quotes, but you hear things like, I don't have to worry about sleeping at night now that I have Zerto in my environment. I heard a guy say to me that I went to lunch while we were doing a failover test and came back, and I didn't have to worry about a thing. So it's these capabilities that Zerto offers from a software perspective at many different layers that allows us to be so effective in the sort of continuous data protection or backup marketplace today. And then it's all these features that are included, like being able to re-IP at that secondary site your application, so your customers can get back to it quickly. Again, that boot ordering I was talking about with virtual protection groups. A lot of this in instant reporting for compliance and analysis. The the lunch example. A lot of this comes with Zerto already, so it makes that simplification of your virtualized tech stack a lot easier. So why Zerto? I really like this slide because what it talks about is how IT is evolving today, but it also calls to attention how we are pretty much at many different levels as IT experts or people, sysadmins, managing the data center overall. So how IT is sort of evolved. On the left side, you see the sort of how the developer process started off. It was really much more centralized, as we call it. A much more centralized approach to how we managed our applications and our data center today, right? The developers were basically doing a waterfall methodology. We're finished one thing, then we finish the next, and so on and so forth. We're building our applications in a much more monolithic way. So everything in, let's say, one giant VM or one physical server, one actual physical server would host, let's say, multiple applications. And everything was centralized around the data center. What we've seen with virtualization and basically Hyper-V, VMware, and all of that is that we've decoupled our applications from the infrastructure running it. So we became less involved with, okay, well, what is exactly, are we picking up and ordering from these hardware providers? Well, we're starting to care less and less about that. And how do we sort of decouple much of our applications from the infrastructure is running on? So that's why you're seeing today HCI becoming very important in how we design our data center. And we're starting to focus a lot more in how the developer quickly creates those new features for our customers to use those new applications that we've developed. So we've moved into a much more decoupled approach to IT, and where we're seeing a lot of people move to, and which is why it's interesting that Zerto also covers this, is this more infrastructure as code or container-based approach to building our applications and really using just what we need in the data center to run those apps, while doing a much more focused approach to what our developers are doing and how we can quickly deliver those features that they're pumping out into the infrastructure today. And what we're seeing is all of that is becoming code, and the infrastructure has moved away from the hardware itself and is now lines of code behind a console. And it's really decentralizing away from much of what we're used to see in the data center. But really, regardless of where your business is, your organization is, it's important to know that everything revolves around data and its persistence and security of it. So how IT evolves really is dynamic, and you need solutions, particularly within the continuous data protection space, that allow for that dynamic movement of those apps across these many different platforms. And this is really the core of what Zerto enables when it comes to this multi-cloud mobility, right? We're talking about migrating these, let's say, VM workloads from on-premise in case of a disaster to AWS and run as EC2 instances. We're talking about like Zerto for Kubernetes, which I'll get into, which allows you to replicate your Kubernetes clusters between two different cloud providers. So there's a lot of flexibility within our portfolio that allows you to unlock the cloud in a much more dynamic manner. So let's start to get into a lot more of the specifics. So this is regular, what you might consider just Zerto from a virtual machine perspective. So within your data center today, you would be hosting a couple, let's say, ESXi servers between two sites, and you would provision what is called the Zerto Virtual Manager to manage the process or the full sort of replication management of your disaster recovery strategy. So the ZVM is the GUI that you would log into. It speaks to vCenter or the Hyper-V manager and allows you to see pretty much all the virtual machines that need to be protected within that environment. On each specific host, there's what is called a virtual replication appliance it is what is doing the majority of the communication, the compression, encryption, the movement of that data between multiple sites. So again, software only, deployed right on the data center. And when you sort of expand it between two sites, you can see its function quite obviously, right? Hosts get attacked on the primary site. We need to bring them back online, let's say 5 seconds back at the secondary site and continue that IO there. We're able to basically set that up with regular Zerto, as we like to say, or basic Zerto implementation. Where we start to expand this is things like long-term retention, doing, in our first example, file level restores. So where we have an on-premise environment similar to like the one we see here, but what we want to do, let's say we just have a basic Windows file server, we want to send it up to a S3 compatible cloud provider and make sure we have a golden copy of that virtual machine itself and all of its files in the cloud to get at a later point in time. So again, we're extending our virtual on-premise infrastructure to a cloud provider, and we're able to recover, in case of an attack on-premise, those virtual machines down back into our environment from a much more a granular perspective. So we can either recover the full virtual machine itself or just the files in there. And we're using that S3 repository in the public cloud to bring our environment back online. Again, not extremely efficient from a disaster recovery standpoint, but it's good for compliance, right? Holding it off in the cheap S3 storage, maybe this file server, or if you need to bring it back online eventually, somebody deletes a file or anything like that, you can do so with this technology. This is how it works over S3, so Amazon. So it's all HTTPS. It's encrypted at rest, and then it does use Amazon's object locks for immutability. You can set within the Zerto console too if you want to tear off after a certain day. You don't necessarily have to do that all within AWS itself. So we do support that from the Zerto console. And then very similar for Azure too. So you can do blob storage where you transfer over HTTPS, immutability with object locking, and then support for tearing hot, cold to archive. Disaster recovery to cloud. This is something that's actually fairly important and interesting to a lot of individuals. So let's say your production site went offline, your disaster recovery site went offline, you want to go to a public cloud in order to recover to. Zerto does offer that solution, and it's called through our Zerto Cloud Appliance, or ZCA. This basically combines everything that I mentioned before from the ZVM and VRA perspective into the public cloud. So right now, it is valid for AWS and in Azure. While both take a little bit different to deploy. I'll go into that in the next few slides, but they're both built for cloud. So you're using, again, those resources, EC2 instances, Azure compute sets. You're not running on a VMware environment. You're using the public cloud resources that you would manage and have complete control over. So how it works for AWS, you would spin up the ZCA as an EC2 instance. It's done manually. And then it would create the underlying resources. You would follow the steps in order to do so and hook it up to basically create a communication link between the VRA on-premise and the ZCA. And this at a very high level is what the process would look like in case of a failure and or if you were to replicate to this site, right, to the AWS architecture itself. So I won't go through it, but it creates quite a large instance where the ZCA is. You're able to use what's called the Z importer that is specific to Zerto to facilitate the creation of whatever EBS volumes you need, creating a journal in an S3 bucket. So it takes care of a lot of the orchestration and creation of those resources for you. This is what a failover to an AWS EC2 looks like step by step. You recover the EC2 instance. Z-import is really taking care of the majority of this is what this comes down to, right? It's creating the EBS volume that I mentioned before for whatever EC2 instance needs to be provisioned, creating the read replicate disks of the journal, and after importing it, it detaches the old disk and you're back online, right? And you reattach the good disk that is keeping your application online and is powered back on. Doing the same pretty much for Azure, but what's really nice about Azure is the fact that there is something in the marketplace where you can just download the Zerto ZCA agent and start using it today. And again, it's going to do something very similar to what it does in AWS, but using the Azure resources and not, a VMware environment underneath. So it's scaling out using VMware VM scale sets. The replica is using both page and block blobs. So again, just blob storage overall, and it's encrypted and compressed up to and in between the cloud. Again, fail over to Azure, just a little bit more techie, step by step. It creates a clone. It reads the journal data from the block blobs that it created. It then creates those the VM scale sets, right? Telling it how much, how many VMs are we going to have to re-provision when it comes back online. Write data into the clone blog page, page blob, and then do a lot of the conversion of the disks. So from VHD to what they call managed disks. So whatever sort of size is required, a lot of this is built into the orchestration. You create the virtual machine from those attached disks there. So that's really the technical of how we extend into the cloud using Zerto. Now we're going to go into how Zerto operates, how Zerto operates in the cloud for AWS. Really what this boils down to is the fact that Zerto is allowing us to orchestrate disaster recovery across multiple different regions within AWS in case of a failure of EC2. So again, we're using that same simplicity and scale that we have on premise, but we're allowing thousands of virtual machines to move across regions and accounts in case something does go down. If you guys are really developer focused or have the ability to interact with our APIs within AWS itself, like are using Lambda, you can do a lot in terms of operational changes of event-based or event-driven disaster recovery and calling with Zik in mind, some of the things that might happen. So Zerto in Cloud for AWS, it's disaster recovery at scale. It's simple to implement and manage. It's really just an AMI of an EC2 instance that you would get and spin up. It's flexible. It's easy to operate within the EC2 environment. So if it operates with, it's going to operate with all the AWS services fairly seamlessly. And the point really overall here is the fact that it's a global reach. So you're able to replicate EC2 across many different regions, availability zones, and different accounts. And then analytics. So a lot of this comes with what's called Zerto for Analytics. And you can see this behind the console and watch this all be managed from, one of my RPOs or SLAs that I'm getting from this level of protection. Again, it's all done across region. So a lot of this is just mainly to drive home that point, and you have choice and flexibility as to where to move these EC2 workloads. From a technical perspective, this is what the Zerto in Cloud Manager looks like. As I mentioned before, you're kind of just going to spin up an AMI at first, but it's also going to help provision something in DynamoDB and basically be this borderline serverless application in the cloud to help you replicate those EC2 instances in between regions. How it works, basically we're shipping snapshots of EBS volumes in between both of the sites. So I didn't think you got to go show the full workflow here. But you see on the West Coast, we have an EC2 region being protected. We have Zerto in Cloud running on the East, and we're basically using that Zerto platform in order to continuously move those EBS volumes to the secondary site in case of a failure there. Okay, I know we're running out of time, so I'm going to sort of quickly go through Zerto for Kubernetes. Where really when we talk about this, we're talking about replicating or continuous data protection across many different service providers in the cloud. So whether it's Azure or Amazon, we're able to replicate those serverless applications between both sites overall. This is the architecture itself. So without going too deep into it, we're going to see that a lot of familiar things, but there's a Kubernetes manager that allows for the replication of these instances, and then the proxy itself, which is the sort of communications between all of the clusters. This is what a very high-level architecture of a Zerto for Kubernetes deployment would look like. Again, it doesn't matter what the other site is, as long as it's running K8s, you're able to replicate between, and it's easy to install using Helm, if you're familiar with that. It's all built right into the console for everybody itself. So whether you're looking for a continuous data protection solution at the edge for your container-based applications or on-premise, you can use Zerto to really extend your architecture within the cloud and enable a multi-cloud environment today. So there's a lot of points that we touch on here, but I hope that that was useful overall for everybody.
Yeah, Anthony, I think that was very useful for everybody. Lots of really good information in there. Just an awesome presentation. I really appreciate that. And you can see that I have put a poll question up on the screen for you all. So do take a second now and click on that poll question. Make sure you let Zerto know what additional information you would like about their solution. So we got lots of cool information from Anthony. There was lots of opportunity there with Zerto. So please do let them know what additional information would be helpful for you when you're thinking about next steps and continuing this conversation. While you're taking some time to answer that poll, I'm also going to remind you that if you'd like to learn something else right away, head on over to that Handouts tab. You can download the datasheet, Zerto for Multi-Cloud and Hybrid Cloud, your cloud, your way. I love that. Nice and easy to remember. And the whole data sheet there is easy to follow. There's some great info, really key highlights of the Zerto solution, looking at availability, mobility, and visibility, adding that into your organization. So make sure that you download that, save that for later, share that around. Now, I do see a lot of questions coming in. As Anthony mentioned, we pushed right up onto time there, so we're going to keep buzzing along with the presentations here. And I'm just going to leave that poll up for another moment while we give a prize away. This is not our final prize. This is our second to last prize. So we're going to do a $500 Amazon gift card. Now, I'm going to remind you again that you do need to be present at the webinar in order to win. And the next winner of a $500 Amazon gift card today is Kyle Howerton of Washington. Kyle Howerton of Washington. Congratulations, Kyle, on your Amazon gift card. As always, we will get in touch about claiming your prize after the event. Don't forget, we still have one more gift card, one more grand prize giveaway. That's that drone and those best questions asked. So keep asking those questions because we are looking at those after the fact. But for now, let's keep zipping right along because, folks, we did it. I know that it has been a long day. It's also been an absolutely fascinating day. And here we are at our very last presentation. And the good news is we are definitely ending on a high note. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce you all to our last presenter in today's MegaCast, Drew Wright, Director Strategic Content at Snyk. Drew, thank you so much for being our grand finale today. I know we are all excited to hear from you. So without any further ado, I'll step back and hand the mic on over.
Thank you very much. And yeah, hopefully I'll live up to the grand finale moniker. I appreciate everybody sticking around for this. I think it'll be a fun and interesting session and look forward to any Q&A that we might have at the end if we have a little bit of time. So I'll start here with the 5 fundamentals of cloud security. Wanted to explain a little bit about like what these are and what they aren't. So these are not my name is Drew Wright, was the co-founder of a cloud security company called Fugue, which was acquired by Snyk earlier this year. And Snyk is developer first security. And so we're developing Snyk Cloud, which will be developer
developer-focused, developer-first cloud security. Forgive the siren that's going on in the back. It's now fading. So the 5 fundamentals of cloud security, it's not my opinion. It's not Sneak's opinion about what the fundamentals of cloud security are. These came from a number of years working directly with a lot of different teams focused on cloud security, AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud primarily. And now my time at Sneak, there's even a broader number of teams that we're working with that are operating at scale in the cloud and under some pretty strict security requirements, compliance regulations, etc. And one thing you start to notice when you work with a lot of these kinds of teams, that they tend to fall into one of two buckets. There's the teams that really seem to get it. They kind of have a handle on what they're trying to secure, the nature of it, where they want to go, what their priorities are, and have a pretty good vision about how they want to get there. And then there's a number of teams that kind of don't quite have a good grasp around cloud security yet. And it typically would be pretty obvious, but what I wanted to understand was, what is it about these teams that are getting cloud security right? Are there things that they all share in common, and what can we learn from them? And so I kind of dug in, had a lot of conversations, and hence these 5 fundamentals kind of really surfaced and became pretty obvious. So I kind of took it upon myself to dig into that more and flesh it out into this presentation. We also have a white paper that we just released on this that you can get at the Sneak site. And we just released the State of Cloud Security 2022 report here at Sneak. And I'll try to sprinkle in a couple of stats there to explain some of the concepts that we're going to look at. So when we think about cloud security, we typically, most people will say, well, the problem is misconfiguration. And that's technically true, but it's also kind of missing a big part of the story with every single cloud breach that we see. And it's really important to understand why that is. So we're all used to seeing these kinds of headlines. Company suffers data breach due to misconfigured server. I've blacked out the names from these real headlines here, mostly because, nobody wants to, name and shame. But the reality is we've moved past naming and shaming. These aren't situations where, a company left an S3 bucket with sensitive customer data exposed to the internet, and of course somebody makes off with that. No, all of these breaches that we're seeing today are far more sophisticated, and the companies that are affected by them are some of the most sophisticated cloud customers that we see, and even the cloud providers. This top headline here, in this case, it was a misconfigured server, but what the hacker made off with was not only user data, customer data, but sensitive source code across 1,000 different repositories. And I think we can all assume that all of that data, all of that source code did not reside on this misconfigured server. So what happened in this breach, and what happens in every single one of these kind of major cloud breaches that we see? And by the way, 33% of cloud customers suffered a cloud data breach just in the past year. That's a stat from our new report out. So first, the attack patterns have changed. It used to be that attackers would identify a target that they wanted to go after, and then they would search relentlessly for vulnerabilities that they could exploit, ultimately finding that, and then in a data center, they might extract that data in a kind of a low and slow motion over time to fly under the radar, avoid detection from network monitoring or intrusion detection tools. In the cloud, that's flipped upside down. Hackers now use automated tools to scan the internet, looking for misconfigured cloud resources that they can exploit. And what they get back is essentially a shopping list. And they can put a belly button, a company on every one of those resources, those cloud environments, and then choose their target. So even just a single misconfiguration can put a target on your company's back. And we call this control plane compromise. Again, every single breach, cloud breach, looks this way. There's an initial penetration event. That's that misconfigured server that we see all the time in the news. But once the attacker gets a foothold into the environment, they're after the API keys associated with that cloud resource. And what those API keys do is give them roles and privileges that enable them to operate against the cloud control plane. That's, for instance, the AWS console is one of our interfaces to the cloud, where we use that to build and configure our cloud environment. Well, the attackers want access to that same control plane so they can discover knowledge about the environment, discover where sensitive data might be, and then use that control plane to move laterally, ultimately get at the data that they're after, and then extract it in a way that evades any kind of intrusion detection tool, any kind of network monitoring tool. We don't have TCP/IP networks in the traditional way in the cloud that we can monitor the way we could in the data center. So these attacks are essentially smash and grab. It could be a simple S3 sync command, where I sync the sensitive contents in an S3 bucket in your account, sync those, copy those into an S3 bucket in my account. These attacks can last mere minutes from initial penetration to data extraction. And the problem with misconfiguration as well is that it just continues to get worse as we build more in the cloud, use the cloud in more novel ways, leveraging a number of different kinds of cloud services. What we find is the typical pattern is that security teams are chasing down an increasing amount of issues in the runtime environment. And they'll focus on better ways to get alerts, to sort through those alerts, to prioritize them. But ultimately, they're digging a hole that gets deeper and deeper. So what these organizations that get cloud security right have realized, they kind of have what I call the light bulb moment. The first is they recognize waiting until production is too risky, it's too costly. When we find issues in the runtime environment, oftentimes fixing them is not easy. It might require a lot of rework, some re-architecture of the application, and that delays remediation. It wastes a lot of people's time. But the other realization is that the cloud is just software. Yes, there's physical infrastructure, but that's the cloud provider's concern, and they do a really good job of keeping that secure. From our perspective, all that's abstracted away from us. We can build and manage our cloud environment purely as software. We can program it, which means we can also program the security of that cloud environment. So this leads us to the 5 fundamentals of cloud security. Every one of these organizations focuses on these 5 areas. Some might emphasize one area more than another, but they're doing all of these things. So let's take a look at the first one. So know your environment. It's kind of a cliche in security. You can't secure what you can't see. That's obviously very true. But knowing your environment means a little bit more to these organizations than just what's running. Of course, you have to understand all the resources you have, how they're configured, how they relate to each other, where you have compliance issues or security issues, and what is the severity of those. It goes beyond just production environments. I think this is something that a lot of security teams can overlook, is they will focus only on what they would consider to be a production environment at the expense of non-production environments such as dev, test, staging. We do see and have seen significant cloud breaches that occurred because the initial environment that was exploited was a dev environment, for instance. Perhaps there could be production data in the dev environment. We see a ton of that, no matter what kind of policies you might have around that, other than maybe the federal government, where the ramifications can be quite severe for doing that. So you have to understand your entire cloud environment and what's running, but you have to understand the security of that in context. So that means what applications are associated with that cloud infrastructure. If you have, say, like take a look at the Log4j earlier this year, one way you might want to prioritize your remediation process for a number of these instances of these vulnerabilities in your environment is to understand the cloud context. Some of those vulnerabilities could be quite severe. Some might not necessarily be as big of a deal, and maybe you can push those down in the priority chain. So understanding that in the cloud, the boundary between application and infrastructure is blurring considerably. In some cases, it's really just disappeared. And attackers don't honor these arbitrary boundaries that we draw around things. They will move freely between application vulnerabilities that they leverage to get into the cloud environment, then execute control plane compromise attacks. So you have to understand your environment in full context. It also means understanding how the environment is provisioned. Are engineers using the cloud consoles to create stuff, or are they using infrastructure as code? Are they using CI/CD pipelines for that infrastructure as code? You want to understand also the use case, the architecture of that environment. And then finally, you want to think like a hacker. What could an attacker do if they were able to get residence on any particular cloud resource, particularly the internet-facing ones? What tools would be available to them? Primarily, what we would see is IAM roles and privileges on that resource that would enable them to discover knowledge about the environment, move laterally, and ultimately be able to make up with data. So the next thing that they focus on is prevention and secure design. We see this essentially, they get out of the mindset of thinking about things in terms of intrusion detection and really about the mindset of eliminating the conditions in the environment that make control plane compromise possible. So this means an architecture that's inherently secure against these kinds of attacks. Should an attacker gain resonance on a resource, there's not a lot that they can do with that. So the blast radius of any potential incursion is minimized with this kind of approach. And then obviously, they prevent misconfiguration throughout the software development lifecycle. If they're using infrastructure as code, they're using infrastructure as code checking tools, security tools to make sure that these things don't wind up getting deployed to production. So primarily the way that they prevent and focus on secure design is by empowering the developers, the cloud engineers, the DevOps engineers with tools to help them build and operate securely in the cloud. Again, infrastructure as code is important. If you're in a position to advocate for adopting infrastructure as code, I would encourage you to do that, because what infrastructure as code does is it gives us the opportunity to shift left on cloud security and get things correct before we even deploy. Much like we're shifting left with application security, empowering application developers with tools to find all sorts of vulnerabilities in their application code or their open source components, we can now start doing that in the cloud by empowering the developers with tools. They have to be tools that the developers can use the way that they already work if you want to ensure that they actually can adopt them. And there really is an opportunity to do this, and I think a hunger with DevOps teams and cloud engineers to be able to ensure that they're operating securely. One of the stats from our research, if you ask folks who is primarily responsible for cloud security, depending on who you ask, you get a different answer. 42% of cloud engineers say that they are primarily responsible, but only 19% of security professionals say that cloud engineers are responsible. Why is there a discrepancy here? I mean, my gut says, and from talking to a lot of teams, is these DevOps teams and cloud engineers are trying to program their way out of a painful problem. And that problem is security teams throwing a ton of alerts, a ton of remediation tickets over to them, and they're having to invest a whole lot of time in figuring out how to go about remediating these issues. There's got to be a better way. And so if they can program security in early in the software development lifecycle, they can significantly reduce the rate of misconfiguration. So another thing that we see, all of these teams prioritize, and this is kind of the one technology piece of the 5 fundamentals, is policy as code. You might hear this referred to as security as code or compliance as code, but really it's policy as code, and all sorts of different kind of policies can be expressed this way. But what it is rather than having all of your cloud security policies in a PDF document in human language, which is going to be tough. You're going to have inconsistencies in interpretation, understanding. You lean a lot on education, whereas policy as code enables you to express these policies in a language that other applications can use to validate correctness. And this kind of powers the tooling for empowering developers, for empowering security teams to continuously evaluate running environments using the same policies that the developers are using to check their infrastructure as code. So now everybody is aligned under a single source of truth regarding what is correct. There's no arguments or differences in opinion of how a policy should be interpreted. And it allows for not only consistency, but to enable security teams to really scale their effort without having to scale headcount. I did throw down here Open Policy Agent, which is an open source policy as code framework from the Cloud Native Computing Foundation. Highly recommend looking at that. It's very flexible and it can be used for a lot of different use cases. There's a good reason for choosing a policy as code tool that's sort of separate from the technology that it's evaluating, because you're ultimately going to have a lot of different technologies in use, and you want to have a unified policy as code approach to ensuring security across the board. Now, finally, all of these organizations really kind of operationalize their cloud security effort. They know what matters to them. It might be security, it might be productivity for engineering teams, it might be delivering applications and features faster. And then they measure how they're doing along the way. So they know how much risk they're taking, they know how fast their teams are able to go, and they know how productive are they wasting time with manual processes, inefficiencies, etc. And so this is ultimately what their rate of misconfiguration chart looks like. Rather than it going up, as they're using more and more of the cloud, their rate of misconfiguration is actually going down. They're taking on less risk over time because they're automating, they're shifting left, they're preventing issues from happening in the first place. So finally, kind of where to begin. I think the best way to go is the best way to kind of start this process is asking yourself, asking your team, executives, what ultimately matters to us. And it could be just a prioritized list of a number of these things, but it's recognizing that cloud security is often the rate limiting factor for how fast teams can go in the cloud, how successful digital transformation can be. And if you expand your objectives with your cloud security program to being more than just improving security, but actually turning toll booths with all of your different teams into freeways. So they are liberated to move faster and more securely and more efficiently. So thank you, everybody. I'm open for questions if anybody has any. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Drew. That was an awesome presentation. We do have lots of questions coming in. I'm so impressed. I know that it's been a lot of sessions today, and the questions coming in are still awesome. The content's been amazing. I love the level of really cool stuff that has come up in the conversation. You definitely followed through on the grand finale there for us, Drew. I appreciate that.
Oh, I'm so happy to hear that. I wish I could have gotten more stats in. I encourage everybody to go to sneak.io and find the report. It's like fresh out off the press today. So I didn't have time to get more stats in, but really interesting stuff.
Yeah, we were chatting about that a little bit ago, and when you were talking about the report coming out, I definitely highlighted it on my list of things to do this week. So I'm going to encourage everyone to join me on that reading list. And you know what, Drew? We'll just have to have you back for another another session. We can do all the stats in the next one. But we do have a Perfect. We're locking you in for that. I do want to get to some questions that we've got now, but before we do that, I want to point out that right now on your screen, there is a poll for you all. You've seen this before, so you know what I'm asking. What additional information do you want about the Sneak solution? So please do let us know. If there's something that isn't on there that you would like, go ahead and put it in the questions tab. We will make sure that all the questions go to the Sneak team, so make sure you get those in there. But again, that poll that's up on your screen is such a great way to reach out to Sneak and say, this is the information I want. Please put it in my hands, and they will. So go ahead and fill that out. Now, what do you say, Drew? Should we get to some questions?
Sure, let's go.
Let's do it. Okay. So this one, we've got a couple of questions from Matt, and I'm going to ask them here. So Matt's wondering about GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation. And what he's wondering is where GDPR needs and separation is concerned, particularly when you're talking about overseas contractors and data separation versus data convergence. Is it feasible to have the cloud environment of separation of domain structure, but also allow for coordination?
So I'll kick this off by saying I am definitely not a GDPR expert, but what I've advised cloud customers in the United States to do is to essentially run GDPR policy validations against their environment and essentially adhere to them even if they don't have to. And we see like in California, they have it's like the C, somebody's going to correct me. It's essentially like California's version of GDPR. And it's going to be less pain to take this on now. And essentially, even just for yourself, and some of your customers are going to probably appreciate this too, that you're adhering to GDPR best practices and policies, even if you don't have to. And what that means is then, if you do wind up in a situation where, let's say you've got data, in Europe, you can handle those scenarios because you've created the compliance, like the internal compliance mechanisms for doing that. So anticipate that these regulations are coming sooner or later. It probably is a sooner or later with regard to kind of the United States' flavor of GDPR. In a sense, it really is about making sure you have all the mechanisms in place to know and track where you're keeping data, how you're keeping data, and that you will be able to address situations as they come down the pike. Regarding kind of specific contractor in Europe stuff, I would really be remiss to provide any kind of specific recommendations there.
Well, maybe we'll make sure we pass this question on to you, and if someone else on your team wants to follow up with Matt. But I think that's a great answer as is, and hopefully we've given Matt some good things to think about. So this one here I'm curious about. So we have different teams using different cloud providers and infrastructure as code tools. Any best practice suggestions there, Drew?
Sure. So we see this commonly. We hear a lot about, companies choosing to go multi-cloud, maybe for reasons to avoid like lock-in and stuff. But the reality is most organizations that I'm working with that have a multi-cloud footprint, it sort of happened by happenstance. It was either, M&A activity where maybe the company was all on AWS, but then they acquired a company that's working on Google Cloud or Azure. Or maybe they just, they gave different divisions or different teams a lot of autonomy, and they went out and just kind of arbitrarily or just because it was the best platform for them, chose different tools. And now the security team has this situation where they have different teams using different cloud providers. You have different infrastructure as code tools. I would come back to the policy as code fundamental, and it's one of the reasons why choosing something like Open Policy Agent can be very useful, because rather than going too deep into a cloud provider specific tool set of security tools, and then you find yourself also operating on another cloud, and you kind of have to do that all over again. What you do with something with the right policy as code approach is you have a kind of a common language, a lingua franca that can work across all clouds. So you can have a policy that gets interpreted for each cloud provider or for each infrastructure as code tool. So again, one policy that can ultimately be applied to a lot of different use cases, a lot of different cloud providers.
Well, I love that. You've certainly given us a lot to think about. I wish we could keep going, Drew, but we are going to have to wrap it there. It's very late on the East Coast, so we've got to call it a day. But before you leave us, I do want to ask you, if somebody out there is really excited to jump in with Snyk, you've already given us some insight into some stats and some data that we can get. But what's their first step? What's their next thing that they should do after they close their browser down today and they don't want to let go of their Snyk conversation?
Well, so, I encourage security teams in particular to go talk to your developers, talk to your cloud engineering teams, and understand what they're doing and why, how they're doing it, and how you can help them. Because in the cloud, and whether it's cloud applications or cloud infrastructure, we have to get out of this traditional mind frame of kind of securing things after the fact, after they've been deployed. It's really all about ensuring that we are secure before we even deploy. So this is what Snyk has built their business on, is understanding that security starts with the developer. And if you can empower your developers and your cloud engineers with the tools to ensure that everything that they're doing is secure from the start, they'll be happier, they'll be moving faster, and they'll be moving more securely. There'll be fewer issues that hit the security team's dashboard that they need to deal with. So just a lot of problems can be avoided in the cloud by empowering developers and engineers with tools. And so that's what I kind of see, the security team's role is as architect and as a tool provider, an empowerment provider, and imparting their knowledge to the rest of the organization, primarily via policy as code and the tools that can ingest that policy as code. So I would encourage you to check out sneak.io, whether it's application security, open source security, or cloud security. We have a platform that kind of sees across all of that to enable everybody to move faster and more securely.
I love that. Well, that is a great way to wrap up the presentation and really bring the MegaCast home. Thank you so much again, Drew. This has been such a pleasure. I'm so glad we got to chat with you. I really appreciate your time today.
Well, thanks for having me. I'd love to come back. I appreciate everybody's time.
That's a plan. You put that in your calendar, Drew. We're bringing you back.
Yeah, it's a deal.
All right. Well, everyone stay tuned for that. But in the meantime, if you are looking for a little bit more information and ready to do a little bit more reading, I'm going to highly recommend that you head on over to that Handouts tab, click on the Sneak link, and you can get the 5 Fundamentals of Cloud Security white paper. Super interesting read, a great way to follow up on what we just heard. Tons of great info, so be sure to download that and save that for later. I'm going to leave that poll up just a little bit longer because we have reached our very last prize giveaway. So for those of you on the edge of your seat, that means we're going to do 1 Amazon gift card and 1 DJI Mini 3 Pro drone. So let's start with the Amazon gift card. I'm going to remind you one more time that you must be present here at the webinar in order to win. So if you are here, and I was going to tell you your name, but we'll do a little more fanfare. So we are giving away the $500 Amazon gift card to Aaron Coker of Texas. Aaron Coker of Texas, you have won a $500 Amazon gift card. And our 5th and final winner of a DJI Mini 3 Pro drone is Dylan Weeks of Arizona. Dylan Weeks of Arizona. Now, I promised I would read the list again, so here we go. It's a long one, folks, so bear with me. We had a gift card going to Chrissy Carter, a grand prize, which is the drone, going to Joe Clark. A gift card going to Charlie Chen. A gift card going to Eric Emily. A gift card going to Alejandro Briano. Sorry, I should be saying states here, of California. A drone going to Ryan Monjou of Massachusetts. A gift card going to Mitch Mitchell of Texas. Love that name, Mitch Mitchell of Texas. A gift card going to Carlos Sanchez of California. A gift card going to Sridhar Krishnamurthy of Texas. And a drone going to Andy Weinstock of Wisconsin. A gift card going to Alice Eaton of North Carolina. A gift card going to Corey Burns of Wisconsin. A gift card going to Neil Appleby of Texas, and a drone going to Kyle Kitch of Georgia. A gift card going to Russell Swinney of Texas. A gift card going to Kyle Howerton of Washington, and to Aaron Coker of Texas. And then a drone, the final drone, going to Dylan Weeks of Arizona. Whew, that was a lot. Okay, you're welcome. As always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after the event. Congratulations to all our winners. And I do want to remind you all not to forget about the best question asked. So if you asked a question today, even if we did not get to it in the live session, we still will be reviewing all the questions after the fact. And so you still do have that chance to win. So stay tuned. And hey, I want to say I'm seeing a lot of thank yous and appreciation for the content today. And that really means a lot. That matters to us. That matters to the speakers. Everyone here wants to make sure that you guys have some key takeaways. And it's really exciting to hear that it's resonating with folks out there. So thank you so much for all of you for kind of chiming in and making sure that we know that. Before you head out today, I do want to remind you all to check out the ransomware.org site. It's amazing. Honestly, great information. You can find everything you need to know about ransomware, how to understand, to prevent, to recover. Visit ransomware.org if you haven't already for more information. And the link is right there on your screen, so you can head right over there. Now, if you are in the webinar today and you're thinking, boy, this looks like fun and I'd like to be a part of it, I would love that too. Come have a conversation with me. I love that. Hang out with Scott and David and I. So if you want to get in touch with us about that, just reach out via email at connect@actualtechmedia.com. Boy, I tell you, folks, we're here. We're at the end. So with that, on behalf of Actual Tech Media team, I really want to thank all of our speakers from Gigamon, SimSpace, Crowdstrike, Access, Sonri Security, Rubrik and Cloudian Metallica, Commvault Ventures, Cisco Secure, Census, Palo Alto Networks, ReliaQuest, Zerto, and Sneak for making this incredible MegaCast possible. A special, special thank you, as I said, to all of you for attending, asking some great questions. I've honestly just had a blast with you all today. I know David and Scott did as well. We were chatting in the back end. It's just really nice to be here with all of you today. And it's been fun talking about the many ways that you are all building, enhancing, and securing your cloud environment. So I hope that you have all learned some interesting and helpful tips and takeaways. Before you take off, make sure you mark your calendar and come back to join us again on Thursday, September 15th. That's 12 p.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific for an EcoCast on harnessing the power of AI and machine learning, artificial intelligence, machine learning to accelerate analytics, business, and IT operations. That's this Thursday. I am so excited about this one. We have some great presentations lined up. We have a super fun keynote planned with David and Scott and I. We're actually going to follow up on last week's keynote about pop culture inspired tech. So if you attended that EcoCast last week and you saw us kind of digging into some of the pop culture inspired tech, we had some questions asked that we wanted to dig into a bit more. It's going to be super fun, so please come join us for that. Make sure you click and register, sign up for that EcoCast on Thursday. Well, I hope to see you all again soon. I hope to see you on Thursday, but wherever I catch you will be great. And until then, folks, I hope you all have an absolutely lovely rest of your day.